All right, so picture this. It's 2500 BC, right?
Yeah.
And you've got the Egyptians. They're over there sweating away, hauling these massive stones to build those pyramids.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, over in the Indus Valley,
Mm-hmm.
they've got bustling cities,
Oh.
complete with, get this, indoor plumbing.
I know, right? It's incredible.
This is the Harappan Civilization, folks.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, it's seriously impressive.
It really is. What blows my mind is that it wasn't until like the last century that we really found them, you know?
Yeah.
Every single artifact we uncover is like a piece of a giant puzzle, helping us figure out how they lived, farmed, even what they believed.
Totally. It's like they left us this 5,000-year-old message just waiting to be decoded. And for this deep dive, we're cracking open an excerpt from Themes in Indian History to do just that.
Oh, good choice.
It's going to be like a full-on archaeological dig right here, unearthing everything from their daily routines to those super enigmatic Harappan seals.
Ah, those seals. They're incredible. Imagine like a tiny, intricately carved stone, often with animals on them, and these symbols. Oh, yeah.
And here's the thing, we still can't fully decipher their writing system.
Really?
Yeah, but these seals, they're scattered throughout their settlements. It really makes you think. Trade, record-keeping, maybe even spiritual practices. It's fascinating.
It's like finding a library, but you can kind of read the pictures, but the words are a total mystery.
Exactly.
And speaking of scale, this wasn't just one city, right? We're talking about, we've got this map in the source, and it shows a civilization spanning like parts of modern-day Afghanistan, India, Pakistan.
I know, over 2,000 Harappan sites identified.
2,000. That's massive.
It's mind-boggling. It really shows you how huge and interconnected this civilization was. They weren't just living alongside each other. They were probably trading, sharing ideas across this vast area. And another thing, they didn't just appear out of thin air.
Right.
The source mentions that before the Harappan civilization, like before they hit their peak, which we called the mature Harappan period, there were earlier groups living in the region. So like a civilization's rough draft before they figured out all the cool stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And these rough drafts, they go back as far as 7,000 BC, which is...
Wow.
They were already farming, raising animals, making pottery. These earlier settlements, they were smaller for sure, but they show us the foundation upon which the Harappan civilization would then build their incredibly sophisticated urban centers.
Okay, so we're not just talking about one city.
Yeah.
We're talking about a civilization that evolved over thousands of years.
Yeah.
That's a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
So let's maybe focus on that golden age, the mature Harappan period. What made this era so special?
Well, this is when the Harappan civilization really thrived, you know? Roughly between 2600 and 1900 BCE. Imagine cities, but like meticulously planned. Grid systems, advanced drainage, public wells.
Wow.
And what's really cool is that their architecture, their infrastructure, it was remarkably standardized across their entire territory, which suggests... Well, it suggests a level of central planning and social organization that was, frankly, way ahead of its time.
So we've talked about their cities, their impressive planning, those mysterious seals. But what about the Harappan people themselves? What was daily life actually like for them?
Ooh, good question. Imagine, like, you're walking down the street of a Harappan city, right?
Okay.
You might see skilled artisans, you know, making pottery, working with bronze tools. You might even smell spices, exotic spices, coming from far-off lands.
Oh, hinting at those trade networks.
Exactly. And speaking of...
Are we talking food?
Yeah, let's talk food.
All right, let's dish. What were they eating in these ancient cities?
Okay, get this. They were actually enjoying a pretty diverse diet, very balanced too.
I like it.
The source mentions they cultivated wheat, barley, lentils, chickpeas.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's like the original grain bowl.
Right, making a comeback.
And don't forget about sesame seeds. They had those too. Good source of healthy fats. Oh, and it also mentions that millet. That was a big one, especially at sites in Gujarat.
So even back then, they had regional preferences, huh? What about meat, though? Were they eating meat?
You know, the evidence really points to a mix of vegetarian and non-vegetarian diets.
Okay.
We find bones from domesticated animals, like your cattle, sheep, goats, even buffalo.
Wow.
Oh, and they had pigs too, and there's even evidence of them eating fish and birds.
A civilization after my own heart. So how are they keeping everyone fed? Were they trading for all this food, or were they growing it themselves?
Well, trade was definitely a big part of it, but agriculture, that was really the backbone of their society.
Right.
Remember those bull figurines and the plow models we talked about earlier?
Yeah, like the miniature tractors of their time.
Exactly. Those, along with how many cattle bones we find, tell us they were definitely using oxen to plow their fields.
Well,
And here's where it gets really cool. At the Calibangan site, archaeologists actually found the remains of a plowed field.
Whoa. Talk about a blast from the past. What's so special about this ancient field, though?
It's the way the furrows were dug. They were in this crisscross pattern, which suggests they were practicing something called intercropping.
Intercropping.
Yeah. Basically growing two different crops together in the same field, probably to, maximize their yield, protect against crop failure, things like that.
Pretty smart.
Very smart. But, the source mentioned that a lot of these settlements, they were in drier regions where rainfall might have been a bit scarce. So how were they irrigating their crops, especially over such a huge area?
That is the million-dollar question.
Right.
We know they had, seriously advanced water management systems within their cities.
Yeah.
But how they irrigated those massive fields,
Yeah.
it's still a bit of a mystery. The source mentions traces of canals at a site in Afghanistan, but nothing like that's been found in, what is now Punjab and Sindh, which is where a lot of Harappan settlements thrived.
Interesting.
It makes you wonder, what kind of ingenious solutions they might have come up with to deal with that challenge. And honestly, it's those unanswered questions that make studying the Harappans so fascinating.
It's like we're putting together this 5,000-year-old puzzle.
Yeah.
But some of the pieces are still missing.
We've learned so much about the Harappan civilization. It's incredible.
It really is.
But the things we don't know yet,
Yeah.
it just makes me even more curious.
That's the thing about archaeology, isn't it? It's like this constant process of discovery.
Totally.
And the Harappan civilization is just full of these tantalizing mysteries.
Like those seals. We talked about them a little bit.
Yeah.
But I still keep thinking about them. What was their purpose? Were they just symbolic, or are they actually, do something?
That's a question that archaeologists are still debating today.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Some scholars think they were used for trade.
Okay.
Like a way to mark goods or show ownership, maybe.
Mhm.
Others think maybe they were religious,
Oh.
like amulets or offerings, something like that.
Interesting.
And the fact that we haven't found a Rosetta Stone to decipher their script,
Yeah.
it just makes it all the more intriguing,
Totally. It's
Yeah.
like they left us this amazing code to crack, and we're still working on it. And then there's the biggest mystery of all.
What's that?
What happened to them? Why did they disappear? This sophisticated civilization. They were doing so well, and then
Oh, no.
did their environment change? What about that Saraswati River drying up? Did that have something to do with it?
It's possible? Or was it something else entirely? Invasions, internal conflicts, maybe?
It's kind of eerie to think about a civilization just thriving like that and then gone.
I know what you mean. It really makes you stop and think about history, doesn't it? I mean, the Harappans, they were so advanced for their time. It's incredible.
I know.
Their cities, their craftsmanship, their agriculture. They were pioneers in so many ways.
Yeah.
But they weren't immune to the challenges that every civilization faces,
It really puts things in perspective.
It does.
Their story reminds us that we're all part of this one big, long human story.
Yeah.
But our time, it's finite.
Yeah.
It makes you want to learn as much as we can from the people who came before us, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And I think the Harappan civilization, even with all its mysteries, and maybe because of them, it teaches us a lot.
Yeah.
It reminds us about how ingenious humans can be, how important it is to adapt, to be resilient, and of course, the eternal allure of the unknown, right?
But it's like they left a message for us, hidden in plain sight,
It really is.
just waiting for us to put it all together.
I can't wait to see what we discover next.
Me too. Who knows what other secrets we'll uncover? And not just about them, but about ourselves, our place in the world.
It's fascinating.
It really is. Well, on that note, I think we've done some serious digging today. Until next time, keep exploring. Hey, everyone, and welcome back. Ready for another deep dive? Today, we're heading back thousands of years to a civilization that was already mastering urban living way before their time. We're talking about the Harappan Civilization and this incredible city, Mohenjo-Daro. And just to be clear, we're not talking about some small village here. This was a full-blown, meticulously planned city.
It's really something when you think about it.
It is.
I mean, archaeologists are piecing together the lives of these people using clues, artifacts, comparing them to, tools we use today. It's like detective work, but through time.
Okay, yeah, that's a good way to put it. So, what kind of things? I mean, what can they figure out from that?
Well, take, for instance, those ancient grinding stones they've dug up. They're called saddle querns. They were used to grind grain, and by looking at their shape, the wear and tear, archaeologists can get an idea of what their diet was like.
Like, the tools tell a story.
Exactly. Just like the tools we use today will leave traces for someone way in the future.
So you're saying these saddle querns, they were like the ancient food processors,
Mm.
holding the secrets to, like, what was on the Harappan menu?
In a way, yeah, you could say that, but, and this is important, we have to remember that using modern comparisons, well, it's not a perfect system. Imagine trying to understand, like, a smartphone, right? Just by its shape. You might guess it's for communication, but you'd miss so much, like all the apps, the internet.
Right, you wouldn't get the full picture.
Exactly.
It's like you can't judge an ancient artifact by its cover. It makes you realize how difficult but also really cool their work is.
It definitely has its challenges. Speaking of challenges, the layout of Mohenjo-Daro, that's a fascinating one.
Oh, yeah.
It was divided into two main parts, the citadel and what they call the lower town.
Yeah, the citadel, that was like the fancy part of town, right, where all the important people lived.
You could say that. It was smaller but elevated, which suggests it housed the elite or maybe people with specialized roles, while the lower town, that was much larger and likely where most people lived and worked.
Wow, a real tale of two cities, huh? I was reading that it took something like 4 million person days of labor just to build the foundations of this city.
Hard to even imagine, right?
I can't even fathom that.
Especially without modern technology. It really makes you appreciate their organization, their engineering, just the sheer ambition of it all.
4 million person days just to get the thing off the ground.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what else they were able to accomplish.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, this meticulous planning, it wasn't just for the big picture stuff, you know? They took it down to the nitty-gritty, even their drainage system.
Okay, so we're going from foundations to drains. I'm intrigued because honestly, when I picture an ancient city, amazing plumbing isn't what comes to mind.
Right. But Mohenjo-Daro, they had this whole sophisticated sewage system that would make some modern cities jealous. We're talking a grid system, drains running alongside the roads, all designed to move wastewater away from the homes. And get this, they laid out the streets, the drains, all of it, before they even built the houses.
Wow. Talk about forward thinking. So they had it all mapped out like a blueprint for the entire city. But how do you keep something that massive consistent, especially back then?
And that's where things get even more, well, exciting for an archaeology nerd like me, at least. Remember those standardized bricks we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
That's a big clue, because across all the Harappan settlements, they used these bricks with the exact same proportions. Length was 4 times the height, breadth was twice the height. This wasn't just random.
So it's not about the bricks themselves, but what it meant, like their building blocks were actually standardized.
Exactly. This points to a shared system of measurement. They had a deep understanding of engineering and this incredible level of standardization across their whole civilization. Imagine, the same bricks, same proportions, hundreds of miles apart. That's coordination.
That's wild. It's like they had like a civilization-wide building code thousands of years ago. Seriously, it blows my mind. But as with even the most, advanced civilizations, things change. And for the Harappan civilization, well, their cities, they met different fates. Mohenjo-Daro, it's remarkably well preserved, but Harappa, the first Harappan city discovered, well, not so much.
Yeah, and it's almost ironic. Harappa, the city that really introduced us to this whole civilization, it faced a problem a lot of ancient sites do: destruction at the hands of, well, let's just call them building material enthusiasts.
Wait, so you're saying Harappa was destroyed by what, brick robbers? Brick robbers. They literally took apart an ancient city for spare parts. That's just, I don't know, sad.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tragedy. Over centuries, people took bricks from Harappa to use in their own buildings, and, well, that much scavenging, it really did a number on the site.
They're like on forever. Like those bricks could tell some stories if they could,
You're right, but it's not entirely gone. Even though Harappa's seen some hard times, archaeologists are still uncovering some pretty remarkable things.
Like what?
Well, get this. Alexander Cunningham, he's considered the father of Indian archaeology, said that enough bricks were taken from Harappa, get this, to build a 100-mile-long railway. 100 miles.
100-mile railway. So they didn't just rob Harappa of its history. They built, like, the modern world with it. Kind of makes you think.
It really does. It shows how important it is to preserve these places, these stories. But even with the losses, what we've learned from Harappa, from Mohenjo-Daro, it's pretty amazing.
It really is. I mean, we're talking about a civilization thousands of years in the past with city planning technology that we're still, like, wowed by. Makes me wonder what people will find of our civilization, thousands of years from now. What'll they be most impressed by?
That is a great question. Maybe they'll be studying our global network, our efforts to fight climate change, or maybe even our fascination with social media. It just goes to show we're writing the history of the future, just like the Harappans wrote ours.
It's kind of humbling, isn't it? When you really think about it, the Harappan civilization, their ingenuity, what they went through, it's a real connection to the past.
Yeah.
And even though they're gone, their legacy is still alive, thanks to, archaeologists and the stories they uncover.
Well said. And it just goes to show you, even something as, I don't know, seemingly insignificant as a brick can unlock these incredible stories. So next time you see something old, take a second. Think about its journey. You never know what you might discover.
Okay, so ready to dive into a civilization that thrived thousands of years ago.
Absolutely.
The Indus Valley Civilization.
Yeah.
We're talking cities so advanced.
Yeah.
They put some ancient metropolises to shame.
Really?
And trust me, the clues they left behind are more intriguing than any history book.
I agree.
Today, we're using excerpts from Themes in Indian History
Okay.
and a quote from archaeologist Ernest Mackay
Right.
to unlock the secrets of these master builders.
It's a culture shrouded in mystery, yet bursting with clues about daily life, social structures, and innovations that were centuries ahead of their time. Let's unearth them, shall we?
Let's. And what
Yeah.
better place to start than Mohenjo-Daro,
Yes.
one of their largest cities? The textbook paints a picture of the lower town,
Right.
filled with houses centered around courtyards. Now imagine this.
Right.
No ground-level windows.
Interesting.
Privacy was clearly a priority, even back then.
Indeed. It speaks to a level of urban planning we don't often associate with ancient civilizations. But what truly sets Mohenjo-Daro apart is its sanitation system.
Okay, I have to know, how good could ancient plumbing be?
Prepare to be amazed. The text mentions every house had a bathroom
Whoa.
connected to street drains.
Wow.
Ernest Mackay himself called it the most complete ancient system as yet discovered.
Wow, talk about ahead of their time. I can barely keep my houseplants alive, and they had a citywide sanitation system thousands of years ago.
Right.
That's incredible.
And they maintained it meticulously. Archaeologists found piles of sand near drains, suggesting regular upkeep.
Oh,
This wasn't just a design on paper, it was a functioning system that impacted daily life.
that's incredible. I can't help but wonder, did this advanced sanitation system contribute to a healthier population? Did they have an edge over other civilizations because of it?
That's a fascinating question. It's certainly plausible. A healthier population could mean a larger workforce,
Oh, right.
increased life expectancy, even social stability. It highlights how seemingly simple innovations can have a ripple effect throughout a society.
Okay, mind's officially blown. We've got these well-planned homes, a sanitation system that puts modern cities to shame. What else can you tell us about life in Mohenjo-Daro?
To understand that, we need to venture beyond the bustling streets of the lower town
Okay.
to a more enigmatic area, the Citadel.
Ooh, the Citadel.
Oh,
This is where things get really interesting. Our source mentions two key structures,
okay.
the warehouse and the Great Bath.
Each one a tantalizing piece of the puzzle.
Let's start with the warehouse. It sounds massive.
It was. The text explains that only the lower portions survived because the upper levels were likely made of less durable materials like wood. Imagine the scale of trade happening there.
Wow.
What were they storing and where was it coming from?
It really makes you think about the network they had in place.
Right.
What sorts of goods would have been valuable enough to store on such a grand scale?
Excellent question. This was a sophisticated civilization engaging in trade across vast distances.
Right.
We're talking luxury items, raw materials, perhaps even exotic foods. The warehouse is a testament to their interconnectedness and economic complexity.
Okay, from bustling trade centers to giant baths. Tell me more about this Great Bath. Our source mentions it was more than just a place to have a wash.
Exactly. Picture a large, sunken tank with steps leading down, surrounded by corridors and rooms, even one with a well.
Oh, wow.
Its location on the Citadel, its sheer size, and the intricate layout, it all points to something far more ceremonial than a quick dip.
So we're talking ritual significance, religious ceremonies, purification rituals maybe.
Perhaps. It's fascinating to imagine the sights and sounds of those rituals, the echoes of chanting, the scent of incense.
Wow.
The Great Bath might have been a focal point of their spiritual life.
That's a far cry from my bubble bath, a good book. But speaking of rituals and social structures, our textbook also asks us to consider, were there social hierarchies in Mohenjo-Daro?
It's a critical question. The existence of the citadel itself, a separate area housing these grand structures, suggests there might have been. Were those who lived within its walls considered elite, holding power over those in the lower town?
Almost like a tale of two cities, right?
Yes.
The bustling heart of Mohenjo-Daro and then this more exclusive area shrouded in mystery and perhaps power. This is like a real-life historical mystery.
It's like stepping onto the set of a historical thriller, isn't it?
It is.
We're piecing together the story of these people, but crucial details remain tantalizingly out of reach.
I know. It's like those mystery novels where you're dying to know who did it,
Right.
but the author keeps dropping clues instead of just telling you.
Precisely. And speaking of clues,
Yeah.
what do you think about digging a little deeper, literally, into their burial practices?
Oh, right. The text mentioned that archaeologists use burial practices to understand social structures. Like, were some individuals laid to rest with more fanfare than others?
Exactly. It's like comparing obituaries.
Okay.
But instead of words, we're analyzing artifacts and burial customs. Now imagine comparing a simple headstone to, say, the pyramids of Egypt, built around the same time.
Okay, that's quite a contrast. The pyramids were all about showcasing power and wealth for eternity.
Right, precisely. And while the Indus Valley Civilization had its share of grandeur, their burials were surprisingly understated. The text explains that they placed their dead in pits, some lined with bricks,
Right.
but without those extravagant displays of riches seen in other ancient cultures.
So does this mean their society was more egalitarian? Were those social hierarchies we discussed earlier just red herring?
It's possible, but we have to consider all the evidence.
Okay.
Remember that male skeleton buried with the shell rings, jasper bead, and hundreds of tiny beads?
Oh, right. The one decked out like ancient royalty.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe not entirely egalitarian then.
It suggests some individuals held a degree of social significance. Perhaps spiritual leaders, skilled artisans, or community leaders. It's like finding a well-worn toolkit buried alongside someone today. It hints at their role in life,
Right.
their value to the community.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And you know what else fits into that special object, special person theory?
What's that?
Those copper mirrors we talked about earlier. The text mentions some were found in burials too.
Oh, wow.
To create something so reflective, so flawless, it
Yeah.
speaks volumes about their craftsmanship and what those mirrors might have represented.
Absolutely. These weren't just shiny objects.
Right.
They were imbued with meaning. Perhaps reflecting their beliefs about the afterlife, or symbolizing status and skill. Every artifact is a whisper from the past,
Yeah.
urging us to decipher its story.
Okay, so we're starting to see a more nuanced picture of their social structure.
Yeah.
But how about their daily lives?
Mm.
The text mentioned archaeologists categorize artifacts as either utilitarian or luxury items. So like practical versus fancy.
You got it. It's a way for archaeologists to peek into the past, to understand what people used daily
Right.
and what they considered special or valuable. Imagine trying to understand our society based solely on what we leave behind our toasters versus our smartphones, you see?
I see. So a utilitarian object would be something like those querns they used for grinding grain, right?
Exactly.
Or the pottery for cooking and storage. Absolutely essential.
Precisely. Tools and objects vital for survival. Now, what about those faience pots the text mentioned? Those were made from a material requiring specialized knowledge.
Right.
Would you consider those utilitarian or luxurious?
That's a good question. They were still pots, meant to hold things,
No.
but the craftsmanship involved. It's like the difference between a mass-produced mug and a hand-thrown, intricately glazed ceramic piece. Both serve a purpose, but one hints at artistry and a deeper significance.
You've hit the nail on the head. It challenges us to think beyond our modern categories. An object can be both practical and imbued with meaning, reflecting cultural values and beliefs.
It's like those beautifully crafted tea ceremonies in some cultures today. It's about more than just the beverage. It's a ritual, an art form. Perhaps these faience pots held a similar significance for the Indus Valley people.
Exactly. We must approach these artifacts with humility, acknowledging that we may never fully grasp their cultural weight. It's about piecing together a puzzle where some pieces will always be missing,
Right.
but that only adds to the intrigue.
Okay, so we've explored meticulously planned cities, debated social hierarchies, and pondered the meaning of everyday objects. As we wrap up this deep dive into the Indus Valley Civilization, what are some key takeaways we should carry with us?
Yeah.
All right, so let's retrace our steps through this incredible civilization.
Okay.
We started in Mohenjo-Daro, marveling at their advanced urban planning.
Right.
I mean, Ernest Mackay himself was impressed by those drains.
I know.
And that's saying something.
It speaks to a level of sophistication we rarely associate with such ancient cultures.
Right.
The Indus Valley people didn't just inhabit cities, they engineered them with a keen understanding of hygiene and social order.
And then there's the Citadel, home to the enigmatic Great Bath and that massive warehouse, hinting at complex social structures and trade networks stretching far beyond their borders.
Oh, yeah.
They were practically the ancient world's logistical masterminds.
Indeed. And yet, their burial practices offer a contrasting perspective.
Yeah.
With a simplicity that challenges our assumptions about hierarchy and power.
It's true.
Perhaps material wealth wasn't their ultimate measure of status.
Right. Those carefully crafted beads and copper mirrors found in some burials suggest a more nuanced understanding of social significance.
Right.
Maybe it was about knowledge, skill, or spiritual authority.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to consider what those objects meant to them.
Absolutely.
Beyond their practical uses.
Precisely. And that brings us to those everyday objects, from humble corns to intricately crafted faience pots.
Yeah.
It's a reminder that even the simplest items can hold deep cultural significance.
Right.
What seems purely utilitarian to us might have been imbued with meaning and ritual.
Like those faience pots.
Exactly.
They weren't just containers.
Right.
They were expressions of artistry and skill, perhaps even playing a role in special ceremonies. It makes you wonder if those everyday rituals were their way of finding beauty and meaning in the mundane.
It's a powerful thought. This civilization shrouded in mystery continues to challenge our understanding of the ancient world.
Right.
They were masters of urban planning, innovative engineers, and their craftsmanship hinted at a deep appreciation for beauty and artistry, even in everyday objects.
So here's the million-dollar question. Given the lack of ostentatious displays in their burials, could the Indus Valley Civilization have been more egalitarian than other ancient societies?
It's a question that continues to spark debate among scholars.
I bet.
Did they prioritize communal well-being over individual aggrandizement? Did their social structure reflect a different set of values? These are the mysteries that make studying the Indus Valley Civilization so compelling.
It's like we've only just scratched the surface of their story.
It is.
There's so much more to uncover, so many whispers from the past waiting to be heard.
And that, my friend, is the beauty of archaeology. It's a journey of constant discovery, where each artifact unearthed, each theory debated, brings us a step closer to understanding these fascinating cultures.
Well said. So there you have it, a glimpse into the wonders and enduring enigmas of the Indus Valley Civilization.
Yes.
Keep exploring, keep questioning, and who knows what other secrets you might unearth.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready for another deep dive? This time, we're traveling back thousands of years to ancient India to explore the incredible Harappan Civilization.
The Harappan Civilization. Oh, fascinating choice. Talk about a culture that left behind some incredible mysteries.
Right. We're talking about master craftspeople, traders who were connecting vast distances. Think intricate beads, stunning pottery, a whole world of ancient craftsmanship waiting to be uncovered.
Absolutely. What gets me about the Harappan Civilization is what their artifacts reveal, not just about their technical skills, but about their connections to the wider world.
Those connections are what really draw me in. So our source material today zeroes in on the Harappan Civilization. These were the master planners who gave us cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, cities so advanced for their time. Really makes you think about how far back these skills and knowledge go.
It's mind-boggling, isn't it? And here's the thing, that urban planning wasn't just limited to those big cities. They had this whole network of smaller settlements, too. Places like Chandhu-Daro, Nageshwar, Balakot. Each with its own, you could say, area of expertise.
Okay, so it wasn't all about the big city life. These smaller towns, they were like the specialists, right? Each one playing a crucial role, almost like a puzzle. What were some of the things they were known for? What were their specialties?
Think of them like ancient industrial centers. Chandhu-Daro, for example, was known for its skilled craftspeople in a whole bunch of different areas. And then you had places like Nageshwar, which focused more on creating objects from shells.
Wow, specialized production centers. That level of organization thousands of years ago, it makes you think, how did they decide who did what? Did each town just say, right, we're the bead makers now, or was there some central planning going on? Speaking of beads, I have to say, I was blown away by the level of detail in their bead making.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we're not talking just simple trinkets here, were we?
Not at all. These beads they're like little works of art, And they tell us a lot about their trade routes too, because you find beads made from locally sourced clay, sure. But then there are others crafted from these really fine materials like carnelian, jasper. We're even talking gold, and even, get this, lapis lazuli.
Lapis what now?
Lapis lazuli. It's this stunning, deep blue stone, incredibly valuable, even back then.
Okay, lapis lazuli. Just the name sounds luxurious. So they're incorporating these rich materials into their bead making. What does that tell us about how far their trade routes stretch?
Well, here's the thing about lapis lazuli. It wasn't native to the Indus Valley. Finding it in Harappan artifacts, that's a clear sign they were connected to lands far, far beyond their own region.
So we're picturing Harappan traders journeying across deserts, maybe even sailing the seas, all to acquire this precious lapis lazuli.
Yeah.
Talk about dedication to their craft. It really shows the value they placed on beauty, on fine craftsmanship. But you know what I found really intriguing? They were making something called steatite microbeads. Some of these beads were so incredibly tiny, it's hard to even imagine how they did.
Oh, those microbeads, they're a real head scratcher. Think about it. To create something so small with the tools they had back then, that's some next level skill.
It really is incredible. Microbeads, thousands of years ago. It's like they had some form of, I don't know, ancient nanotechnology. I mean, what does that level of skill with those tiny beads tell us about their other technologies? Could they have been ahead of their time in other ways as well?
It's definitely possible. I mean, the microbeads, they point to a whole other level of miniature craftsmanship, right? It's something we're still trying to wrap our heads around. Who knows what else they might have been capable of creating?
It's like you were saying earlier, it's not just about the skills themselves, but what these objects reveal about their connection to the bigger picture. You mentioned something earlier about how archaeologists will follow the trail of these artifacts.
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean? How does that help uncover these ancient trade routes we're talking about?
Oh, it's like detective work, really. Archaeologists, they piece together these clues, and not just from the finished objects themselves, but the raw materials, the tools they used, even unfinished pieces. And believe it or not, waste. The stuff they left behind.
Waste, like scraps from making beads or pottery. You're telling me trash can be a treasure trove of information.
Absolutely. It can tell us so much. Let's take pottery shards, for example. By analyzing them, we can learn about the clay they used, even the techniques used to fire the pottery. That can often point us right back to where those materials came from. So we start connecting the dots, and boom, we start to get a clearer picture of those ancient trade routes.
So we trace a piece of carnelian, say, all the way from the mine where it originated, through workshops, across those trade routes, maybe even ending up as a finished bead in a city miles and miles away. It's incredible. And speaking of incredible, the Harappans, they were really resourceful, weren't they?
Oh, incredibly. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Take Nageshwar, for example, which we touched on earlier. They strategically placed that settlement near this big source of shells. Smart, right? Shells, which, by the way, they used for everything. Ornaments, tools, you name it.
Location, 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 right. Even back then, it was key. But it wasn't just about staying put. They weren't afraid to go after what they needed. The source material mentions expeditions to a place called the Khetri region to get copper.
Oh yeah, the Khetri region, famous for its copper deposits. And copper was essential for them, no doubt. And there's even evidence that suggests they may have gone as far as South India, can you believe that, to get their hands on gold.
Wow. Talk about going the extra mile. These were master organizers. Think about it, organizing expeditions over those distances back then. Their world was a lot more interconnected than we sometimes give them credit for. And, all this talk about materials, craftsmanship, it makes you think about the actual technology they used back then. What can you tell us about that?
Well, they were using bullock carts for transportation. We actually have, get this, terracotta models of these carts, which tells us just how important they were. Moving goods, people. They were a vital link connecting those settlements across their territory.
Bullock carts, a far cry from our modern transport, but hey, got the job done. Can you imagine those caravans all loaded up with goods, making their way across that ancient landscape? It must have been quite a sight.
The planning involved, it's mind-boggling. And let's not forget those rivers, the Indus River and its tributaries. They were their lifelines, you could say, connecting settlements along the riverbanks, but also, facilitating trade with other regions further afield.
They really knew how to utilize everything they had around them. And they built a civilization that stretched across this vast area. It makes you wonder, with this level of connection, were there other civilizations they would interacted with, traded with?
You're spot on to be thinking about that. Because, there's definitely evidence that they were trading, interacting with other cultures. One that comes to mind, the Ganeshwar-Jodhpura culture. They were known for their copper objects.
Ganeshwar-Jodhpura. That name rings a bell. Weren't they located somewhere near the Aravalli Range? They had access to all that copper, if I'm remembering correctly. So they were trading with the Harappans?
That's the one. They were located in the area around the Aravalli Hills. Yeah, a prime spot for copper.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pretty much a given that they were trading partners with the Harappans. I mean, they were in the perfect position to be supplying them with all that copper the Harappans needed.
So they were like the copper kings of their time, and the Harappans were more than happy to trade with them for it. It really adds another layer to their story, doesn't it? Even back then, these civilizations had complex economic ties, exchanging goods across these incredible distances. It's fascinating.
It really is. And it wasn't just the raw materials either. This exchange, it allowed for the spread of new ideas, technologies even, cultural influences going back and forth. It makes you think about how those interactions shaped both of these civilizations.
It really paints a much more vibrant picture of their world, doesn't it? A world buzzing with trade, innovation, a far cry from this image of isolated ancient people cut off from everyone else. It's amazing. But let's come back to what we've been discussing. We've covered trade routes, materials, all these specialized production centers. What's the key takeaway here for our listeners? What does it tell us about the Harappans? It tells me they were way ahead of their time, wouldn't you say? This level of sophistication, the organization, the trade networks. The Harappans weren't just surviving, they were thriving.
Absolutely. And for centuries. That's what's so remarkable. It wasn't a flash in the pan. They managed to build and sustain this complex society, this incredible civilization that stretched over such a vast area. Really makes you think about what else we might discover.
It really does. It challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. But all this talk of trade, acquiring these amazing materials, it makes you wonder about the objects themselves, you know? Were they purely practical? Or did they have a sense of aesthetics? Did they create things for beauty as well as function?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's something archaeologists are always debating. I mean, so many of the artifacts we find, yeah, they had a practical purpose, tools, pottery, things like that.
Right, everyday objects.
Exactly. But even in those everyday objects, you can see this artistry, this attention to detail. They clearly cared about how things looked, not just how well they functioned.
It wasn't just about practicality then. It was about making things beautiful, adding those artistic touches.
Which brings us back to the beads, really. The source material even asks, should we consider them purely utilitarian or luxury items?
It's a good question. I mean, on the one hand, they were decorative, right? Meant to be worn, admired. But then again, beads, they've been used in so many different ways throughout history. As currency even, or symbols of status, right? Religious rituals. There's a whole other layer to it.
Exactly. A simple clay bead might have been common, everyday wear. But then you find one made of gold or carnelian. That's a whole different story.
It really shows you how an object's meaning, its value, even it's not fixed, is it? It all depends on the context, the material, the culture, the time period.
It's fascinating, isn't it? This line between utilitarian and luxury. It's not always so clear, even thousands of years later.
And that's what I love about these deep dives. It's like we're piecing together this giant puzzle, uncovering these lost worlds. And sometimes it's those little details, those seemingly insignificant things that open up these whole new ways of seeing the past. Those steatite microbeads, for example.
Oh, tell me about it. Those microbeads, they still blow my mind. The level of skill involved, even today. It makes you realize there's so much we still don't know.
It's humbling, isn't it, to think about what they accomplished with what they had. Their ingenuity, their artistry, their civilization might be long gone, but their story, that's something that lives on. Thanks for joining us for this incredible journey back in time, everyone, until our next deep dive.
Hey, everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive. Today, we're going to be checking out the Harappans.
Fascinating civilization.
They were around like way before the Romans, the Greeks, those guys.
Oh, yeah, way before.
We're using excerpts from this textbook chapter. It's like on themes in Indian history.
Okay.
To like unpack their story a little bit. And you know what's really interesting about the Harappans?
What's that?
They were so much more globally connected than we usually think about them being.
Yeah, it's easy to picture ancient civilizations as kind of isolated.
Right.
But the Harappans were really like early adopters of globalization.
Yeah.
Think about it. They had trade routes that stretched over both land and sea.
Wow.
Connecting them with all these far-off places.
Okay, so the chapter mentions that they used copper.
Lots of copper.
Like a lot of copper. They loved copper. But they weren't just mining it themselves locally.
Right.
We're talking about connections to a place that's really far away.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oman, that's right. And this is where archaeology gets really, really cool, because we're talking about a distance of like 1,200 miles across the Arabian Sea.
That's wild.
So how in the world do we know that they were connected?
Right. Yeah, how?
Picture this. Archaeologists have found copper in both the Harappan sites and in Oman.
Okay.
And this copper, it's like it has this unique fingerprint. It's got these traces of nickel in it.
Huh.
So that tells us that this copper, it likely came from the same source.
Wow.
Which means that there had to have been some kind of trade route between these two spots.
So nickel is like the ancient world's shipping label.
Exactly, yeah.
That's so cool. But how do they even move all that copper? I mean, this is way before, container ships and GPS.
Right. The logistics are mind-blowing. But we've got a few clues.
Okay.
The chapter mentions these large Harappan jars that were discovered in Oman.
Yeah.
And get this, they're coated in this really thick layer of black clay. Almost like impossible to get through. Perfect for long sea voyages, prevents leaks and stuff.
Oh, that's really smart.
It makes you wonder, what else were they putting in those jars?
Right.
And what kind of cool stuff were they getting back from Oman?
It's like this ancient marketplace.
Yeah.
Just bustling with activity. A sophisticated system of bartering and exchange happening across, like, continents.
Yeah.
This is not just a trade route. This is, like, a whole web of relationships,
No,
right?
absolutely. And it didn't stop at Oman. These connections were like worldwide. The Harappans were plugged in.
Really?
We even see it in these really interesting Mesopotamian texts.
Mesopotamian text? Okay, now we're jumping around, so help me out here.
Okay, so Mesopotamia, think present-day Iraq, another amazing civilization.
Okay.
And they had their own system of writing.
Right.
And in their texts, they mention this faraway land they called Maluha.
Uluha.
Scholars, they think this was their name for the Harappan region.
Oh, okay.
And here's the kicker. They describe Maluha as this land of seafarers.
Seafarers, huh?
Full of exotic goods. We're talking carnelian beads, lapis lazuli, more copper, gold, and even like different types of wood.
Land of seafarers.
Yeah.
We're kidding. So we have the Oman connection, but now these Mesopotamian texts give us their perspective.
Right?
It's like finding an old postcard
Exactly.
from a friend who's like describing their trip.
And they tell us about the Harappan economy, what made them such valuable trade partners.
So we have the copper, the jars, and the texts. It really starts to come together, doesn't it?
It does. And speaking of things coming together, there's one more piece we have to talk about, the Harappan seals.
Ooh, yes.
And these seals weren't just in the Indus Valley. We find them in Mesopotamia and Bahrain, too.
It's like finding a landmark from your hometown, but it's in a totally different country. And these seals are more than just pretty artifacts. They're proofs. They show us just how far the Harappans reached. But we're going to have to dive into those seals right after a quick break. All right, so those Harappan seals, they were popping up all over the place.
Everywhere. It's amazing.
The chapter even called them ancient passports.
I love that.
Me too. So what makes them so special?
Okay, so picture a little square, not very big, maybe an inch wide,
Okay.
made of stone or sometimes steatite, and they're carved with all this intricate stuff.
Like what?
Animals, like zebus. Those are kind of like cows, elephants, even unicorns.
No way. Unicorns.
Well, we're not sure exactly what they are, but they look kind of like unicorns. And above these animals, there's almost always a line of symbols.
The writing we can't read.
Yep, the undeciphered Harappan script. It's like they wanted to leave their mark, you know?
A little piece of home wherever they went.
Exactly.
It's more than just a mark, though, right? It tells us something about them.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this script, it's got hundreds of characters.
Wow.
Way too many for just simple things like who owns what.
So are you saying they were writing, like, literature and stuff?
It's possible this level of writing. It could have been for all sorts of things, recording trade deals, maybe even stories and poems.
Wow, imagine if we could just unlock those seals and read those lost poems.
Right. That's the dream.
It makes you wonder, what else is out there, just waiting to be discovered? And it wasn't just seals, right?
Oh, no, not even close. We're finding their script on all kinds of stuff.
Really? Like what?
Pottery pieces, tools, even little tablets and jewelry. Tiny writing.
So it wasn't just for the scribes and the elites.
Looks like it was much more widespread. Maybe writing was part of everyday life in Harappa.
That changes things. Makes them seem much more advanced than we thought.
Right. It wasn't just about keeping track of things. This was about communication, maybe even art, storytelling, sharing ideas.
Exactly. And speaking of challenging our assumptions, what about those weights? the ones you mentioned earlier.
Ah, the cubical chert weights.
Yeah.
They're more interesting than they sound.
More interesting than weights. Okay,
Yeah.
you've got my attention. What's the deal?
So they're often made of chert, and they're shaped like perfect little cubes.
Okay.
And they were essential for trade. But here's the thing, they're incredibly standardized.
Standardized. What do you mean?
They came in a set of very specific weights, and they're amazingly consistent, even the ones found hundreds of miles apart.
So it's like everyone agreed on a system and stuck with it.
Exactly. Think about it. You're a trader, you get goods from across the ocean. Wouldn't you want to know you were getting a fair deal?
That makes sense. So it's about trust.
Absolutely. These standardized weights, they were building blocks of trust. And trust is everything in trade, especially long-distance trade.
Wow, some things never change, huh? Whether it's ancient Harappa or the world today, trust is key. But how did they even manage to standardize these weights over such a huge area? Were there special workshops or something?
We're still trying to figure that out. Every discovery just leads to more questions, and that's what makes studying the Harappans so fascinating.
It's like a puzzle, but we only have a few pieces.
Exactly.
You know, it's one thing to talk about trade routes and stuff,
Right.
but it's another to really get how huge this was.
Yeah.
We're talking about a civilization.
Thousands of years ago.
Yeah, like over 4,000 years ago. And they're sailing across the ocean,
Amazing, isn't it?
building connections that span, like, continents.
It makes you think about what they had to know to pull that off.
It really does.
The shipbuilding, figuring out the winds and the currents.
And how to navigate.
Exactly. No compasses back then, no GPS.
Right.
Just the stars and their own knowledge.
It's mind-blowing, honestly. Imagine sailing across the ocean using only the stars.
I know, it's incredible.
We think of globalization as this new thing.
Right.
But the Harappans were doing it way back then.
They were way ahead of their time. Pioneers of global interaction, that's what they were. It shows you that, this human need to connect, to share things and ideas. It's ancient.
It really is. Makes you wonder what else is out there. What other secrets we haven't discovered yet about them?
Oh, I'm sure there are plenty. Lost languages, forgotten technologies. Who knows what's buried out there, just waiting to be found.
This whole deep dive has been eye-opening. The Harappans were so much more complex than I think we usually give them credit for.
They really were, and that's what's so amazing about studying history, isn't it? It's not just dates and names in a textbook. It's about these real people who lived and dreamed and achieved these amazing things.
Yeah, totally.
The Harappans built these incredible cities. They were so innovative, and they were connected across the world. They show us that humans are resilient, we're creative, and we want to explore.
That's a great way to put it. So for anyone listening, the next time you see something old, maybe it's pottery or some old building or even just a paragraph in a book about history, stop and think about it for a minute. Think about the stories behind it.
I love that.
You might be surprised by what you start to see. Connections that go way back that remind us what humans are capable of.
And who knows, maybe you'll be inspired to start your own deep dive, uncover some mysteries yourself. Hey everyone, welcome back. Are you guys ready to jump into another deep dive with us?
Already.
Today we're tackling a civilization that's shrouded in as much mystery, I think, as it is significance.
Wow.
And that is the Indus Valley Civilization. It's
A big one.
It's a big one. It's a culture so advanced, yet kind of enigmatic. It continues to kind of rewrite our understanding of the ancient world. We've got some cool stuff to dive into today, archaeological discoveries, some analysis from experts, even insights from the world of archaeogenetics.
Yeah. Really cool stuff.
So let's rewind the clock for a second. Imagine it's 1925. I'm trying to set the scene here a little bit, right?
Okay.
The heat is like shimmering off the sand
Yeah.
as archaeologists in Mohenjo-Daro are unearthing this narrow lane. It's kind of eerily dubbed Dead Man Lane.
Ooh. Dead Man Lane.
Yeah, and this wasn't just any archaeological find. This was like a scene frozen in time. They found all these skeletal remains just scattered everywhere. And it really hinted at a possible ancient conflict. It was a very dramatic introduction to this civilization that had been lost for millennia.
Yeah.
But I feel like, as with any good mystery, the more we uncover, the deeper the intrigue becomes.
Right. Exactly.
So to provide a little historical context for these discoveries, what can you tell us about those early interpretations of the Indus Valley Civilization? Because they found this stuff and they're like, what is this?
Well, it's really interesting, you know, because those initial discoveries, as captivating as they were, they really shaped the way people viewed the whole civilization.
Of course, yeah.
Because it's just natural to try to fit this new information into narratives that we already understand.
Yeah, it's like trying to shove a square peg in a round hole, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it makes you wonder if those interpretations really missed the mark.
For sure, yeah.
Because archaeologists, they often turn to what they know. So they were looking at civilizations like Mesopotamia with their kings and conquests, and they were using that as a framework for understanding the Indus Valley.
Okay.
And so they'd find a statue and they'd be like, oh, that must be a priest king,
Right.
just imposing those preconceptions on this entirely unique culture.
So they were looking at the Indus Valley through the lens of other civilizations.
Exactly.
But it seems like the Indus folks were doing things their own way, weren't they?
Totally.
Yeah.
Like completely different.
One clue is the standardized bricks.
Okay.
So think about this. These bricks were used consistently from the Indus River Valley to Gujarat.
Wow, that's a huge
area.
Yeah.
What does that kind of consistency tell us?
That's wild, yeah. What does it tell us?
It suggests this incredible level of coordination.
Wow.
Shared understanding across these huge distances. Imagine the communication networks, the collaboration it took to pull that off.
I mean, it just challenges our whole idea of how power and organization worked in the ancient world,
Yeah. It's like finding, the same brand of tools being used across entire continents today.
Right.
You know what I mean? It speaks to a certain interconnectedness.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the bricks. They had sophisticated measurement systems as well, right?
Absolutely. Their weight system. Fascinating. It blends both binary and decimal systems,
Whoa.
which we usually think of as like modern computing.
Yeah.
So to put that into perspective, imagine using a scale that combines the simplicity of dividing by 2 with the flexibility of counting in tens.
Wow.
That's serious ingenuity for back then.
So we're really getting a picture of a civilization far more advanced than I think we give them credit for.
Totally. Yeah.
But it also makes their story even more perplexing in a way. Because we've got all this evidence of advanced urban planning, standardized measurements, long-distance trade, but where is the all-powerful ruler? Where is the lavish palace? Like, where is the egotistical pharaoh demanding a pyramid be built in their honor?
Yeah. That's a great question. That's one of the things that makes the Indus Valley Civilization so interesting.
Yeah.
There's a noticeable absence of those grand displays of power and wealth that we see in other ancient societies.
Yeah, it's almost like they were actively choosing a different path.
Yeah.
Valuing practicality and balance over extravagance.
Yeah.
Which leads us to a question that has puzzled scholars for decades, and that is, could everyone in Harappan society have been equal?
That's a question that really makes you think, because we're so used to seeing hierarchies in these ancient societies.
Yeah.
Rulers, haves and have-nots.
Totally.
But in the Indus Valley, things just seem much more balanced.
Like they were intentionally going for a more
Right.
equitable way of life, which is kind of a wild concept.
Yeah, it is.
Especially considering how long ago this was.
It is. Now, of course, it's important that we don't impose, like, our modern values on the past. Of course. Right.
We can't definitively say that they achieved perfect equality or anything.
Right.
But the archaeological evidence, or I guess lack thereof in this case, is pretty compelling.
Okay, yeah.
No opulent palaces, no single ruler's tomb just overflowing with riches.
Yeah.
It suggests that there were some different priorities at play.
Okay, so if this civilization was seemingly so advanced and stable, possibly more egalitarian than we've seen before, what on earth happened? Like, what caused their decline around 1800 BCE?
The million-dollar question. It's a puzzle that's really gripped scholars for decades now.
Yeah.
And there's no single easy answer.
Of course not. It wouldn't be a good mystery without a few twists and turns, right?
Exactly.
So what are some of the leading theories? What could have disrupted a civilization as sophisticated as this?
Well, some experts suggest that it might have been because of dramatic climate shifts.
Okay.
Like imagine prolonged droughts that just completely upended their agricultural practices.
Oh, wow.
Throwing their carefully balanced system into disarray. So a classic case of Mother Nature throwing a curveball.
Right.
It makes you wonder, though, the Harappans, as resourceful as they were, did they have any way to, anticipate or adapt to that kind of environmental change?
That's a great question. And it's the kind of question that archaeologists are trying to answer.
Yeah.
We do see evidence of sophisticated water management systems in their cities, which suggests that they were aware of the importance of water conservation. But were these systems enough to withstand, like, a mega drought? It's really hard to say for sure.
Yeah, so maybe like a perfect storm of environmental factors.
Possibly.
What about human impact? I've read about things like deforestation and environmental degradation as playing a role.
Yeah, that's another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
As the population grew, their need for resources probably increased.
Of course, yeah.
And so clearing land for agriculture or timber could have had unintended consequences on this delicate ecological balance.
A cautionary tale even thousands of years later, huh? It seems like a recurring theme throughout history. These civilizations grappling with the consequences of their own success, but it's important that we don't jump to conclusions. We need evidence.
Absolutely. And that's what makes archaeology so cool. It's like piecing together this puzzle, but there are missing pieces.
Right.
And you're constantly refining this picture as new evidence emerges.
I like that.
And speaking of new evidence,
Okay.
there's been this really fascinating development at Rakhigarhi, the largest known Harappan city.
Okay, yeah. I've been waiting for this. The research notes mention something about archaeogenetics.
Yeah.
I have to admit, the idea of like extracting DNA from these ancient skeletons sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
It does, doesn't it? But it's a reality,
That's so cool.
thanks to, incredible advancements in science.
Wow.
So by analyzing the DNA of the Harappans, researchers can actually trace their ancestry, their migrations. They can even get insights into their relationships to later populations.
So we're talking about unraveling secrets hidden within their very DNA. What have they found?
It's fascinating.
What kind of story is this genetic evidence telling?
What they found challenges some long-held assumptions about the Indus Valley Civilization. The genetic evidence seems to point to this remarkable continuity from 10,000 BCE to the present day.
Hold on, are you saying that the people living in the Indus Valley thousands of years ago are the ancestors of many people alive today?
Exactly.
That's wild.
And this discovery really challenges that theory of a massive Aryan invasion that some people thought wiped out the Indus people.
Okay.
The DNA suggests a much more complex story,
Okay.
with this continuous genetic lineage that spans millennia. It paints a picture of continuity and connection to the people who live in that region today.
Okay, so this is definitely changing my perspective on the Indus Valley Civilization. It's not just some ancient civilization that vanished into thin air. It's
Yeah.
like a story that's woven into the very fabric of the Indian subcontinent.
Totally, yeah.
But with this new DNA evidence, were there any other surprises?
Get this. They've even managed to reconstruct 3D facial features from the Rakhigarhi skeletal remains.
Wait, they can actually see what these ancient people look like?
Yeah.
That's both amazing and, if I'm being honest, a little bit eerie.
Yeah, I agree. It's like looking into the past and seeing the faces of individuals who lived and breathed thousands of years ago. And you know what's even more remarkable?
What?
These reconstructed faces, they actually bear a striking resemblance to the people living in Haryana today,
Oh.
further cementing that unbroken lineage we were just talking about.
Okay, that actually gives me chills. It really drives home the point that we're not studying some civilization frozen in time.
Right.
We're unraveling a story that connects us across millennia. But with all of this incredible new evidence, there's still this one piece of the puzzle that just remains elusive. It really feels like we've been on this journey, right? We've
Right.
gone from these eerie discoveries in Dead Man Lane
Right.
to like unraveling the secrets of ancient DNA and tracing this lineage of the Indus Valley Civilization through millennia.
It's pretty amazing.
But there's this one tantalizing piece of the puzzle that continues to evade us.
Yeah, it's true. We've talked about their urban planning, their measurement systems, even their values. But the Indus script,
Yeah.
still a mystery.
It's like we've stumbled upon this entire library
Right.
filled with countless stories just waiting to be told,
Yeah,
but we can't read the language.
exactly. It's like having a treasure chest but not having the key.
So frustrating.
It's what makes it exciting.
Okay.
It's a constant process of piecing these little fragments together,
Right.
to try to shed light on the past. But can you imagine the possibilities if we could just crack the code of the Indus script?
Oh my gosh. It would be revolutionary. We
Yeah.
could finally hear the voices of the Indus people.
Yeah.
We could understand their worldview, their beliefs, their hopes, their dreams.
Exactly. We could learn about their daily lives,
Yeah.
their social interactions, like what they thought of their innovations.
It could reshape everything.
I know.
Like how we understand them. We might even find clues about their decline, like why it happened,
Undoubtedly.
All these answers we've been looking for makes you wonder if we could jump in a time machine and just like pop into a Harappan city.
Yeah.
What would we ask them?
Oh, man. So many questions. I would love to know more about, like, their decision-making process, you know?
Okay, yeah.
How did they manage these large, complex urban centers
Yeah,
without any obvious signs of a centralized power structure?
right. It's very strange.
Was it councils? Was it community leaders? Was there some system of, like, consensus building that we just haven't been able to detect archaeologically?
Right. It's so interesting to think about, honestly.
Right.
Like their approach to governance, I feel like that could really offer some valuable lessons for us today.
Totally.
What about their innovations? I'm
Yeah.
still stuck on that weight system.
Yeah.
It's so ingenious.
It's really cool.
Like, did they understand the math behind it the same way we do?
Right?
Or did they develop, like, their own approach?
Exactly.
Their art, too.
Oh, yeah.
Those intricate seals with the symbols, the pottery, the patterns.
It's beautiful.
What were they trying to say? You know?
Right. Were they religious symbols? Were they stories? Early writing?
Right.
We just don't know yet.
Every single thing has a story.
I know. It's incredible.
It really is amazing to think that even after decades of research and analysis, we're still just scratching the surface.
I know, right?
But each new thing we find brings us one step closer.
Exactly.
It's like you said, it's not static. History is not static.
No,
It's this ongoing conversation.
It's always changing.
Yeah, this puzzle that we're constantly putting together.
It's a great way to look at it.
The Indus Valley Civilization, it's a good reminder with its mysteries and achievements that there's always more to learn
Always more to learn. Totally.
about our shared human story.
Absolutely. And who knows what amazing discoveries are ahead of us.
Right. Maybe one of our listeners will be the one to crack the code.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Or uncover the next big piece of evidence. Who knows? It's a thrilling thought.
It really is.
We've only just scratched the surface today, but hopefully this deep dive has piqued your interest
Yeah.
and inspired you to learn more. So until next time. All right. Ready to dig deep into history with me today?
Always up for a good excavation. What treasures are we unearthing today?
Today we're diving into the world of the Harappan Civilization.
Ah, the Harappans. A civilization as old as time, well, almost as old as Mesopotamia anyway. We're talking ancient cities, intricate artifacts, a whole civilization lost to time.
And get this, you've brought us this chapter from Themes in Indian History to help us explore how archaeologists piece together the story of this civilization from remnants and ruins.
It's like a giant jigsaw puzzle, but instead of cardboard, it's ancient pottery shards and forgotten cities.
Okay, so take us back to the beginning. What were those early encounters with these ancient cities like? Were people tripping over ruins?
You'd think so, right? But it wasn't quite that dramatic. For centuries, people were finding these incredibly detailed artifacts.
Like what? Give us the good stuff.
Think beautifully carved seals, unusual pottery, things like that. The craftsmanship was undeniable, but people had no idea just how old or significant they truly were. It's almost as if they were finding pieces of a lost world without realizing it.
You'd think someone would have put two and two together. So what was the missing piece of the puzzle? When did those light bulbs start going off?
Well, that's where things get interesting. It all started with a fascinating character named Alexander Cunningham, the very first Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India.
Okay, so we're talking about a big deal in the archaeology world.
Oh, absolutely. Cunningham's legacy is huge. But there's a twist. You see, he was deeply invested in the power of the written word, texts, inscriptions, you name it. Those are his bread and butter.
So he was looking for physical evidence to back up historical texts, not necessarily trying to unearth a whole new civilization.
Exactly. He was focused on early historic sites, the kind already mentioned in old texts. He even used accounts from Chinese Buddhist pilgrims. Imagine using ancient travel logs as treasure maps.
That's incredible. Using someone's ancient travel diary to find a lost city. Sounds like something out of an adventure film. So how did that focus on existing records affect how he approached the Harappan civilization?
Well, that's where things take an interesting turn. Cunningham actually came across a crucial Harappan artifact, a seal.
Okay, and don't leave us hanging.
Well, because he was so focused on finding evidence to support the historical timelines he knew, the true age of the seal just didn't compute for him. He tried to place it in the early historic period of India, but it just didn't fit.
So he was looking at a piece of history that completely predated his frame of reference. It's like finding a smartphone in a medieval castle totally out of place.
Precisely.
What happened next? Did anyone else make the connection?
Like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, it just wasn't going to happen.
So who finally saw the light, so to speak? Who recognized these artifacts for what they were?
Well, like with many archaeological discoveries, it was a team effort. Researchers like Dayaram Sani and Rakaldas Banerjee,
Okay, I've heard those names before.
they were instrumental. In the early 1900s, they also found seals. But here's the key difference. These seals were unearthed at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro. And get this, they were in much, much older layers of earth than anything Cunningham had been looking at.
So the Earth itself was telling a different story.
Exactly. And this is where stratigraphy comes into play. Each layer of earth is like a time capsule, right? It can tell us so much about what was happening during a particular period.
It's like the Earth holds its own kind of memory.
Precisely. But there's another fascinating layer to this, literally. These particular seals at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, they were similar to seals discovered all the way in Mesopotamia.
Hold on, are we talking about connections across continents here?
We are. These seals weren't just isolated artifacts anymore. They pointed to a civilization as ancient and complex as Mesopotamia.
That changes things.
Completely. It suggested trade routes, cultural exchange, all happening across vast distances. Think about it. This is a pivotal moment in our understanding of the ancient world.
Someone should have gotten a prize for connecting those dots.
Well, the discovery itself was the prize. In 1924, John Marshall, the head honcho at the Archaeological Survey of India at the time, he made the official announcement. A brand new civilization right there in the Indus Valley, just as old as Mesopotamia.
Wow, that's huge. This John Marshall, he sounds like a pretty important figure in all of this.
A true trailblazer. You see, Marshall, he brought a fresh perspective to Indian archaeology.
Okay, tell me more. What was so different about his approach?
He understood that it wasn't just about finding the treasure. It was about understanding the everyday lives of the people who lived in these ancient cities. He was meticulous about documenting the little details,
Like what? Give me the juicy details.
like the layout of houses, the types of pottery, even children's toys. Imagine unearthing fragments of toys near residential areas. He saw that as evidence of a culture that valued childhood, playfulness. It gave a much more human view of Harappan society.
It's like a window into a whole different way of life.
Exactly. And that's what makes archaeology so compelling.
But archaeology is an ever-evolving field, right? I mean, surely Marshall's methods weren't without their flaws.
You're absolutely right. In his eagerness to uncover the everyday objects, the small details of Harappan life, there was a downside.
Oh, what went wrong?
Well, instead of meticulously following the natural layers of the earth, the stratigraphy, Marshall often excavated horizontally. He was so focused on finding objects that, in a way, he ended up disrupting the historical context of those objects.
Can you give me an example? Help me visualize this.
Imagine you're looking at a slice of layer cake.
Yeah.
Right? Each layer, a different time period. Stratigraphy is like carefully peeling back those layers to understand the order in which things happened. But because Marshall was so focused on finding specific objects, sometimes his digging technique was like taking a giant scoop out of the middle of the cake.
So it's all jumbled up?
Exactly. You end up with a mix of artifacts from different periods, and you lose track of which layer of the cake, which time period they came from. You lose the story of how it all fits together.
The plot thickens. Or maybe in this case, the plot gets a bit muddled.
You could say that. But that's where another giant in archaeology enters the picture, Sir Mortimer Wheeler. He really revolutionized archaeological practices in India, and this is in 1944. To give you a time frame.
I've heard that name, and get this, I read that before becoming an archaeologist, he was actually an army brigadier. Talk about a career change.
It's true. And his military background had a huge impact on his archaeological work. He brought this incredible precision and discipline to his excavations.
From the battlefield to the excavation site, that's quite a leap. So how did his military background translate to archaeology?
Well, Wheeler was a stickler for meticulous record keeping. He knew that every detail mattered, but most importantly, he was a huge advocate for stratigraphy, for understanding the history within those layers of earth.
It's like he brought military precision to the world of ancient history.
Exactly. And what's fascinating is that Wheeler actually left behind these vivid accounts of his time at Harappa, describing the challenges of the work, the heat, the sheer scale of the civilization. It really gives you a sense of what it was like to be on those early expeditions.
It's like stepping back in time, imagining those archaeologists unearthing a lost world.
Speaking of time travel, our story takes another turn, because get this, the partition of India and Pakistan. Well, that had a huge impact on Harappan archaeology.
Really? I never would have thought about that. How so?
Think about it. Many of the key Harappan sites, like Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, They ended up in Pakistan.
Oh, wow. That must have been a major setback for archaeologists in India.
It was a huge loss, but it also fueled a new wave of exploration. Archaeologists in India became even more determined to uncover Harappan sites within their own borders.
So it's like challenge accepted. They knew there had to be more out there just waiting to be discovered.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened. It's like they opened up a whole new chapter in the story of the Harappan civilization.
What kind of discoveries are we talking about? Give me the highlights.
Get ready to be amazed. We're talking about sites like Kalibangan, with its impressive city walls and evidence of sophisticated urban planning. And then there's Lothal, this bustling port city with a massive dockyard, one of the earliest known in the world.
It's incredible how much we're still learning about this ancient world. So, from those early discoveries to today, how has our understanding of the Harappan civilization evolved?
Well, think about it. In the beginning, it was all about establishing the basics. When did the Harappan civilization exist? Where were these cities? It was about putting them on the map, so to speak.
Laying the groundwork, getting the when and where before you can dive into the who and how.
Exactly. But as more sites were unearthed, and especially with new technologies emerging, the focus shifted to understanding the complexities of Harappan life, how their cities were structured, how they managed their resources, what they ate.
It's like we're going from a blurry snapshot to a high-definition picture.
Precisely. For example, there's a site, Dolavira. It's incredibly well preserved. It's giving us a whole new understanding of how the Harappans planned their cities, how they managed their water, everything.
It's like a time capsule, perfectly preserved. So are you saying it's not just about what we find, but how we interpret it, how it all fits together?
Exactly. These days, every artifact, every little piece tells a story. A clay pot is just as important as a gold necklace because it reveals something about daily life, about how people lived and interacted with their world.
It's like those archaeologists are detectives, piecing together a puzzle that's thousands of years old.
And what's even more exciting is that now we have archaeologists from all over the world, all with different expertise, working together to solve this puzzle. It's become a global effort to unravel the secrets of the Harappan civilization.
I love that. It's a true testament to the power of human curiosity. Well, I have to say, this has been an incredible journey. We've covered so much ground, from those puzzling artifacts to this vibrant picture of a lost civilization.
And we've only just scratched the surface. There's still so much we don't know, so many mysteries waiting to be unearthed.
That's the beauty of archaeology, isn't it? It's a constant process of discovery. Well, on that note, we'll wrap things up here. A huge thank you to our expert for taking us on this incredible deep dive into the world of the Harappan civilization.
The pleasure was all mine.
And to our listeners, thank you for joining us. Be sure to tune in next time for another fascinating journey through time and history.
Okay, so get ready, because today we are diving headfirst into the world of the Harappan civilization.
And it's a civilization full of mystery, right? I mean, we're talking about a culture that thrived thousands of years ago in the Indus Valley.
Thousands of years.
And their writing system.
It's still undeciphered. Like coming across a really good book, but the pages are all scrambled.
Exactly. We're playing archaeological detective, piecing together clues from the fragments they left behind.
It makes you think, what would future archaeologists say about our stuff?
Yeah.
You know, 1,000 years from now, they dig up a corroded laptop or a melted down action figure. What would they think?
Right. It really highlights just how much of what we know about the past depends on what survives. Things like delicate fabrics, wood, food, those things vanish over time, right?
They decay, they're gone.
Exactly. And we're left with these more durable materials like stone tools, pottery shards. Oh, and if we're lucky, some metal artifacts. Those become our portals to the past.
So we've got these scattered pieces, bits of pottery, the layout of cities. How do we even begin to rebuild a civilization from that?
Well, archaeologists look at everything. So the material of the artifact, its potential function, even where it was found, that all plays a role.
The context. Yeah.
Exactly. For example, think about the beautiful beads found all over these Harappan sites. They're crafted from precious materials, like we're talking gemstones, also. It tells you these weren't just everyday objects, right?
They had to have meaning.
Right. They were probably status symbols, offerings, who knows, but definitely significant.
It's just incredible how these experts piece together an entire culture from what seems like, well, scraps. And we can't forget, these objects are thousands of years old. The meaning, what they stood for, isn't always going to be clear.
And that's what makes it so fascinating. There's always room for new discoveries, new interpretations. The Proto-Shiva seals are a great example of this.
Right. These seals, they seem to give us a peek into their beliefs, but it's still debated.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
You've got this horned figure, often seated in a way that reminds people of yoga, and they're surrounded by animals.
And that's what leads some to connect these figures to Shiva, a major god in Hinduism.
But that's a big connection to make, right? I mean, from these figures to Hinduism as we know it.
It's a very complex issue, no doubt. I mean, the seals themselves are captivating, but linking them to these later traditions, well, it takes a lot of careful thought. Think about it. We could be talking about thousands of years between this civilization and Hinduism as we know it today.
And it's not just the time, right? Isn't there a lot of change within religions over time?
Exactly. Even when we see these linguistic links between gods mentioned in, let's say, the Rig Veda, an ancient Hindu text. But anyway, you see these links between gods in the Rig Veda and then later Shiva.
Right.
But it's not so simple. I mean, they're not always depicted the same way. Like, take Rudra. Yeah, he's often connected with Shiva, but he's not this lord of the animals in the Rig Veda, you know? He's not a yogi, at least not how it's written. It's different from those seals and how we think of Shiva. So, like, connecting those early Harappan figures to, like, Hindu deities that come later. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're jumping ahead a bit, you know?
It's true. It's like we're, I don't know, solving a puzzle, but huge chunks are missing. But that's what makes it so interesting. It's a puzzle. And we're always finding new pieces, getting a clearer picture.
Exactly. And imagine, right, what if we could suddenly just read the Indus script? Like, boom, we can translate it.
It would be amazing.
What stories would it tell us? You know, like, what new pieces would we get for this giant puzzle?
We go from fumbling around in the dark to, like, bam, someone hits the lights. But even without, a translation, these Harappan people, they tell us things. Their cities. They were planned so well, their weights and measures were uniform, even how they buried their dead.
All clues.
It says something, don't you think?
Absolutely. The Harappans, they were incredible urban planners, way ahead of their time, really.
Yeah.
Think about Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa. These cities were complex. Grid systems, multi-story buildings, amazing water systems.
They had indoor plumbing?
They did.
Yeah.
And their weights and measures, standardized. It tells you something about their society, how organized they were, how connected.
It's incredible. What do you think life was like back then in those cities? I mean, can you imagine?
Oh, I know. It's amazing to think about the marketplaces, bustling, people debating in public squares, maybe even these big religious ceremonies. Who knows? Yeah, and while we can't go back in time, obviously.
Look at that.
Right. But we have these clues. We have the archaeology.
Yeah.
Think about those terracotta figurines, the ones of women. Some of them, they're wearing such intricate hairstyles, jewelry.
Those are so cool. I've seen pictures.
Yeah, and they really make you think, were women super important in this society? Like, did they have real power? Were they part of religious practices? It's hard to say definitively, but they are clues.
Like so many of the artifacts we've talked about, each one is a clue.
Exactly. They give us these glimpses, into this world. But it's still so open to interpretation. What do you think it all means? What are you taking away from all this?
Honestly, I feel like every time we find something new, it just leads to more questions. And that's pretty exciting, don't you think?
I think so. It keeps us searching. This is
Yeah.
what makes ancient civilizations so fascinating. You're always discovering, interpreting, reevaluating. It's amazing.
It makes you wonder, right? Like, if we were gone tomorrow, just poof, what would they think? Future archaeologists digging up our stuff.
It's a mind-blowing thought, isn't it?
Would they even know, like, half of what we were about? Could they figure out, I don't know, our governments, our technology?
The Harappans, they're a good reminder. I mean, even the most advanced societies, they can vanish. And all that's left, well, just these traces, these whispers of what they were.
And that's what I love about these deep dives. The mystery. We have so many questions still about the Harappans. What happened to them? Why'd they disappear? Was it like the environment? Did someone attack?
We don't know.
Did they have kings and queens? Were they like super religious? We just don't know.
We have these glimpses, these clues, but yeah, the answers?
It's like we walked into this amazing library, right? Books everywhere. But we can only read like a couple sentences here and there.
It shows you archaeology is always changing. You think you know something, and then bam, new discovery. And you have to rethink everything. It keeps you on your toes, that's for sure.
I love that. So much is still out there waiting to be found. It makes you realize, we're part of something way bigger, like a story that's been going on for, well, forever.
Exactly. These civilizations, the Harappans, they show us how diverse humans are and how resilient. We've been through so much.
We could talk about this all day. But sadly, we are out of time for today's deep dive.
Sad but true.
We've seen amazing cities, thought about artifacts most people don't even know exist, and asked some big, big questions. Now we want to hear from you. Imagine you're on the dig site. What mystery are you dying to solve?
Let us know.
Keep exploring, keep asking questions, and we will catch you next time for another deep dive. Ever picture yourself walking down some ancient city street like thousands of years in the past? That's what we're doing today.
Okay.
We are diving into the world of the Harappan Civilization.
Oh, cool.
And our source is this fascinating textbook chapter
Okay.
called Bricks, Beads, and Bones.
I like it.
It's like our archaeological treasure map for this deep dive.
Yeah.
So before we hop in our time machine and head to ancient India,
Okay.
can you give us the crash course?
Yeah.
What's so special about the Harappans?
Well, you can almost think of it as like this civilization was about as complex as ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia,
Wow.
but it was flourishing a whole continent away.
Oh, wow.
So while the pyramids were being built,
Right.
the Harappan civilization was crafting these really sophisticated cities. I mean,
Yeah.
we're talking advanced urban planning,
Wow.
extensive trade routes,
Yeah.
and art that still kind of blows us away today.
Wow.
And it was all based on this deep understanding of agriculture and craftsmanship.
So these weren't just like folks hanging out in mud huts.
No.
We're talking like serious civilization here.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, our source lays it out with two timelines.
Yeah.
And that first one is really something else. We're talking 2 million years.
2 million.
That's the grand stage we're talking about here. 2 million years of humans on the Indian subcontinent slowly developing, innovating, and eventually building a society that was way ahead of its time.
2 million years. That's almost unfathomable.
Yeah.
It's hard to even wrap your head around that. Our textbook calls this first timeline a long view. And it really makes you realize how much history had to happen before these incredible cities even popped up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not like it was some overnight thing.
Right.
It was gradual,
Yeah.
simple tools, then agriculture takes root, villages grow. Then boom, we have the Harappan Civilization. And get this, they didn't just invent the city, they practically wrote the rule book on urban living.
Wow. So how do we even know about any of this?
Yeah.
It's not like someone just dug up a history textbook from 2600 BCE.
Right, and that is where those archaeological rock stars come in,
Okay.
that second timeline. It's basically a century-long adventure story starting back in 1875 with a single Harappan seal found by Alexander Cunningham.
Okay.
And he had no idea that he had just cracked open the door to a lost civilization.
From one little seal, they found whole cities.
I know.
That's incredible.
It really is, and each discovery just fueled the next one.
Wow.
So Sony's excavation at Harappa in 1921, then Mohenjo-Daro in 1922. It's like they were uncovering this massive jigsaw puzzle, one piece at a time, and each piece was more interesting than the last.
Okay, so we've got the when and the how we know.
Yeah.
But now I want to know about the who.
Mm.
Who were these Harappans? What were their lives actually like? Let's get into the nitty-gritty.
Mm.
Okay, you know I'm ready to ditch my usual lunch and hit up a Harappan market instead.
Okay.
What were these people eating back then?
Get ready for some serious carbs.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our Bricks, Beads, and Bones chapter, it really dives into the Harappan diet, and these guys really loved their wheat and barley.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they had lentils and peas, too, maybe some dates or melons on the side. You know, they had some variety.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So we're talking about some pretty sophisticated agriculture then, right? Not just like foraging in the forest and hoping for the best.
Right.
Okay.
Their agriculture was really the foundation of their whole civilization.
Okay.
But hold on, because it gets even more interesting.
Okay.
Remember those trade routes?
Yeah.
Archaeologists have actually found evidence of goods being brought in from all over the place.
Oh, way.
Yeah. Spices, precious stones, even timber.
Wow.
The Harappans were totally plugged into this huge network, trading their agricultural surplus for all these amazing things from far-off lands.
So they were kind of like the ancient world's trendsetters,
Yeah.
bringing in the coolest stuff.
Yeah, kind of like that, yeah.
Okay. Well, while we're talking about all this cool stuff,
Yeah.
our source mentioned something about there being both rich and poor Harappans.
Mm-hmm.
So how can archaeologists tell that they weren't all living the same lifestyle?
It's all about the stuff they left behind.
Okay.
So picture this. You're excavating this humble little dwelling, right?
Okay.
And all you find are these basic clay pots and maybe some simple tools.
Okay.
Now imagine you move on to another dig and boom, luxurious painted ceramics, jewelry made with fancy stones like lapis lazuli or carnelian.
Oh, wow.
You even find standardized weights and measures. Can you believe that?
Really?
Those differences tell a huge story about social stratification, even back then.
So I guess even back then, location wasn't the only thing separating a studio apartment from, like a penthouse suite or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
What does that tell us about their society, though?
Well, it means they were sophisticated.
Okay.
We're not talking about some egalitarian villages here. This was a complex society, different levels of wealth, specialized labor, and almost certainly some sort of social hierarchy. It all points to a civilization that was right up there with the greats of their time.
Okay, I have to ask about something that just kind of blows my mind a little bit.
What's that?
The Harappan sewer system. I mean, are you serious? Indoor plumbing in 2600 BCE. How common was that back then?
Not common at all.
Really?
The Harappans were like the pioneers of keeping things clean.
Wow.
I mean, think about it. A huge city with tons of people and no proper sewage.
Yeah, no thanks.
Exactly. But their system, covered drains, interconnected channels, they even had toilets in some houses.
Get out.
Yeah. It's amazing. We don't see that level of urban planning again for centuries.
Makes you wonder what they would think of our plumbing today. But seriously,
Yes,
this
yeah.
wasn't just about being comfortable. This was about staying healthy, too. Right?
Absolutely. Public health was super important, and it tells us a lot about their understanding of engineering and their commitment to these big public works projects. The fact that they invested so much in this kind of infrastructure suggests a really organized society.
Makes you wonder what their taxes were like to pay for all that.
Right.
Okay, last thing from this quick answer section in our source beads.
Okay.
We see images of these beads everywhere when we read about the Harappans.
Hmm?
What's the big deal?
Those beads, they're like these little windows into history.
Okay.
First of all, the craftsmanship is just incredible.
Okay.
They used everything. Simple clay, carnelian, steatite, even gold.
Wow.
And the techniques, they etched them, drilled them, polished them.
Really?
Each bead was like a tiny masterpiece. And get this, they weren't just decorative.
There's more. I thought they were just pretty things to wear.
Oh, they were definitely for decoration,
Huh.
but they were also status symbols.
Okay.
They used them in trade.
Oh, right.
And they might have even had some kind of religious
Yeah.
significance. By looking at the materials, the techniques, where they're found, archaeologists can actually trace trade routes, figure out social hierarchies, even speculate about religious practices, all from these little beads.
It's amazing how much information they packed into something so small. Speaking of packing a lot into a small space, let's zero in on one of these cities,
Okay.
Mohenjo-Daro.
Yeah.
Our source talks about Mohenjo-Daro. What's so special about that particular Harappan city? All right, so picture this. We've traded our podcast mics for sandals,
Okay.
and we're strolling through Mohenjo-Daro
I like it.
like it's, the good old days.
Okay.
What's grabbing our attention? What's amazing us?
I think the first thing is just the size. I mean, it would just hit you right away. Forget
Oh.
about a village. This was a full-blown metropolis.
Wow.
And I mean, our textbook even says that Mohenjo-Daro was planned meticulously.
Wow.
Wide streets, grid system, city planning thousands of years ago.
No kidding. So there's no, bumping into people in winding alleyways.
Right.
I could get used to that.
Right.
Were there any, jaw-dropping buildings, though?
You know, you're not going to find any skyscrapers.
Okay.
But you'd be blown away by this thing called the Great Bath.
Okay.
It was this huge public pool, really carefully constructed. And it wasn't just for, a casual dip.
Okay.
The engineering, where they put it in the city, points to rituals,
Oh, wow.
ceremonies, this
Yeah.
whole public life that we can only kind of guess about now.
It's like their version of a Roman bathhouse,
Yeah,
but, way before Rome was even on the map.
right.
Makes those sewer systems even more impressive.
I know, right?
Okay, so speaking of which, thinking about all that craftsmanship,
Yeah.
the pottery, the beads, that stuff didn't just, magically appear.
No.
They needed raw materials, right?
Oh, yeah, and our source had that really cool map
Yeah.
showing how interconnected everything was.
Right.
So those carnelian beads,
Yeah.
that stone probably came all the way from Gujarat,
Wow.
and copper that could have come from Rajasthan, even across the sea from Oman.
Wow, so while we're picturing all these bustling markets,
Yeah.
we should also be picturing ships full of raw materials,
Mm-hmm.
caravans traveling across, who knows how much land. Their trade network was serious business.
It really was.
Okay, so last thing. How do archaeologists even put all this together, right?
Right.
Like, we've got beads and baths,
Yeah.
but how do we get from there to, like, understanding an entire civilization?
It's like working with half a jigsaw puzzle,
Okay.
and yet that's what they do.
Wow.
They're like detectives,
Right.
Every little piece, every pottery shard, a bone,
Really?
even the way a building fell apart,
Yeah.
it all tells them something.
So what are some of the biggest stories that these clues are telling us?
Well, let's take those animal bones, for example. First of all, we can figure out their diet.
Okay.
And these guys loved beef.
No kidding.
But it also tells us about the world they lived in. Changes in the climate, what animals were around.
Yeah.
It paints this really vivid picture.
And what about skeletons? Like the human ones?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They're like time capsules.
Wow.
So we learn about their health,
Yeah.
their nutrition, even what kinds of diseases they were fighting,
Right.
and the way they buried people, what they put in the graves. That tells us a lot about their beliefs, rituals, what they thought happened after you died.
That's incredible. It's amazing how much we can learn just from a skeleton.
I know.
But there's one thing that always kind of confuses me.
What's that?
We don't find those, big fancy palaces or massive tombs for kings in these cities.
Right.
So how did they govern themselves? Was there even a single ruler?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Right.
And the fact that we don't see those really obvious signs of power, it's one of the most interesting things about them, I think.
Right.
Some people think they were ruled by like a council.
Okay.
Others think religious leaders were in charge.
Yep.
Maybe it was just more about, sharing power more than anything else. We might never really know for sure.
A civilization with all this planning,
Right.
advanced engineering, and we don't know how they were ruled. That's crazy.
It's true.
I guess it's a good reminder that even with all our fancy technology,
Yeah.
we've still got so much to learn.
So much.
So what's sticking with you after this whole Harappan deep dive?
Honestly, it's their urban planning.
Okay.
These weren't just cities. It was like they were designing like entire ecosystems thousands of years ago.
It's amazing.
Makes you wonder what they'd be doing today
Right.
if things had gone differently.
I know. For me, it's their trade network.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that it was so big
Yeah.
and what it says about them, their culture, they
Yeah.
were connected, exchanging ideas, materials. It really makes you think about our world today.
Right.
All this talk about globalization. What are future archaeologists going to think when they're digging this up?
Hopefully something cooler than a plastic spork, right?
Right. Well, if this deep dive has made you want to learn more, ever feel like jumping in a time machine? I mean, who hasn't wanted to explore ancient civilizations firsthand?
It's certainly a tempting thought.
Well, get ready, because today we're diving deep into early India.
Sounds fascinating.
We're talking right after the Harappan Civilization. That's around 1500 BCE, give or take a century.
A pivotal period.
And the best part is, we get to use your collection of excerpts from Indian history textbooks to guide us. It's like having a treasure map.
I've always found this era particularly captivating. You're witnessing the very genesis of India as we know it.
Exactly. We're talking about the rise of powerful kingdoms, like some serious Game of Thrones stuff, but in ancient India.
And of course, we can't forget about the daily life of everyday people back then. What was it like to be a farmer, a craftsperson, or a trader in those times?
It's like stepping into a whole different world, right? And to top it all off, we might even get to decipher some ancient codes.
I do love a good historical mystery.
Then buckle up, because this deep dive is going to be quite an adventure. Now, one thing that keeps popping up in our sources is the term Mahajanapadas. Sounds important, right? What were those all about?
Picture this. India, around the 6th century BCE, dotted with 16 powerful states, each vying for dominance. Those were the Mahajanapadas. And we're not just talking random territories here.
These were the real deal.
Oh, absolutely. True power centers, each with its own capital city, armies, and a complex economy to boot.
16 powerful states, all in the same region. That sounds like a recipe for some serious competition.
Where there's power, there's often conflict. And Magadha, located in present-day Bihar, definitely rose to the challenge.
Magadha, that name rings a bell. They became a pretty big deal, didn't they?
They did indeed. Ultimately, Magadha became the heart of the Mauryan Empire, one of the largest empires in ancient India.
Okay, so it sounds like location played a role in Magadha's success. Our outline mentions they had a pretty strategic position. But was it just about geography? Or was there something else contributing to their rise to power? like a secret ingredient.
It wasn't just luck, although their location along the Ganga and its tributaries, a real trade superhighway back then, certainly didn't hurt.
That makes sense. Control the rivers, control the trade routes.
Precisely. But historians also point to Magadha's access to incredibly fertile land and, crucially, iron mines as major factors in their rise.
Iron. The backbone of many a powerful empire.
You see, having all this iron wasn't just about being well defended, though that was certainly important.
Right, you need a good defense, too.
Exactly. It allowed Magadha to arm larger armies and even equip farmers with better tools, which boosted their economy and gave them a significant edge over their rivals.
Makes sense. A classic case of having the right resources at the right time. But I imagine even with all that going for them, they still needed the right leadership to capitalize on those advantages, right?
Yeah,
You can have all the iron in the world, but without a good leader.
absolutely. Our sources, including texts from Buddhist and Jain traditions, suggest that Magadha was also blessed with some pretty ambitious and strategic rulers, like Bimbisara and Ajatasattu, not to mention their clever ministers.
These weren't leaders content with just sitting around on their thrones then.
Not at all. These were go-getters, actively seeking to expand their influence and conquer new territories.
Ambition and a little bit of iron. A potent combination for sure. But while the kings were busy with their conquests, what was life like for everyday people during this time? Were they just pawns in these power struggles?
That's where things get really interesting. While kings and conquests might dominate the history books, there's a whole other story unfolding in bustling urban centers like Mathura.
Mathura, wasn't that a major religious and trading hub?
Exactly. And excavations there have revealed a treasure trove of artifacts. We're talking pottery, ornaments, tools, even children's toys.
It's those everyday objects that really bring the past to life, don't they?
They really do. They offer us a glimpse into the daily lives of ordinary people, their hopes, their dreams, their struggles.
But did these people leave behind accounts of their own? How do we know how they felt about their rulers? Did they keep diaries or write letters?
Well, while personal accounts from this era are rare, we do have the Jatakas.
Jatakas.
They're collections of ancient Buddhist tales. And these weren't just bedtime stories, mind you.
Oh.
They were social commentaries, often subtly criticizing rulers or highlighting the plight of the common man.
So we can learn about the power dynamics from more than just official decrees and inscriptions then. What kind of insights can we glean from these tales?
Well, take the Ganda Tindu Jataka, for instance. It tells of a king who's so out of touch with his people that they'd rather live in the forest than pay his taxes.
Ouch. Not exactly a glowing review from the people.
It highlights the very real struggles of ordinary people and how oppressive rulers could be.
Sounds like a timeless tale. But it wasn't all doom and gloom for the common people, right? They found ways to adapt and survive, even thrive in this era.
Absolutely. This period saw a significant shift in agriculture, with the widespread adoption of iron plow agriculture, particularly in the fertile plains of the Ganga Valley. This new technology led to a surge in food production, which had a ripple effect throughout society.
More food, more resources, sounds like a win-win. But knowing how history tends to go, I'm guessing it wasn't that straightforward for everyone.
You're right to be skeptical. While some clearly benefited from these advancements, the benefits weren't always equally distributed.
So the age-old problem of inequality rears its head again.
Alongside powerful kings and wealthy landowners, there were also landless laborers, small-scale farmers, and those who lived on the fringes of society, like pastoralists and hunter-gatherers.
It's a good reminder that even in times of progress, not everyone benefits equally. We can't forget those varying perspectives when trying to understand this period. It's like piecing together a giant puzzle, with each group representing a vital piece. But how do we even know about these different social groups if they didn't leave behind grand inscriptions like the kings did?
That's the challenge, isn't it? It's like piecing together a giant jigsaw puzzle where some pieces are missing. But we do have clues scattered throughout various sources. For instance, remember Prabhavati Gupta, the daughter of the Gupta ruler Chandragupta II?
Oh, yes. Wasn't she the one who challenged those old rules about women and land ownership? Quite a trailblazer.
Exactly. And while her inscription about granting land to a religious teacher might seem like just another land deal, it actually reveals a lot about village life at the time.
Really? What kind of insights can we get from a simple land grant?
Well, for starters, the inscription mentions not only brahmanas, but also peasants and other folks who had to provide goods and services to the king.
So this one inscription gives us a snapshot of the social hierarchy within a village, the obligations people had, and even the power dynamics at play. It's fascinating how even a seemingly insignificant detail can unlock a whole new understanding of the past, isn't it?
It really highlights how interconnected everything was back then, just like in today's world. And speaking of interconnectedness, we can't overlook the impact of trade in ancient India.
Ah, yes, trade. The lifeblood of any civilization, ancient or modern.
We're talking land routes stretching all the way to Central Asia and sea routes connecting India to the Mediterranean. There are even mentions of trade with the Roman Empire.
Globalization, ancient style. I love it. I've always been fascinated by these ancient trade routes, and it makes you wonder, what were the hottest commodities back then? What treasures were people willing to travel across continents for?
Well, if you are after spices, particularly pepper, you are in luck.
Pepper. Really? That's so
It
interesting.
was seriously sought after, even in far-off Rome. They couldn't get enough of it.
Wow, pepper must have been like liquid gold back then.
But it wasn't just about luxury goods, though. We're talking textiles, medicinal plants, precious stones, timber, even everyday essentials like salt and grain.
A real mix of the exotic and the practical.
Exactly.
And all this trade must have been a logistical puzzle. I mean, how did they keep track of these transactions across such vast distances? Did they have, like, ancient accountants meticulously recording every detail?
Ancient accountants. I like that. They may not have had spreadsheets and calculators, but they did have something pretty ingenious: coins.
Ah, of course, coins.
We're talking punch-marked coins made of silver and copper, some dating back to the 6th century BCE.
Punch-marked coins. So, no elaborate portraits of rulers on these early coins.
Not quite. These early coins featured more abstract symbols.
Oh, symbols. Like what?
Well, that's what numismatists are still trying to figure out. Some believe they represent different ruling dynasties, while others think they were issued by merchant guilds or even local communities.
Wow, little pieces of history you can hold in your hand.
I know, it's amazing.
It's incredible how such small, everyday objects can provide such valuable insights into the past. But our outline did mention coins eventually featured rulers, right?
Yes, later on, the Indo-Greek kings who ruled parts of northwest India were some of the first to put their names and, well, quite literally, their faces on coins.
Ah, so that's where the whole putting your face on currency thing started.
It seems so. And following the Indo-Greeks, the Kushanas really embraced this idea, minting vast quantities of gold coins that have been found as far as Central Asia.
From simple punch marks to the faces of kings, it sounds like coins tell their own story of cultural exchange and evolving power structures. Speaking of understanding the past, our deep dive today centers on ancient texts and inscriptions. It's incredible to think we can decode messages from so long ago, but how can we be sure we're interpreting them accurately? These scripts are thousands of years old.
You've hit upon a really crucial point. Deciphering these ancient scripts was a monumental task, let me tell you.
I can imagine.
It took decades of painstaking work by dedicated epigraphists to crack the code.
Epigraphists. Those are those who specialize in deciphering ancient writing, right?
The very same. And scholars like James Prinsep played a key role cracking the code of Brahmi back in the 1830s.
Brahmi. Now that rings a bell. Wasn't that the script used in those Ashokan inscriptions, the ones that give us those fascinating glimpses into Ashoka's reign and his policies?
That's right. And deciphering Brahmi was absolutely essential because it's the ancestor of many modern Indian scripts used today. But it wasn't the only script in use. There was another one, Kharosthi.
Kharosthi.
It was primarily used in the Northwest, and it had its own interesting path to decipherment, thanks in part to those Indo-Greek coins we were just talking about.
Wait, so they used the coins to help decipher the script. How did that work?
They realized that some of the Indo-Greek coins had writing in both Greek and Kharosthi.
Uh-huh. So by comparing the Greek writing on the coins, which scholars already understood, to the Kharosthi script, they could start to piece together the meaning.
Precisely. It's like a historical Rosetta Stone.
That's incredible. Talk about a stroke of luck for historians.
Right. But it's important to remember that inscriptions, while invaluable, do offer a particular perspective. Often, they were created at the behest of, well, powerful rulers.
Meaning we might get a glimpse into a king's achievements or policies, but not necessarily the full story, especially not from the viewpoints of those who weren't in power.
Exactly. It's like getting only one side of the story. For example, take this inscription from Ashoka, the Mauryan emperor. It expresses his deep remorse after the brutal conquest of Kalinga.
Kalinga.
It's in present-day Odisha on the east coast of India.
God.
And this inscription, it provides valuable insight into Ashoka's mindset and his subsequent embrace of Dhamma.
Dhamma.
Yes, the principles of peace and nonviolence.
So Ashoka embraces Dhamma after such a violent conquest. That's fascinating. It kind of speaks to a changing understanding of leadership, doesn't it? Was this a common thread in ancient India, this shift towards a more, shall we say, ethical approach to governance?
It's a question worth considering. While Ashoka's edicts definitely highlight a significant shift in his reign, it's essential to remember that this period saw a very complex interplay of ideologies and approaches to governance.
It reminds us that history is rarely straightforward, right? It's more like the tapestry of different threads, sometimes harmonious, sometimes clashing.
Well said.
But going back to Ashoka's inscription, while we hear his perspective on the conquest of Kalinga, what about the people of Kalinga themselves? How did they experience this event? Their voices, their stories they lost to history.
That's the heart of the matter, isn't it? Their voices are largely absent from the historical record as we have it, and we have to acknowledge that history, as we know it, often reflects the perspective of those who were in power.
It's a sobering thought, but it doesn't mean we stop searching for those missing perspectives, right?
Exactly.
Perhaps we can find them hidden within other historical accounts, or by piecing together these fragments of evidence like a giant puzzle.
That's the beauty of studying history. It's an ongoing process of questioning, analyzing, and piecing together fragments from the past to create a more complete picture, even if it's always a work in progress.
And sometimes those fragments lead to more questions than answers, like those gifts offered to the Pandyan chief, mentioned in our sources. It's quite a list: ivory, sandalwood, honey, even baby tigers and lions. It's like something out of an Indiana Jones movie.
It's quite a haul.
What does that tell us about the relationship between rulers and their people back then? Was it purely about tribute and power, or was there something more to it?
It's certainly a question worth pondering. These lavish gifts, I mean, they could be interpreted in any number of ways, really.
So many possibilities.
Perhaps they were a way for local rulers to, secure the favor of that powerful Pandyan dynasty, just ensuring their own safety and prosperity.
A way of playing the game, so to speak.
Exactly. Or maybe they were more like a form of symbolic tribute, a way of acknowledging the Pandyans' dominance without resorting to all-out conflict.
It's a fascinating glimpse into the nuances of power dynamics. Not always about brute force, often about symbolism, strategy, subtle negotiation.
It really is.
And it reminds me, actually, of those inscriptions mentioning land grants from powerful rulers, like the one from Gupta that we discussed earlier. They weren't just about giving away land, were they? I mean, there was a deeper motive there.
Oh, absolutely. Those land grants were, let's just say, a rather savvy way for rulers to really solidify alliances, extend their influence, and even, cultivate that image of piety, of generosity.
Image was important.
Oh, always.
It's amazing. So much strategy woven into the very fabric of ancient Indian society. It makes you realize that every inscription, every object, every story, it's like a piece of this giant, intricate puzzle.
That's a great way to put it.
And as we uncover more pieces, that bigger picture of ancient India, it starts to come into focus.
Exactly. And the beauty of it is the puzzle is never truly complete. There are always more pieces to uncover, more stories to piece together, always more to learn about this absolutely fascinating period.
It certainly leaves you wanting to delve even deeper. But for now, I think we've done some serious time traveling for one day.
Indeed.
A huge thank you to you, our amazing expert, for guiding us through these incredible intricacies of ancient India. It's been quite a journey.
My pleasure.
And to our listeners, keep those questions coming. We'll be back next time, ready to dive deep into a whole new topic. Until then, happy exploring.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Get ready to fire up those time machines because today's deep dive, well, it's a fascinating one. We're heading straight back to ancient India.
Yeah, we're talking about the Mauryan Empire. It's a period of history that's absolutely packed with drama, intrigue, and some seriously impressive feats of empire building.
And luckily for us, we've got some amazing source material to dig into today, excerpts from this really cool academic text on Indian history.
It's amazing how much these texts reveal about the inner workings of this empire. I mean, we're talking about an empire that flourished centuries ago, and yet we can still get these glimpses into their systems of governance, their cultural values, even their communication strategies.
It really makes you think, right? Like, what will future historians say about our attempts at communication and governing? It's kind of mind-blowing. But okay, before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's start with the basics.
Right, the foundation.
Exactly. So the text kicks off by talking about this king, Chandragupta Maurya. And let me tell you, this wasn't some small-time ruler. Oh, no.
We're talking about a ruler of incredible ambition and military prowess. I mean, this is the guy who conquered a huge chunk of territory. We're talking an area that stretched all the way to modern-day Afghanistan.
Yeah, talk about a power move. It really makes you appreciate the sheer scale of his achievement.
Absolutely. Chandragupta's reign really marked this pivotal moment in Indian history. He managed to transition the region, which was mostly composed of smaller kingdoms, into this vast centralized empire. It's no wonder he's considered such a key figure.
He laid the groundwork for everything that came after.
Precisely. And speaking of impactful rulers, we have to talk about Chandragupta's grandson, Asoka. Now, this guy was a fascinating character.
Oh yeah, Ahsoka. From what I remember, this is the emperor who decided the best way to get his message across was to, well, carve it in stone. Literally.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
We're talking about these massive rock edicts, these towering pillars, all inscribed with his messages. I mean, talk about making a statement.
I mean, could you imagine if politicians today tried to communicate like that? Tweet would take on a whole new meaning. But jokes aside, I'm really curious. What kind of messages was Ahsoka so eager to get out there?
Okay, so these weren't just random decrees or anything. These inscriptions were all about something called Dhamma. Basically, it was Ahsoka's personal philosophy for how people should live their lives and how society should function. And get this, it was surprisingly progressive, even by today's standards.
Really? Okay, now I need to hear more about this Dhamma. What kind of values are we talking about here?
So Ahsoka's Dhamma, it placed a lot of emphasis on values like respecting your elders, being generous and kind to others, and get this, even religious tolerance. And we have to remember, this was a time when religious conflict was pretty common.
It's pretty amazing when you think about it, right? That in that era, he was promoting ideas that are still so relevant today.
It really is.
Yeah.
And it speaks to this desire to unify his empire, which was incredibly diverse, not just through military might, but through shared values. But of course, governing an empire of that size, well, it takes more than just good values. They needed practical systems too.
That's what I was thinking. We're talking about a territory that was larger than many modern European countries. How did they even begin to wrap their heads around managing something that massive?
Right. And that's where this text gets really, really interesting. It highlights 5 major political centers across the Mauryan Empire: Pataliputra, Taxila, Ujjaini, Tosali, and Suvarnagiri. And what's fascinating is that when you look at Ahsoka's inscriptions from these different cities, which are spread out over this vast geographical area, they actually show remarkable similarities.
You mean in terms of their content?
Exactly. In terms of the messages, the language, even the style of the inscriptions. And to me, that suggests there was a deliberate effort to implement some kind of uniform administrative practices across the whole empire. Which, let's be honest, that's no easy feat, even with today's technology.
Yeah, that is seriously impressive. But it makes you wonder, though. I mean, the Mauryan Empire covered a huge geographical area, right? So wouldn't people in different parts of the empire have spoken different languages? How did they overcome those communication barriers?
That's such a good question, and it's something the text actually sheds some light on. So it seems like Ahsoka was really ahead of his time in that way. He understood that for his messages to have a real impact, they had to be accessible to everyone, regardless of where they lived or what language they spoke. So while the majority of his inscriptions were in Prakrit, which was a common language at the time, there's evidence that in the Northwest, they also used Aramaic and Greek.
Wow. See, this is what I love about history. You dig a little deeper, and you find these incredible details that show how advanced and sophisticated ancient civilizations really were. They were dealing with the same kinds of challenges we face today, just in a different context.
Absolutely. And speaking of incredible details, there's one more thing I want to touch on that's mentioned in the text, something called the lion capital.
Oh, yeah, that. I remember seeing that term. I have to admit, it sounds more like something out of a fantasy novel than a history book. What's the significance of this lion capital?
Well, in a nutshell, the lion capital is considered this masterpiece of Mauryan art. It's this incredibly intricate sculpture of 4 lions, and it's often associated with Ahsoka and his reign.
Ah, I see. So it was kind of a symbol of the empire's power and grandeur.
Exactly. And you know what's even more amazing? The image of the lion capital from Ashoka's pillar. It's still used today on the Indian flag. Talk about a lasting legacy.
It really blows my mind when you think about how much we can learn from just these fragments of text, these weathered inscriptions. It offers this incredible window into a civilization that existed centuries ago, their values, their struggles, their triumphs.
It really does. And it makes you wonder, what will our own legacy be? What messages are we sending out into the world today? and how will they be interpreted by future generations?
That's something to think about. But for now, that's all the time we have. Thanks for tuning into another fascinating deep dive. All right, let's dive right in. We're tackling ancient India today, specifically the Mauryan Empire.
An empire that really stretched the limits, geographically speaking.
Curiously, mountains of Afghanistan all the way to the coast of Orissa, right?
It's incredible to think about the diversity they had to manage under one rule.
Right, which makes me wonder, how on earth did they actually do it? I mean, ruling that much land back then couldn't have been easy.
It took serious organization, that's for sure. They were masters of logistics, actually.
Like what? Sending messages by trained pigeons?
More advanced than that, but just as impressive for their time. Take a look at this map, for example.
Oh, yeah, I see it. What am I looking at?
Cities like Taxila and Ujjaini, these were strategically placed.
Along those trade routes.
Exactly. They weren't just cities. They were like administrative hubs.
Yeah.
Kept everything connected and flowing smoothly.
Taxes, communication, all that.
All of it. And then there's this one spot, Suvarnagiri.
Suvarnagiri. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. What's the story there?
Well, it translates to Golden Mountain.
Golden Mountain. Sounds promising.
It was. Historians think they chose that location for access to gold mines.
Ah, so they weren't just powerful, they were rich, too.
You've hit the nail on the head. And that wealth helped them manage a lot, including their army.
Oh, yeah, the army. Speaking of which, didn't they have some incredibly detailed system for managing it all?
They did. We have accounts from Megasthenes. He was a Greek ambassador to the Mauryan court. He described it as this incredibly well-oiled machine, practically.
A well-oiled machine, really? Did they have, like, chariot inspection checklists or something?
Picture this. 6 subcommittees, each one dedicated to a different part of the army.
6? Wow, just for the army.
One for the Navy, one for the foot soldiers, even one just for the elephants. Can you imagine?
Wow, I guess even back then, feeding an army, moving all that equipment, it's no small feat.
Oh, absolutely not. And they had to recruit skilled workers, too, artisans, to keep everything in top shape.
It really makes you appreciate the sheer scale of it all. But it wasn't just about military power for them, right? There was something else going on, right? Something besides just, like, brute force.
Exactly. It wasn't just about military power with the Mauryans. They had this whole other approach, really fascinating.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah.
What was their secret weapon?
Well, it wasn't a weapon in the traditional sense. More like a philosophy, I guess you could say.
Philosophy. Okay, now you've got my attention. Lay it on me.
So Emperor Ashoka, he introduced this concept of Dhamma. It was like a guiding principle for the whole empire.
Dhamma. Okay. What does that even mean?
Basically, it's this idea of living righteously, being compassionate, nonviolent, promoting harmony in society, all that.
So kind of like a moral code?
Yeah, exactly. And Ashoka, he believed that by promoting these values, he could unify the empire, keep everyone on the same page, so to speak.
Interesting. So instead of just forcing obedience, he was trying to build a shared sense of what? Ethics? Values?
Yeah. Exactly, and that's what makes it so unique. I mean, most rulers back then, they weren't exactly handing out self-help pamphlets.
True, true. But how did he actually get people to, follow this Dhamma thing?
Well, he had a plan. He put people in charge of spreading the word.
Like Dhamma police, going around making sure everyone was being good?
Not quite. Think of them more like Dhamma ambassadors, I guess.
Dhamma ambassadors. Oh, okay, I kind of like that. What did they do?
They traveled all over, teaching people about Dhamma, answering questions, making sure it was actually being put into practice.
Wow, that's pretty innovative for the time, don't you think? Like a 2,000-year-old public awareness campaign? Makes you wonder, if a ruler could unify an empire with good values back then, couldn't it work today?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it's something scholars are still debating today. Did it really work? Did people genuinely embrace Dhamma, or was it more about, staying on the emperor's good side?
Who knows? But it's a fascinating idea. Speaking of fascinating, even with all this, the Mauryan Empire didn't last forever, did it? Yeah, empires, they don't last forever, do they? What happened? Why did the Mauryan Empire fall apart?
Well, it's never just one thing. It's usually like a combination of factors.
Right, a perfect storm kind of thing.
Exactly. And with the Mauryans, you have to remember, this empire was huge. Keeping control over that much territory, that many different people, that's a challenge in any era.
So are we talking internal struggles, like maybe fights over who would be the next emperor?
Could be. Could be. There's evidence of some rebellions happening within the empire.
So even with their organization, things started to, unravel from within.
In a way, yeah. And then there's the external pressures. While all this was going on, you had new powers popping up, particularly down south outside Mauryan control.
Oh, right, like those kingdoms in Tamalakam. Right, the ones with the chiefs and the, what was it, baby tiger gifts?
You got it. Tamalakam is a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. It was a whole different system of power, completely separate from the Mauryan way of doing things.
With the gift-giving and alliances instead of just taxes, right?
Right. And it shows us that there wasn't just one model for power in ancient India. You had the Mauryan Empire, but you also had these other kingdoms thriving, each with their own way of doing things.
Man, it really makes you realize history's never simple, huh? There's always more to the story.
Exactly. And that's what makes studying this period so fascinating. It's not just about memorizing names and dates. It's about trying to understand these different perspectives, you know?
Absolutely. So we've talked about their impressive organization, their unique approach to leadership with Dhamma, but ultimately, even the mighty Mauryan Empire had its limits.
They did. But their story, it offers some pretty incredible insights into the challenges of empire, the power of ideas, and the importance of, looking beyond a single narrative.
Well said. It's been a wild ride through ancient India today, folks, but that's all the time we have for this deep dive. From gold mountains to, well, those baby tigers, it's clear there's still so much to discover about this period.
Absolutely. And who knows what other mysteries are out there just waiting for us to uncover them.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and most importantly, keep learning.
Hey everyone, welcome to another deep dive. We're going back in time, this time to ancient India.
Sounds exciting.
It is. And forget those boring history books. We're going way beyond just names and dates. We're going to uncover the human side of ancient India.
That's what we're here for. It's about the people, right? How they lived, how they saw the world.
Exactly. And get this. We've got kingly boasts, ancient stories, and even sculptures to help us understand.
It's like piecing together a giant puzzle, isn't it? Using all these clues to understand the bigger picture.
Love that analogy. Okay, so let's start with this inscription, the Prayaga Prashasti. Think King Samudragupta's PR campaign, and let me tell you, this guy was not afraid to brag.
Oh, inscriptions like this were all about propaganda, projecting an image of power. You know how it goes.
In Samudragupta, he was going for the gold medal and boasting. He claims he wiped off the fame of other kings with the soles of his feet. I mean, come on, talk about making a statement.
Bold move.
Right. And it gets better. He even compares himself to the gods, claiming some divine right to rule.
Classic power move. Throughout history, rulers have often tied themselves to the divine to legitimize their reign.
Makes sense. But did it really work? Did the average person buy into all this hype?
That's the million-dollar question. And luckily for us, we've got other sources, like the Gandatindu Jataka, that give us a peek into what everyday people were thinking and experiencing.
And let me tell you, it's a pretty different picture. Imagine a king so hated, so dreadful, that everyone from old folks to farmers, even the animals, flee into the forest just to get away from him.
Talk about a disconnect. On one hand, you've got the king claiming he's practically a god, and on the other, you have his people literally running for the hills.
It's mind-boggling. So what made this king so awful? What did he do?
You know, that Jataka doesn't get into specifics about policies or anything like that, but it really highlights the impact of this king's rule. I mean, when everyone flees, that tells you something fundamental broke down between the ruler and the people.
A total loss of trust. It's a good reminder that there's always more to the story than the official version, isn't it?
Absolutely. These whispers, these folk tales, they offer a completely different lens to view the past. And honestly, sometimes they're even more telling.
It's like we're getting a secret peek behind the curtain.
Yeah.
But hey, speaking of different perspectives, let's shift gears from the palaces to the villages. Because while the kings were busy building their legacies, things were changing in the countryside too. Big time.
You're right. This era saw some significant shifts in agriculture. Think iron plows becoming more common and even new methods for growing rice.
Iron plows versus, what, digging sticks. That's a game changer.
Oh, absolutely. It's hard to overstate how much these innovations impacted rural life, the efficiency, the yields. It's a whole new ballgame.
But I'm guessing not everyone benefited equally.
Sadly, no. Geography played a big role. Those fertile plains, they were perfect for these new iron plows. But if you were farming in drier or hillier regions, well, it wasn't so easy.
So we start to see inequality creeping in, even in the countryside.
Unfortunately, yes. And we see it reflected in the language used to describe people. In Tamil literature from this time, you see terms like velar for the big landowners, uzzavar for the plowmen. and adimai for those who were enslaved. These words weren't just job titles. They spoke volumes about your place in society.
It all comes down to who controls the resources.
It's a recurring theme, isn't it? And it's interesting because around this time, you see the rise of the Gahapati, basically the head of the household.
The Gahapati.
Oh.
Sounds important.
Oh, they were. They controlled the land, the animals, the labor, even family members. It wasn't just kings vying for power. These Gahapatis had their own little kingdoms within their households.
It's all starting to make sense. It's like that passage we have from the Manusmriti, talking about using stones, bones, even cow hair to mark your property lines.
Sounds a little extreme, doesn't it?
It does, until you realize just how valuable land was and how common disputes must have been. It wasn't just about a patch of dirt. It was about navigating this complex web of power dynamics that permeated every aspect of life.
Precisely. And it adds this whole other layer to how we understand the role of the king. He wasn't just a conqueror. He was also the guy who had to keep the peace, resolve these disputes, especially as new technologies and ideas started shaking things up.
Talk about a tough job. So those kingly boasts, that obsession with projecting absolute authority, maybe it wasn't just ego, maybe it was also about projecting stability, reassuring people that someone was in control.
That's a really interesting point. It makes you think about the pressures these rulers were under and how those pressures shaped their actions, their self-image, everything.
It reminds us that history is anything but simple, right?
Absolutely. There's always more than meets the eye. And sometimes those complexities are where the most fascinating stories lie. Speaking of which, have you ever seen a sculpture that just stops you in your tracks? Loads of them. But there's this one Kushana king sculpture. It's from the first few centuries CE, and it just screams power.
I bet. What's it like?
Well, he's decked out, right? Elaborate headdress, jewelry, the works, and the pose.
Yep.
All about majesty. You know, that classic ruler vibe.
So not exactly your casual, everyday king look.
Not even close. This was about sending a message, I'm in charge here. Though it's interesting, he's not holding a weapon or anything.
So more like a benevolent ruler, not just a warrior king.
Exactly. The Kushanas were known for being patrons of the arts and really boosting trade along the Silk Road. So this sculpture, it might be showing that softer side. A ruler who brings prosperity, not just conquers.
Clever. It's like those inscriptions, but with marble instead of words.
Right. Using art to shape their image. And you have to wonder, if you were a farmer who just trekked for days to bring your problems to the king, seeing that statue, that would be intimidating.
No kidding.
Yeah.
It makes those property line markers we talked about seem even more significant. It wasn't just about land. It was about navigating power, understanding your place in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly. It's all connected. And it's something you see throughout Indian history, this dance between kingship, religion, and the realities of rural life. It's fascinating.
It really is. It's like each piece we uncover adds a new layer to the story.
And don't forget, we've only scratched the surface.
True. So speaking of uncovering those layers, we've talked a lot about kings and power. But what about everyone else? The people who are growing the food, crafting goods, just living their lives. What can we learn about them?
The Jataka tales, they're a goldmine for understanding everyday life.
Oh, right. They weren't all about kings, were they?
Not at all. There's one about a weaver and a thief. It's hilarious, but also quite telling.
Okay, you have to tell me this one.
All right, so picture this. You've got this weaver, super talented, but also a bit gullible. And this thief comes along dressed as a holy man.
Oh no, I see where this is going.
He convinces the weaver he needs a special cloth to meditate under this magical waterfall. Naturally, the weaver, being a kind soul, agrees.
And I'm guessing the holy man wasn't so holy after all.
You got it. The thief tells the weaver to wait by the waterfall, claiming the magic only works if the weaver washes the cloth under the water himself. Of course, the thief disappears, leaving the weaver with nothing but wet cloth.
That's both clever and cruel. Poor weaver. But it does tell us something about life back then, doesn't it?
Right. We see how important skills and crafts were, but also how vulnerable people were to scams. It highlights the need for street smarts, for being able to read people and situations.
Intelligence takes many forms, and I imagine stories like this were how people learned those lessons.
Exactly. Oral storytelling, it was everything. Education, entertainment, passing down wisdom. Imagine those gatherings, listening to tales around a fire. Those stories weren't just entertainment, they were survival guides.
It's like a direct line to the heart of a culture, isn't it? Those stories that resonate across generations. But hey, speaking of connections, let's switch gears and talk about trade. Because ancient India wasn't isolated, it was connected to the world.
The Silk Road was booming,
Wow.
connecting India to places as far as China and Rome, and it wasn't just silk and spices being traded. We're talking ideas, beliefs, artistic styles.
It's mind-blowing when you think about it. This ancient form of globalization, shaping cultures across continents. And it makes you wonder, how did all this impact life in ancient India?
That's what's so fascinating. We see it everywhere, from architecture to food. Have you heard of the Ajanta caves?
The murals, absolutely, they're breathtaking.
Right. And a lot of them depict scenes from those Jataka tales, which shows you how influential those stories were. But here's the kicker. The artistic styles, even some of the materials, they show influences from beyond India. Some think the blue pigments came all the way from Afghanistan.
No way. So we're talking about a global network, even back then. It really changes how you view the world, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It wasn't just about isolated civilizations. It was about this web of interactions, this flow of goods and ideas that shaped everything. And it wasn't just objects and styles. Think about religion. Buddhism, which started in India, spread like wildfire along these trade routes, reaching China and beyond.
Buddhism spreading across Asia thanks to trade. That just blows my mind.
It's incredible, right? And it shows just how powerful these ancient connections were. It wasn't just about material goods. It was about something deeper. Ideas, beliefs, a search for meaning, really. It's something that connects us all, even across centuries.
Makes you think, doesn't it? That
Yeah.
desire to explore, to connect with something bigger than ourselves, it's timeless.
Absolutely. And in a way, that's what we're doing now, exploring the past, piecing together these fragments to understand the lives of those who came before us.
We've covered so much ground in this deep dive. Kings, farmers, those amazing Jedika tales. It really paints a vivid picture.
It does, and it shows how everything's connected. The kings, the people, the land, even the stories they told. It's all part of this intricate tapestry of ancient India.
And we get to explore it all, which is just amazing. But as always, I feel like we've just scratched the surface.
We've only just begun. And that's what's so exciting about studying history. There's always something new to discover, a different perspective to consider, a mystery to unravel.
Exactly.
Yay!
It's a never-ending journey of exploration. So to everyone listening, keep asking those questions. Keep digging deeper. Who knows what incredible stories we'll uncover together.
I can't wait to find out.
Until next time, keep exploring.
Get ready for a journey, because today we're driving deep into ancient India.
Sounds exciting.
It is. But we're not just covering the usual emperors and empires, though.
Oh.
We're going deeper, way deeper. We're using some really interesting sources to uncover the lives of everyday people in ancient India.
That's what I love. It's so easy to get caught up in the big names and the battles, but honestly, it's the everyday lives that really fascinate me. It gives you a much better understanding, you know?
Totally. It's like those old photographs you find tucked away, the ones that really make the past come alive. And that's what we're doing today. But instead of photos, we have these incredible historical documents. And our first discovery, well, this one takes us back to the 4th century CE to a village called Danguna.
Danguna. Okay, I'm intrigued. What's in Danguna?
Okay, so imagine this. Instead of some dusty old history book, we've got our hands on a land grant inscription. Basically a legal document from a queen named Prabhavati Gupta.
A queen. Okay, we're already talking royalty. I like it.
But hold on, this is so much more than just a royal decree. This inscription, it's like a snapshot of village life, frozen in time. I mean, where else are you going to find Brahmanas, the scholars and priests, mentioned right alongside the peasants who work the land?
Oh, I see what you mean. It's those little details that really paint a picture of the time. And land grants, weren't those pretty common back then?
You know it. They were all over ancient India.
Though I imagine they varied quite a bit depending on who was giving the land and why, right?
No, absolutely. Some were massive, some were, just a small plot of land.
Makes you wonder what kind of impact something like that had, both on the people receiving the land and on the overall society. Like, was it seen as a gift, a burden?
A bit of both.
All of that and more. And get this, the inscription, it even hints at other villagers who were busy producing goods for the king. So we're not just talking about farming here.
Really? Now that's interesting. What kind of goods are we talking about? Weapons? Pottery? Exquisite textiles, maybe? It's like a little mystery.
Right.
It really gets your imagination going. Totally. And speaking of intriguing details, the inscription mentions householders, which, might not seem like much at first glance, but it makes you think about family structures back then, right?
It does. Like, were these large, multi-generational families all living under one roof? Or something completely different? It's fascinating to think about.
It is. And here's where the plot thickens. This land grant, like many others, it wasn't just a free pass. It came with strings attached.
Oh, I bet it did. Obligations to the new lord, I presume.
Mm-hmm.
Taxes, labor, the whole shebang.
Exactly. It definitely adds another layer to those power dynamics we were talking about. What did it really mean for those people living in Danguna? Did they see these obligations as fair or as a form of oppression?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And it highlights a crucial point. This inscription, as valuable as it is, it's coming from a very particular perspective, the perspective of the elite.
Right. It's like reading a review written by the owner of the restaurant.
Exactly. We don't get to hear directly from the people who are actually obligated to this new lord. How do they feel about these arrangements? It reminds us that the voices we hear most clearly from the past, well, they often belong to those in power.
Mhm.
It's our job to seek out those missing voices, the ones that don't always make it into the history books.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And speaking of voices, there's one more thing about this land grant that really struck me. It was issued by a woman, Prabhavati Gupta, a queen, granting land in a time when legal texts often limited women's property rights.
It makes you wonder how often those legal texts really reflected reality, doesn't it? Like, were they just guidelines open to interpretation? Or were there women like Prabhavati Gupta who broke those barriers, who found ways to exercise power and influence despite the limitations placed on them? It's a good question.
It is, and that's what makes studying history so fascinating. It's full of these little mysteries, these glimpses into the past that make us question everything we thought we knew. Okay, so we've got this really vivid picture of village life, but now, get ready for a change of scenery. We're leaving that land grant inscription behind and stepping into a whole different kind of village, one right on the edge of a forest.
Oh, a forest village. This sounds intriguing. What kind of source are we talking about now? Some ancient folk tale passed down through generations.
Not quite a folktale, but close. We're switching gears to a 7th century biography, actually. It's called the Harsha.
A biography. So about a king, I'm guessing.
You got it. King Harsha, to be precise. But don't worry, this isn't your typical, and then the king did this, and then he conquered that kind of story.
Not good, because we've had our fill of kings for one day. What's so special about this biography, Sam?
Well, tucked away within all these stories of royalty and battles, there's this incredible description of daily life in a forest village. It's like stumbling upon a hidden treasure.
I see what you mean. It's like finding a forgotten diary entry that gives you a totally different perspective on the past. So what's in this hidden treasure? What kind of details are we talking about? Paint me a picture.
Okay, so imagine this. Bundles of fragrant bark, freshly picked flowers, honeycombs practically dripping with sweetness, even shimmering peacock feathers. The author really brings this village to life.
Wow, the peacock feathers. That's not something you'd expect in a simple village. It makes you wonder what they were using them for, right? Purely decorative. Or was there some practical use as well?
Exactly, and that's what makes this description so fascinating. It's those little details that make you stop and think, wait, what was life really like back then? And the answer is often more complex and more interesting than we might assume. Like, take that bark, for instance. What was its purpose?
Well, if we're talking about a forest village, that bark could have been essential. Building materials, maybe. Or maybe they used it for weaving mats or baskets. So many possibilities.
Right. And those flowers, maybe they were for religious offerings, or perhaps they held secrets for dyes or perfumes. It's like each item tells a story. And those peacock feathers, they could have been anything from valuable trade goods to decorations for religious ceremonies. Who knows?
It really shows how resourceful people were back then, using what they had available to them, turning even something like a peacock's feather into something useful or beautiful. They were masters of sustainability before sustainability was even a word.
Totally. And don't forget about the people in this village. The text specifically mentions village wives rushing off to sell their goods in nearby settlements.
Oh, that's right. They were the ones keeping those local economies humming, weren't they? Traveling, trading, bartering. It's easy to forget how important women were to the economic engine of ancient India.
Absolutely. And it's a good reminder that history isn't just about kings and battles. It's about the everyday lives of ordinary people, going about their business, making a living, and shaping the world around them.
Couldn't agree more. So we've gone from a Queensland grant to a bustling forest village. What other hidden corners of ancient India are we going to uncover today? I'm ready for more.
From a forest village to, well, imagine the hustle and bustle of city life, because that's where we're headed next.
Oh, a city. This should be good. Which city are we talking about?
We're going to Mathura, a city full of life and deeply connected to the god Krishna. Just picture it, the vibrant streets, the sounds, the smells.
Oh, I can only imagine. It must have been an incredible mix of the sacred and the everyday, temples next to marketplaces, all those different lives intersecting. So what kind of hidden treasure are we going to uncover in Mathura?
Okay, so remember how our other sources gave us glimpses into village life? Well, in Mathura, that glimpse comes from another unique type of source, a votive inscription.
A votive inscription. That
Hmm.
sounds interesting. What is it exactly?
It's basically a record of a donation to a religious institution, usually inscribed on a temple wall or a sculpture. It was like a public declaration of faith, a way to give thanks to the gods.
Oh, I see. So it's like a window into the religious practices of the time, but also into the lives of the people making those donations. Were these inscriptions always anonymous, or did they mention names?
Well, in this case, we actually get a name. The inscription mentions a woman named Nagapapia, specifically identified as a goldsmith's wife.
A goldsmith's wife. What a fascinating detail. It makes you wonder what her life was like, doesn't it?
It does. And it also tells us something about the social structure of Mathura. Here we have this woman, clearly important enough to make a significant donation, and she's identified by her husband's profession. What does that tell us about the roles of men and women in that society?
It's definitely something to think about. And the fact that her husband was a goldsmith, well, that speaks to the kind of specialized craft that must have thrived in a city like Mathura, right?
Exactly. And those specialized crafts often meant guilds, those ancient organizations that controlled different trades.
Oh, right. The Shrenis. I always find it fascinating how these ancient systems of collaboration pop up across different cultures and time periods. Like the idea of a guild, of craftspeople coming together to protect their interests and share their knowledge. It makes you realize that some human needs and desires are pretty universal, even across thousands of years.
That's so true. So we've gone from a queen granting land to a bustling forest village to a city filled with skilled artisans. And it's incredible. Each of these sources, they all tell a small part of a much larger story, a story about everyday life, about the human experience that transcends time and place.
Absolutely. It reminds us that history isn't just dates and battles. It's about people, their lives, their loves, their losses. It's about understanding the human story in all its complexities.
And on that note, we come to the end of our deep dive. We've journeyed through ancient India, explored forgotten villages, and wandered through bustling cities. Hopefully, you've discovered something new about the past, something that sparks your curiosity and makes you want to keep exploring. Welcome back, listeners. Get ready to explore ancient India, but hold on. This isn't your typical history lesson. We're about to take a deep dive into a topic that connected the ancient world in ways you might not expect. Trade.
Oh, absolutely. And when we say connected, we're talking on a scale that might surprise you.
Okay, now, you've got my attention. So our guidebook for this journey is Themes in Indian History, and right off the bat, it mentions these incredible trade routes crisscrossing the Indian subcontinent, going way back to the 6th century BCE, land routes, river routes, even maritime routes. They had it all. But just how far did these networks actually reach?
Well, imagine a network that goes way beyond India's borders. We're talking Central Asia, East Africa, West Asia, Southeast Asia, even China. It was truly a global trade web, with the ancient India right at its heart.
Wow, it's like a massive ancient Silk Road, but way more extensive. Talk about ambition. So who are the movers and shakers behind all of this?
You had everybody involved. We're talking local peddlers going from village to village, all the way up to these incredibly wealthy merchants who led caravans loaded with valuable goods. But these weren't just your average merchants. They were master strategists, negotiators, risk takers, the whole package.
They had to be to navigate those distances, right? So did they have a specific name, these master
The
traders?
source mentions Tamil traders called Masantuvan, sometimes called Sethis and Sethavahas in Protectorate. And they were successful, like enormously rich, kind of successful. Just shows you the kind of economic opportunities that were out there.
Enormously rich. Yeah, that's not your average merchant's salary. What was their secret? What made them stand out?
It was a combination of things, really. They had to be incredibly savvy, not just about supply and demand, but also the political landscape, knowing who to work with, who to avoid. Often they had these relationships with rulers who'd provide protection along the routes, probably for a cut of the profits, of course.
Ah, the age-old strategy of you scratch my back, I scratch yours. I guess some things never change, but I have to ask, what exactly were they trading on these routes? What treasures were they moving across these vast distances?
Well, think about what ancient India had in abundance. Spices. Pepper, especially, was like gold to the Roman Empire.
I've heard stories about Roman emperors being obsessed with Indian pepper. It was incredibly valuable, wasn't it? They called it black gold, didn't they?
Exactly. And it wasn't just pepper. Textiles from India were known for their quality and craftsmanship, always in high demand. Plus, you have medicinal plants, which speaks to ancient India's knowledge of herbal medicine.
Yeah.
And to really understand how far this trade network went, there's a fascinating document mentioned in our source, The Periplus of the Erythraean Sea.
Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. That sounds like something straight out of an adventure novel. What is it?
Think of it like an ancient mariner's guide to the Indian Ocean. It talks about all the bustling trade happening on the Malabar coast, which is present-day Kerala. The sheer variety of goods they list is incredible. This Greek sailor mentions pepper, malabathrum, which might be cinnamon, and imports to India like topaz, antimony, coral, glass, copper, tin, lead, you name it.
It sounds like a melting pot of cultures and commodities. Just picturing those ancient ships laden with spices, textiles, who knows what else, sailing across the open ocean. It's incredible. But it makes you wonder, how did they manage the complexities of trade without a standardized currency back then?
That's where coinage comes in, revolutionizing trade. Around the 6th century BCE, we start seeing these punch-marked coins, usually made of silver and copper.
Okay, so let's talk about these punch-marked coins. Were they a common form of currency across all these trade routes, or were there different systems in place?
Different regions might have had their own local currencies,
Yeah.
but yeah, these punch-marked coins, they really took off, became a more standardized system. Can you imagine trying to trade a whole shipload of silks just using sacks of grain?
I can't even imagine the logistics of that. So these coins really streamlined things, made those bigger, more complicated transactions possible. But weren't these early coins pretty simple, just markings punched into metal? What can we actually learn from them?
You're right, they seem pretty basic at first glance, but those markings tell a story. Numismatists, they're the ones who study coins, and they can actually use those markings to trace their origins, figure out their value, even piece together these ancient commercial networks.
It's like ancient detective work using coins as clues. So we've gone from bartering to these punch-marked coins. Did coinage evolve even further?
Oh, absolutely. Fast forward to the 2nd century BCE, you have the Indo-Greeks. They had a presence in northwest India, and they started minting coins with the names and images of their rulers, a major step toward a more centralized, recognizable currency.
It's like putting a face to the empire, literally stamping their authority on the currency. Did this trend continue with other empires that came to power?
You bet. The Kushanas, they rose to prominence around the 1st century CE, and they issued huge quantities of gold coins. And here's the kicker. These Kushana gold coins were surprisingly similar in weight to the ones used by the Roman emperors and the Parthian rulers over in present-day Iran.
Wait, so are we talking about a potential ancient world precursor to a global currency? That's wild. I mean, that level of standardization across such vast distances has to be intentional, right?
Exactly. It shows how sophisticated and interconnected these ancient trade networks really were. And if that wasn't enough, get this. Archaeologists have found Roman coins in South India.
Hold on, Roman coins in South India, but that region was never part of the Roman Empire. How on earth did those coins travel that far?
It really shows you the reach of ancient Indian trade. Challenges that idea that it was all about these direct routes. Those coins probably went through so many hands, traveling through a complex web of intermediaries to cross continents like that. It goes to show trade wasn't held back by political boundaries.
It's amazing how trade could connect even the most distant corners of the ancient world. This deep dive has already revealed so many surprising connections. But I'm curious, were there any written records from that period that can shed more light on these ancient Indian trade practices? What about those enormously rich merchants we keep hearing about? Did they leave any traces?
Oh, there are records. Our source talks about how historians have managed to decipher ancient Indian scripts like Brahmi and Kharosthi. It's like cracking historical code. And they reveal a gold mine of information about their everyday lives, including how they did business.
Okay, so for those of us who aren't ancient script experts, break it down. What exactly are Brahmi and Kharosthi? What kind of insights do they offer?
Think of Brahmi and Kharosthi as two of the first writing systems in ancient India. Brahmi, for example, it's thought to have popped up around the 3rd century BCE, and a lot of later South Asian scripts actually evolved from it. And these scripts, they're everywhere. Coins, pillars, temple walls. They give us a real peek into how ancient Indian society worked.
So through these inscriptions, we can almost hear the voices of the past talking to us. What kind of cool details do they reveal about trade back then?
Let's take the Asokan inscriptions, for instance. They're from Emperor Ashoka, 3rd century BCE, and they give us a glimpse into how he ran his vast empire. He's famous for promoting peace and nonviolence, but his inscriptions also show his approach to governing, including the economy.
Ashoka, he's the emperor who converted to Buddhism after that brutal Kalinga War, right? So what did these inscriptions say about his stance on trade?
Well, they don't really lay out specific economic policies, but you can see his focus was on the well-being of his people, including traders. He was big on just and fair practices and set up a solid system of roads and infrastructure. All of that suggests he saw a booming economy as crucial for a healthy empire.
A leader who gets that a happy and productive population equals prosperity sounds like a timeless strategy to me. But what about those wealthy merchants? What do the inscriptions tell us about their lives?
They paint a picture of people who were seriously influential, not just in terms of money, but also woven into the social and religious scene. You see inscriptions mentioning merchants making big donations to temples and monasteries, a common way to earn religious merit and climb the social ladder in ancient India.
Classic philanthropy, but in an ancient setting. It really highlights how these merchants weren't just out for themselves. They were active members of a much bigger system with social and religious expectations.
For sure. It all ties together. Economics, religion, social structures. In ancient India, it was all connected.
It reminds you that history isn't just dates and battles, it's about real people living their lives. These inscriptions bring their world to life and show how what they did actually shaped the course of history.
Absolutely. And if we want to go beyond inscriptions, there are even more tangible pieces of evidence out there that show the reach and the sheer scale of ancient Indian trade.
Oh, now you've got me hooked. What other clues have managed to survive all this time? So tell me more about these tangible pieces of evidence. What else is out there?
Well, we can dive into the world of underwater archaeology for a bit.
Ooh, shipwrecks, like something straight out of an adventure movie.
Maybe not quite as dramatic, but just as exciting. Underwater archaeologists have found some amazing things off the coast of India. Remains of ancient ships, loaded with cargo. It's real, tangible proof of these massive maritime trade routes.
It's like opening a window to the past. What kind of treasures have they pulled from the depths?
One incredible find was a shipwreck near the port of Pumpuhar in Tamil Nadu. Dates back to the 1st century CE. They found all sorts of artifacts, including amphorae.
Amphorae, sorry to interrupt, but what exactly are those?
Amphorae, they're basically big pottery jars used all the time in ancient times. They'd use them to transport liquids, wine, olive oil, things like that. And get this, the ones from this particular shipwreck, probably from the Roman Empire.
Roman wine in India.
Yeah.
Talk about globalization. So it wasn't just a one-way street of spices and textiles heading west. Sounds like those luxury goods were flowing in both directions.
Absolutely. Finding Roman amphorae in a shipwreck off the coast of India. It's undeniable proof of the two-way trade going on between these empires, even with all that distance. It adds a whole new dimension to how we see their relationship. It wasn't just about the stuff they traded, it was a desire for luxury goods, maybe even a kind of cultural exchange.
It's fascinating how something like a simple amphora, once holding Roman wine, can become this powerful symbol of these ancient trade routes. You can almost picture the daring voyages, the skilled sailors, a world much more connected than we tend to imagine. It really makes you appreciate the sheer scale and sophistication of this ancient network.
I know, it's incredible. And we can't forget about the human element in all of this. These weren't just voyages for goods, they were journeys of cultural exchange, spreading ideas, beliefs, even technologies across vast distances. These interactions changed the ancient world, influencing everything from their food to their religion to their art.
Like a ripple effect, with each ship carrying more than just cargo. We see this with Buddhism spreading from India to other parts of Asia, a movement that was closely tied to these ancient trade routes.
Exactly. Merchants and monks, they often traveled the same paths, became these agents of change, spreading ideas and beliefs. And Buddhism is a great example. It didn't stay static, it mixed with local traditions as it spread, which shows how fluid culture was, how interconnected that ancient world really was.
It really makes you think, if these ancient civilizations could make trade flourish like this across geographical barriers and political divides, what does that tell us about the potential for a globally connected world today?
It's a powerful thought, isn't it? We're still grappling with complexities in our modern world. Studying these ancient trade systems, we can learn a lot from how they did things. They're a good reminder that collaboration, understanding those things, have the power to overcome differences, to build connections that benefit everyone. And that's a thought to end on. We've traveled through time today, exploring the ins and outs of ancient Indian trade, from those bustling marketplaces to the open seas. We've talked about empires, emperors, merchants, monks, spices, silks, even Roman wine, all these threads woven together into this incredible tapestry of global exchange. So before we wrap up, what are some key takeaways you hope our listeners walk away with today?
I hope our deep dive showed how dynamic, how interconnected the ancient world truly was. It challenges the idea that any civilization was ever really isolated. Ancient India, with its vast trade networks, it played a major role in shaping the world we live in today. It's a story that needs to be told, reminding us of the power of curiosity, exploration, and the human desire to connect with one another. Thanks for joining us on this incredible journey through ancient Indian trade.
Hey everyone, ready to time travel. Today, we're diving into ancient India, but not through the usual dusty textbooks. We're talking inscriptions, those messages carved in stone.
It's like hearing directly from the past, and we're using themes in Indian history as our guide. It's a deep dive into Indian life from about 600 BCE to 600 CE.
Okay, so we're talking empires, grand palaces, maybe even epic chariot chases. What kind of stories do these inscriptions tell?
Oh, we've got empires rising and falling for sure, but it's more than just the official version. Take Emperor Asoka, famous for his pillar edicts. These inscriptions are all over India.
So what, like ancient tweets carved in stone?
Kind of, but think, official decrees, policies, some even sound super personal, reflections on his reign.
Ahsoka, the original oversharer. I like it. What kind of stuff did he reflect on?
Well, there's one inscription that's caused a bit of a stir among historians. It's about his conquest of Kalinga, which is in modern-day Orissa. He expresses, get this, remorse for the suffering he caused.
Whoa, a king admitting he messed up. That's pretty rare, even now. So what, did everyone just forgive him?
Well, that's the thing. It's seen as a major turning point in his reign. Historians debate if it was genuine remorse or, a strategic move to solidify his power. It's a puzzle, really.
A puzzle with a missing piece.
Okay.
Because I read that inscription about Kalinga, the one found all over his empire, except in Orissa itself.
You're right. It's like the one place it should be, and it's gone.
Okay, so now I have to know, what's the deal with that?
It's the million-dollar question. And it gets to the heart of why studying these inscriptions is so fascinating and frustrating. These aren't perfectly preserved messages. Think time, weather, even people. They all take their toll.
So less of a tweet, more like trying to read a faded note someone scribbled on, like a crumbling wall.
You got it. That's where epigraphers come in. We're like history detectives, piecing together these fragmented stories using language, context, even science.
A whole other level of detective work. So how can we be sure we're getting the truth with these fragile inscriptions? I guess it's like trying to solve a giant jigsaw puzzle, but half the pieces got lost or something.
Exactly. And it's not even just about the condition of the inscription itself. We've got to think who wrote this thing and why.
Right, because it's not like these were meant to be objective history books. Right.
Not at all. I mean, most of the time, these inscriptions were put up by the rulers themselves, showing off their achievements, their power, maybe even tweaking history a little to make themselves look better.
So taking it with a grain of salt, like a politician's memoir, maybe?
You got it. And here's another thing. Literacy was pretty low back then. So even if Ahsoka was being totally sincere about peace and all that, how many people could even read his grand message?
It's like trying to understand what a whole society thought based on, like, billboards and statues. You're only getting one side of the story.
Exactly. That's why we historians are always trying to find those missing voices, the people who didn't get to carve their stories in stone.
Which reminds me of that quote from D.C. Sarkar, the epigrapher. He said, inscriptions can reveal every aspect of ancient Indian life. I mean, I get that we have to watch out for bias and stuff, but can we really get that much from these, like, broken up texts?
It's a bold statement, that's for sure. I don't know about every aspect, but they do give us a surprising amount of detail about daily life, especially when we compare them to other stuff we find.
Okay, now I need an example. What kind of everyday things are we talking about here? These carvings mention what people ate for breakfast.
Well, actually, our source talks about this comparison between gifts given to a Pandian chief and, like, goods produced in a normal village. Now, we don't have the actual lists, but just the fact that they were comparing these things is huge.
Okay, how so? I'm not sure I follow.
Imagine archaeologists thousands of years in the future, right? They find a celebrity's mansion and a regular family's house. Just by looking at the stuff they find in each place, they can learn a lot, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Like fancy imported stuff versus everyday things, right?
Exactly. And we can see the same patterns in ancient India. By comparing what elites were trading with what regular folks were making, we can see economic differences, how work was divided up, even cultural stuff. It's like putting together a puzzle, but instead of a picture, it's a whole society.
Okay, I'm starting to get how these inscriptions can give us these little peeks into this lost world. But how do we make sure we're not just making up our own stories about the past based on these little bits and pieces? It's like we're trying to crack a code, but we're missing half the letters.
And with any code, you can misinterpret things if you're not careful. That's why we're always comparing different inscriptions, looking at the whole picture, checking against other historical sources.
Like making sure these little pieces of the puzzle actually fit together.
Exactly. We got to figure out the world these inscriptions came from. Think about it. If you found a diary entry from, like, 100 years ago, the words are just the start.
Right, you'd want to know what was happening back then, who that person was, all that stuff.
Exactly. It gives the words meaning. Which makes you wonder, right? What if someone found our stuff 100 years from now?
And all they had were our social media posts or something. I'm sure they'd get a pretty weird view of things.
Totally. They might think we're all obsessed with, like, taking pictures of our food or something. I mean, they'd miss a lot of the details, the everyday stuff that really makes up a life, right?
It kind of makes you realize what we think of as facts now, they might see things totally differently in the future.
Exactly. And that's the cool thing about studying history. It's always changing, evolving as we find new things and look at things in new ways.
So as we wrap up our deep dive here, what's the one thing you want listeners to take away from all this? What about these ancient messages?
I think it's realizing that these inscriptions, even though they're incomplete, they show us that the past was full of real people, just like us, with their own hopes and struggles and everything.
And by studying these clues they left behind, these little pieces of their lives,
We can start to understand them, their world, with all its richness and complexity. It's pretty amazing.
it really is like taking a trip back in time. Well, that's all the time we have for today's deep dive.
Thanks for listening.
Until next time, keep exploring, and we'll see you on our next adventure.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready for another deep dive. Today, we're stepping back in time to ancient India.
Yeah, we're talking like way back, between 600 BCE and 600 CE.
We're using these excerpts from a scholarly article. It's called less103-14.pdf. Kind of catchy, right?
Wow, the content's fascinating, that's for sure.
Right. We're going to really try to unpack what family life was like back then, the social structures, all that.
This was a time of massive change in India. Like, agriculture was booming, new social groups were forming.
And how wealth was spread around, right? That always shakes things up.
Exactly, completely reshaped the social fabric.
It's like watching a society totally transform itself. But how do we even begin to understand people from so long ago?
Well, we've got texts and inscriptions from that time period, though got to be careful.
Because it's all biased, right? Like, we're only hearing from the people who could write, who had the power.
Exactly. Often it's the elite perspective we're getting.
So we got to read between the lines, see who's missing from the story. Now, I've heard about this epic tale, the Mahabharata. Any insights there?
The Mahabharata. It's more than just a story. It's like this huge poem that took centuries to write, a gold mine of info on ancient India.
Okay, but is it really history? Or just, a good story?
You're right to be cautious, but the Mahabharata is different. It's full of social commentary reflecting the beliefs and values of the time. Even their anxieties come through.
So it's like a window into their world, even if it's a little distorted.
Exactly. And one thing it constantly emphasizes is lineage, specifically patrilineage. That's the whole inheriting through the male line thing.
Right, like those stories where kingdoms are won or lost based on who's your dad.
Yeah, but what's interesting is how the Mahabharata links that to cosmic order, almost like divine favor. It's not just a social structure. It's like how the universe works.
So it's subtly pushing a specific worldview. Sneaky. It's almost like they're trying to tell us this is how it is. But is it really that simple?
Well, not quite. The thing about the Mahabharata is it wasn't written all at once. Different versions popped up all over India over time.
Ah, so it's like a game of telephone. Each person changes it a bit.
Kind of. Scholars have actually compared all these different versions, and what they found is super interesting.
Okay, hit me with it. What'd they find?
So there's definitely a core story, right? But each region kind of tweaked it, adapted it to their own situation.
So the Mahabharata is like a window into the diversity of ancient India itself.
Exactly. Shows just how complex and multifaceted that society was.
Which makes me think about those other voices we mentioned earlier. The ones that might not be in those fancy Sanskrit texts.
Right, right. Those Sanskrit texts are important, especially the ones from the Brahmanical tradition. But we got to look at other perspectives, too.
It's like trying to understand a whole debate, but you only hear one side.
Exactly. We can look for works in Pali, Prakrit, Tamil. They give us a more, shall we say, diverse chorus of voices, often from those outside the elite circles.
Okay, what are we talking here? Spill the tea.
We'll take Pali texts, for example. The ones tied to Buddhism. They have a very different take on things like social hierarchy, the role of karma. They challenge the idea that your birth determines your whole life.
So like a bit of rebellion against those rigid social structures?
In a way, yeah. They put more emphasis on individual action and the possibility of spiritual liberation no matter who you are.
Whoa, okay, so it's like a whole new layer to the story.
Exactly, and that's just one example. Then you've got Tamil literature focusing on love, heroism, even everyday folks. It's another amazing perspective.
Sounds like ancient India was more of a mosaic than a single picture.
Absolutely. It was this vibrant mix of cultures, beliefs, ways of life, all interacting and evolving.
And speaking of ways of life, let's talk about something universal, something we can all relate to, family. Family. It's something that connects us all through time, but actually like uncovering the dynamics of family life back then in ancient India. It's like stepping into a whole different world. So what can we learn, from what we've got?
You're right. It's like trying to see through a fog sometimes.
Yeah.
It's tricky to get the full picture, especially for everyday people. But we do have the Mahabharata, and it gives us, glimpses into how they thought about family structures, what they valued.
And a lot of that seems to revolve around patrilineal, right? We've talked about the Mahabharata being into that whole concept, but did, religious texts, did they reflect that same emphasis?
Oh, absolutely. It's woven into the very fabric of ancient Indian society, even their sacred rituals. There's this really interesting hymn from the Rig Veda. It's chanted during marriage ceremonies, and it talks about binding the bride to her husband's family with this goal of having sons.
Wow, talk about pressure. It's like her whole worth is based on continuing the family line.
Yeah, you're picking up on something important there. While the hymn does, offer blessings for both the bride and groom, it definitely highlights the expectations on them. A son, he meant the lineage would continue, the man's legacy was secure. A daughter, though, she'd get married and contribute to another family's line.
So it's like the roles were already written, even back then. Sons inherit, daughters are, married off.
In a lot of ways, yeah. But, as we've seen, things aren't always so clear-cut. I mean, we talked about all the different ways people interpreted the Mahabharata, right? And those other texts offering completely different viewpoints. Reality is rarely simple.
So you're saying these rigid structures, maybe they weren't always so rigid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Patrilineal succession, sure, it was the dominant model. But history, just like those ancient texts, throws us curveballs. We see brothers taking power, other relatives staking claims, even women. Like there's Pravavati Gupta, she had serious political clout.
It's a good reminder to always dig deeper, right? Challenge those assumptions. It sounds like ancient India was bursting with different viewpoints, different experiences, not just one single story.
Exactly. It reminds us that history isn't about finding some absolute truth. It's about putting together this giant, messy, complicated puzzle and enjoying the contradictions.
Which brings us to the heart of why we even do these deep dives. If something as influential as the Mahabharata, right, with its focus on patrilineal, on social order, if even that has contradictions, variations, then how do we, today, make sense of it all?
It's a question worth sitting with, for sure. It's like we've dug up this treasure chest, full of stories, teachings, but figuring out what it all means.
Yeah.
About ancient Indian society. It's a conversation with the past.
We've got to acknowledge the gaps in our knowledge, the biases in our sources, even the voices we've lost to time.
Yes. Recognizing that history isn't static, it's ongoing. And the more viewpoints we bring in, the clearer that picture becomes.
And on that note, we'll leave you all to ponder that one. Join us next time when we dive into another corner of history.
Welcome back, deep divers. Today we're going to be journeying back in time.
Oh, this can be good.
To ancient India. We're going to explore
fascinating stuff.
Family, inheritance, and social structures.
Yes.
Particularly between 1000 BCE to 200 CE.
Right.
And we're going to be using a document called
let me guess.
Lists10358.pdf.
A classic. It's full of excerpts from ancient Indian literature
Right.
and scholarly analysis.
Perfect. Okay, so to kick things off,
Let's go.
let's dive right into a story
Okay.
with drama, rivalry, and lineage.
Right.
The clash between the Kauravas and Pandavas from the Mahabharata.
That's a Mahabharata. It's really more than just a story.
Yeah.
It's like a reflection of ancient India's soul.
Yep.
It's got the values, the anxieties,
Extreme.
all about the power of family.
Yes, absolutely. And this excerpt we've got here from the Adi Parvan,
Okay.
the first book of the Mahabharata,
Right.
really sets the stage. Dhritarashtra became king despite his blindness.
His blindness, wow.
After his brother Pandu died, he was the rightful heir.
See, and that detail about the blindness, that is crucial. It shows how
Yes.
succession was complex. Even if you had limitations, that lineage still mattered.
It's so true. And of
Well,
course,
Paris.
Dhritarashtra had a ton of sons.
Oh, boy, here we go.
The Kauravas
Right.
and Pandu had the Pandavas.
Yeah.
Lots of family tension.
You're telling me patrilineal succession, my friend.
Right.
Lineage was everything. It determined who would rule.
So the Pandavas,
Go on.
especially the eldest, they were seen as
Go on.
really capable, virtuous,
Really?
and they kind of eclipsed the Kauravas.
Oh, I bet there were whispers,
Oh, yeah.
comparisons, anxieties. Who
Yeah.
would inherit it all?
For sure. And for Duryodhana, the eldest Kaurava,
Yes.
all this turned into jealousy.
Makes sense.
He was scared of being excluded from the royal succession.
Oh, it wasn't just sibling rivalry.
No,
It was a battle for the entire kingdom.
it really was. Family and lineage all intertwined.
Absolutely.
And it really makes you think,
Yeah.
about power and legacy and all that.
It's timeless, isn't it? But there's another side to this whole family dynamic we got to look at.
Oh, absolutely. We can't forget about the daughters.
Exactly. They had their own set of expectations and limitations.
Right. This document, Lays 10358.pdf, it doesn't sugarcoat it.
No, it doesn't.
We've talked about sons, right? The heirs, the ones who carry on the family name.
Essential, right, for continuing that lineage.
Exactly. But daughters, different story. They were, how do I put this?
A liability. At least that was a common view back then.
Yeah, you could say that. Not necessarily unwanted,
No.
but their roles were just different. And it wasn't just some abstract idea either.
Right, there were very real practices, like Kanya Dana, the gift of a daughter.
Oh, right. Basically when a woman got married.
It wasn't just a marriage, though. It was a transaction, a transferring of responsibility from father to husband.
Wow. It really puts things in perspective. Sons were the continuation of the family.
The legacy, yeah.
And daughters, they became, well, part of their husband's family.
It's how these systems worked. And it impacted everything.
Inheritance, legacy, everything.
Which brings us to another juicy concept from the text. Gutra.
Gotcha. Okay, break it down for me.
Think of it like clans, each one claiming descent from a big-shot Vedic sage.
Okay.
It wasn't just family trees, though.
Mm.
It was about social and religious identity.
So your Gotra told you who you could marry, where you stood in society.
Exactly. Defining characteristic, you could say. And of course, like any good system, it came with rules.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Rules, restrictions, right?
Well, that's one way to put it. But yeah, for instance, when a woman got married, she took her husband's Gotra.
Wow. So it wasn't just about moving in with a new family.
Not at all. It was a complete shift. Her social universe changed.
And then there's the big one, right? No marrying within your own Gotra.
A major no-no. And what's fascinating is that these rules weren't just casual suggestions, they were codified. We're talking law books, my friend.
The Dharma Sutras and Dharma Shastras, right?
You got it. Think of the Manusmriti, compiled between 200 BCE and 200 CE. These were attempts to make sense of a changing world.
Things were changing, new cities popping up, more interactions, more complexity. They needed some kind of order.
Exactly. And these texts, they give us a window into that evolution, especially when it comes to marriage.
Speaking of marriage, this document, it lists 8 different forms of marriage, but it makes a big deal about how only the first 4 were actually kosher.
That's telling, isn't it? Even that little detail tells us something.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Like, people weren't always following the rules. They found ways to work around the system, Life finds a way.
I love that. History isn't just about what's written in the books. It's about real people living their lives.
Yeah.
But for a real-life example of this, we have to talk about the Satavahanas. All right, so the new chapter, the Satavahanas.
A dynasty with a story. Oh, boy, do they ever.
Ruling for centuries, right? 2nd century BCE to the 2nd century CE.
A long time. And their story, it's not just in those grand monuments.
No.
It's in the inscriptions, too.
And sometimes
Yeah, those inscriptions, they're juicy. They contradict all those grammatical norms we talked about.
they really do. For example,
Hit me with it.
polygamy, it wasn't exactly rare among those Satavahana kings.
Multiple wives, not exactly what those strict grammatical marriage ideals had in mind, right?
Not exactly, no.
Yeah.
But here's the real kicker. Some Satavahana queens kept their birth names.
Oh, this is good. I sense a butt coming.
But those names came from their father's gotras.
Hold on, hold on. So they were challenging that whole thing about taking their husband's lineage.
They were. It makes you wonder how universal those norms actually were.
Right. Powerful women, queens, going against the grain.
Exactly, and it gets better. Some even married within their own gotra.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now that was a big no-no according to all those texts.
Huge.
Yeah.
It's called endogamy, marrying within your kin group.
Common in South India, and it really highlights those regional differences, even with that Brahmanical influence everywhere.
Like this one dynasty shows us the whole picture. The rules, the reality, and it's messy and complicated and fascinating.
Human behavior rarely fits into neat little boxes, right? Even thousands of years ago.
It's true. But speaking of challenging norms, let's talk about the mothers. Our document mentions Satavahana rulers using metronymics, names from their mothers.
That is interesting, isn't it? It suggests that maybe, just maybe, mothers had more influence than we thought.
It's not that they ruled, not officially anyway,
Hmm.
but maybe their presence, their impact, it went beyond the rule.
It makes you think, right? And speaking of mothers, we can't forget Ganhari from the Mahabharata, Duryodhana's mother.
Oh, I remember her. That scene where she begs him to avoid war with the Pandavas.
Heartbreaking, isn't it? In the middle of all that talk about power and lineage, you have this mother worried sick about her family.
She's basically saying, war isn't the answer, guys. Family matters more. It's a powerful message.
It is. It goes beyond all those rigid power structures. It's about compassion, a mother's love, powerful stuff.
It reminds you that emotions, those family bonds, they don't always play by the rules.
And that's what we love about these deep dives, right? We uncover the nuances, those hidden stories.
Exactly. So as we wrap up this ancient India adventure, we've got families, power struggles, those changing norms.
It makes you think. And hopefully it helps us understand just a little bit better what it means to be human.
Because those ancient stories, they're not that different from our lives today. We all deal with family, legacy, identity.
We're all connected, in a way, across time and cultures.
That's a good point to end on. Until next time, keep those minds curious, keep asking those questions, and keep on deep diving with us. Today, we're going to dive into a topic I find really interesting. We're looking at social structures in ancient India.
Okay.
And, we always hear about the caste system, but like how much of it was really a rigid hierarchy?
Right.
And how much of it was, well, a little more like a social jungle gym, with ways to kind of climb around the expected structures. So to uncover some of that flexibility within these ancient systems, we're going to be looking at excerpts today from Kinship, Caste, and Class Themes in Indian History.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? You get that caste system presented as this kind of fixed pyramid.
Right.
But I think when you start looking at the historical record, you start to see how people really navigated and even subverted those categories.
Yeah.
The concept of jati, for example, I think is a really good example of that.
Jati. So is that, like, if we think of the four varnas, like the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, as like the main branches of a tree, are the jati, are those like the more specific twigs and leaves that branch out?
Yep.
Each one representing a particular profession or lineage, or even a group that's considered outside that traditional varna system.
Yeah, that's a really great way to put it, I think. The jatis were much more fluid, so they adapted to the changing realities of ancient India. New occupations came about, people migrated, there was intermingling of different groups.
Right, and that reminds me of the story of Ekalavya. You know that incredible archer from the Mahabharata?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a tragic tale in a way.
Yeah.
He was so dedicated to learning archery that he made a statue of the guru Drona to practice with.
Right.
When Drona wouldn't take him on as a student.
Yeah, he was. It really highlights, I think, the limitations that those social structures could impose, even on someone as remarkably talented as Ekalavya.
Right, like adding insult to injury. When Drona finds out about Ekalavya's skill, he demands Ekalavya's thumb as his guru dakshina.
Right.
The price of knowledge was a key part of his livelihood.
Right.
It makes you wonder, like, if Ekalavya had been born into a different jati, would he have become, the archer he was clearly meant to be?
It's a fascinating question, and I think it's one that kind of echoes through history, but this is where I think it gets even more interesting.
Okay.
When we look in the texts, we also see instances where individuals and even entire dynasties challenge those seemingly rigid boundaries of caste.
So like those kings who didn't fit neatly into that Kshatriya box,
Yeah.
the warrior caste.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about like the Mauryas who built this massive empire in ancient India.
Exactly. And their rise to power is still debated today. Like, were they or weren't they Kshatriyas? There's arguments on both sides. Some say that there's Kshatriya lineage. Others propose different origins for them.
Huh.
But I think that uncertainty in itself speaks volumes. If they weren't widely recognized as Kshatriyas, how did they achieve such dominance? Did their rule challenge that existing system, or did it eventually become accepted as part of the norm?
Right.
A testament to the adaptability of the caste system itself?
It really makes you think about how those power dynamics could shift, how ambition and circumstance could disrupt those traditional hierarchies.
Now, weren't there also some cases of Brahmanas, the priest class, becoming kings?
Indeed, the Shungas and Kanvas who came after the Mauryas were Brahmanas who formed their own dynasties.
Wow.
Imagine that shift from performing rituals to commanding armies.
Yeah.
It really shows that political power wasn't always determined by birthright.
So if even those at the very top, like the kings and rulers, didn't always fit neatly into those expected caste roles, what does that tell us about, say, a merchant or an artisan trying to make their way in ancient India?
Excellent question. And that's where we start to see even, I think, more flexibility and, dare I say, contradictions within the system.
Right.
Take Rudradaman, for example.
Now, he wasn't a king from one of the traditional Indian dynasties, was he?
He wasn't, no. He was a Shaka ruler, and sometimes you'll see him referred to as a Melaja in the text,
Okay.
which indicates someone who's considered outside of that traditional Brahmanical order.
Yet you have this inscription praising him for rebuilding the Sudarshana Lake, which was a major public work. So it suggests that even those who were labeled as outsiders could still wield power and gain recognition and even be praised within that existing system.
So it's almost like those lines between insider and outsider are much blurrier than we often imagine. And what's so fascinating, too, is that inscription about Rudradaman is in Sanskrit.
Yes.
So he's engaging with the dominant culture using their language, even while being categorized as an outsider. It just adds another layer, doesn't it?
Precisely. And this blurring of lines wasn't limited to those outside the traditional Varna system. The Satavahana dynasty provides a really compelling example of how even those who claim to uphold the caste system could contradict its norms in their own actions.
It's almost like everyone was playing a game with a different set of rules.
Yeah.
You know, trying to like bend the system to their advantage when they could.
That's a really interesting way to put it. And I think it reminds us that we can't just take these texts at face value, right? We have to think about who was writing them, what were their motivations, what were the power dynamics at play,
Right.
and really just consider that everyday life was probably a lot messier and more complex than any single source could actually capture.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like trying to understand the hustle and bustle of a marketplace just by reading like a merchant's ledger.
Right.
There's a whole lot more going on.
Yeah.
And speaking of marketplaces, what about those bustling guilds that are mentioned in the text? Those were more than just social clubs, right?
Oh, yeah. Those guilds, or shrenis as they were known, were a powerful force in ancient India.
Okay.
They played this vital role in the economy, of course, but they also provided their members with a sense of community, a sense of identity, even religious purpose.
The text mentions this inscription about a group of silk weavers who migrated all the way to Mandsaur. Can you imagine like packing up your entire life, your family, your tools, all on like this promise of opportunity?
Yeah.
It really speaks to the ambition and the spirit of these guilds.
And it's that mobility that I think is key to understanding their impact on social structures.
Okay.
Because these weren't just static groups confined to one location or one profession. They traveled, they interacted with all sorts of different communities, and they brought their skills and traditions with them.
So a skilled artisan, even one who, say, maybe wasn't from like a high caste,
Yeah.
could potentially gain prestige and wealth through their craft,
Exactly.
especially if their guild was in high demand.
Think about the construction of those grand temples that are mentioned in the texts.
Okay.
Who do we think designed those intricate carvings or cast those bronze statues or wove those silk canopies? It was the artisans, often working together in their guilds.
Oh, wow.
And they weren't just, fulfilling a service, they were shaping the very landscape of ancient India, physically and culturally.
Yeah, it does challenge this notion that we often have
Yeah.
of society being, rigidly divided along these caste lines.
Yeah.
Like, if a king wanted a magnificent temple, well, he needed those artisans regardless of their caste.
Right.
So it created this whole power dynamic that sometimes could, I don't know, almost like upend that traditional hierarchy.
Absolutely. And it gets even more complex when you factor in this idea of mobility.
Okay.
Because when guilds migrated, they brought their own internal hierarchies with them, right? Their own customs, their own beliefs into these new territories.
Well,
And that could lead to both integration and tension as they kind of had to negotiate their place within these existing power structures.
right.
So you can imagine a guild of metalworkers, for example,
Yes.
arriving in a new city and suddenly their skills are in high demand,
Yeah.
potentially giving them this leverage and influence that could really disrupt that existing social order.
So these guilds weren't just cogs in the machine.
No.
They were almost like these dynamic forces that were constantly reshaping the social and economic landscape.
Precisely. And just as guilds could challenge that status quo, so too could individual ambition.
Okay.
And of course, wealth.
Yes. Money talks even in ancient India. But how did wealth intersect with the caste system? It wasn't as simple as, high caste equals wealthy, was it?
Not at all. While there's no denying that caste privilege did often lead to economic advantage, the sources also point to a much more nuanced reality.
Okay.
You see this term Vanik, for example, used frequently to denote merchants.
Vanik. So like the CEOs of ancient India, navigating trade routes, building their fortunes. I'm guessing they weren't all from the Vaishya caste, the traditional merchant class.
You got it. While the Shastras, the ancient law books, those would have ideally placed trade, within that Vaishya domain.
Okay.
The reality was much more fluid. The play Maricha Katika, for instance, features a character named Tarudatta,
Okay.
who is a Brahmin,
Okay.
but also a Sathabaha, a leader of merchant caravans.
So you have Brahmanas becoming kings. We have Brahmanas leading trade caravans. It sounds like those caste-based occupation rules were pretty bendable if you had the means and the opportunity.
Precisely. And there are even inscriptions that mention Kshatriya Vaniks, so warriors who were involved in trade as well.
Wow.
So it seems that economic activity wasn't always so neatly categorized according to caste. Individuals and families found ways to kind of navigate those boundaries, often accumulating wealth and influence that went far beyond their supposed social standing.
Yeah, it really does paint a much more dynamic picture of ancient Indian society than I think we often give it credit for. This constant push and pull between these rigid social structures and then the realities of ambition and economic opportunity, and even just plain luck.
Yeah.
But I do wonder about the stories that maybe aren't as explicitly told in these texts. Like we've been focusing on kings and merchants and artisans. What about the experiences of those who are maybe on the margins of society?
That's a really crucial question, and one that I think these Brahmanical texts, with their focus on elites and urban centers, really can't fully answer.
Yeah.
There's a whole tapestry of experiences out there. Nomadic pastoralists, forest dwellers, people practicing indigenous traditions that we only really get glimpses of through things like archaeology or oral histories.
So it's like we're looking at this magnificent mosaic, but some of the tiles are missing.
Yeah.
And we can appreciate the overall design,
Yeah.
but we also have to acknowledge those gaps
Right.
and keep searching for those missing pieces to really understand that full picture.
Exactly. And, for example, while these texts do provide us with some valuable insights into the lives of women, their voices are often filtered through this very patriarchal lens.
Right.
So we really need to dig deeper, look to other sources to get a more complete and I think nuanced understanding of their experiences.
Because it wasn't like a monolithic experience, right?
Right.
Being a woman in ancient India,
Right.
it was shaped by your caste, by your family's standing, your geographic location, so many other factors. We did talk about Queen Prabhavati Gupta a little bit earlier.
A great example. Here you have a woman who ruled a kingdom showcasing incredible political acumen.
Right.
And let's not forget the inscription about Chandalika, a woman who actually funded the construction of a water tank.
Which suggests a certain level of economic agency that we might not expect.
Exactly.
It challenges this assumption that all women in ancient India were, confined to the domestic sphere,
Right.
dependent on men for their livelihood.
And while those examples highlight women of privilege, I think we can also find hints of agency and resilience even in less prominent stories.
Okay.
Think about those terracotta figurines, for example. They often depict women engaged in a whole variety of different activities, everything from household chores to music and dance.
Wow.
So they may not be chronicles of queens and warriors, but they still offer us this really valuable glimpse into the lives of ordinary women,
Right.
reminding us that history is made up of countless individual stories, each one one shaping that larger narrative in its own way.
It does kind of make you wonder, though, how much potential was stifled by these social structures? I
Yeah.
mean, we've talked about,
Yeah.
those who managed to kind of climb that social ladder.
Right.
But what about those who were trapped by their circumstances,
Yeah.
denied opportunities just because of the accident of their birth?
It's a sobering thought, isn't it? And one that I think, unfortunately, still resonates with us today as we deal with these ongoing issues of inequality and social mobility.
Yeah.
We may not have a caste system in the same way,
Right.
but we still see how socioeconomic background, gender, race, all these factors can create real barriers to opportunity.
It's a good reminder that progress isn't linear.
Yeah.
We can celebrate the achievements of those who challenge the norms, while also acknowledging that there were these systemic inequalities that persisted and continue to shape our world today.
And perhaps by studying those historical systems of exclusion, by understanding how they operated, but also how they were challenged, we can gain valuable insights into addressing these contemporary issues.
So we're back to that idea that, history isn't just a collection of dates and names.
Right.
It can really be a lens through which we view our own present.
Absolutely.
But I do wonder, how do we ensure that we're not just repeating the mistakes of the past? We've talked about the limitations of these texts, the voices that they exclude.
That's where critical thinking comes in.
Right.
We can't just take anything at face value.
Right.
We have to question our sources, we have to consider different perspectives, and we have to be willing to acknowledge the gaps in our own understanding.
And that includes being aware of our own biases, too, right?
Oh,
Those
yeah.
preconceived notions that we bring to how we understand the past.
It's an ongoing process,
Yeah.
this constant questioning, this reevaluation.
Right.
But it's so essential if we want to move beyond these simplistic narratives and really grapple with the complexities of history.
And hopefully through that process, we become a little bit wiser, a little bit more empathetic, and a lot more curious, I think, to keep learning and unlearning.
Well said. It's that curiosity, that willingness to question and explore that ultimately leads to such a richer understanding of the world around us.
Yeah.
And speaking of exploring, I think it's time that we start to bring this deep dive to a close.
Already. But we've only just scratched the surface of ancient India.
It's true. But every good dive leaves you wanting more, don't you think?
Yeah, I suppose that's true. It's kind of like, when you finally reach the summit of a mountain,
Right.
you're rewarded with this incredible view. But then you also realize, oh, wow, there are all these other peaks to climb.
Yeah.
Each one offering a totally new perspective. So what we've uncovered today about ancient India, it really is just the beginning.
It is. And like any good exploration, it's not just about the destination, right? It's about the journey itself. The questions that we ask, the connections that we make, the ways that we challenge our own assumptions along the way.
So where do we go from here?
Yeah.
If someone's listening and they want to kind of learn more and dig deeper into these stories, where would you suggest they start?
I always find it so fascinating to kind of shift the perspective a little bit. So instead of focusing on the rulers and the elites, why not explore history from the ground up?
Okay.
What about, those who actually built those magnificent cities and those grand temples that we talked about, the artisans, the laborers, the architects?
Oh.
Their stories are so often overlooked, yet they were the ones who literally shaped the world around them.
Yeah, it's like we're so used to looking at the finished painting. But what about focusing on the individual brushstrokes?
Exactly.
Understanding those individual stories that are behind those grand historical narratives.
Yes. Think about the skill and the precision that it would have taken to carve those intricate details.
Yeah.
To place each stone with such care. What were their lives like? What were their dreams, their aspirations? It's those kinds of questions, I think, that really breathe life into history.
Right.
That remind us that these weren't just, nameless figures in a textbook.
Yeah.
But real people who laughed and loved and, left their own mark on the world.
It's a good reminder that history is still being written today, too.
Mm-hmm.
And the stories that we choose to highlight, the voices that we amplify, that's going to shape how future generations understand our time as well.
Absolutely. So as you continue your own exploration of ancient India, of history in general, don't be afraid to question those dominant narratives.
Right.
Seek out those hidden histories and amplify the voices of those who've been, marginalized or forgotten along the way.
Because their stories matter.
Yes.
Just as much as the kings and the queens, the battles and the empires.
They do.
It all contributes to, the richness and the complexity of the human experience.
Well said. And on that note, I think we'll leave you to continue your own exploration.
Happy digging, everyone. And remember, the past might be a different country, but I think it can teach us a lot about how to navigate our own.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to dive deep into some juicy ancient Indian history. We're talking social structures, power dynamics, the whole shebang. We've got a real treat for you today, listeners. We're taking a deep dive into kinship, caste, and class in ancient India. Specifically, we're looking at the time of the Mahabharata, that epic tale, when the whole Varna system, the social classes, was being codified. We'll be using this textbook section as our guide. And the text mainly focuses on the four main Varnas: Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. But there are these little mentions of people outside this system, like the Rakshasas, these powerful, sometimes monstrous beings.
And that word choice, monstrous, is pretty loaded, isn't it?
Right. Like, it makes you wonder.
Some historians actually believe Rakshasa wasn't always meant literally. They think it was sometimes used to label groups that didn't quite fit the Brahmana's idea of normal.
Oh, so like a way of othering them, creating an us versus them kind of thing.
Exactly.
And this whole idea of outsiders gets even more interesting when we look at Bhima from the Mahabharata. He falls head over heels for Hidimba, a Rakshasa woman. And she's no damsel in distress, let me tell you. Hidimba straight up declares she's willing to give up her own family, even her dharma, to be with him. And dharma, that's a big deal, right? It's duty, righteousness, cosmic law, all rolled into one. So for her to say that...
Shows how much she loved him.
Exactly. And then, of course, there's their son, Kaitochaka, this mighty warrior with, well, a pretty unique heritage.
He's a living symbol of those blurred lines, those interactions between social groups that we don't often hear about.
It's like we're already seeing how much more complex the society was than we might think.
Okay, so we have these outsiders, right? But even within the Varna system, things get even trickier. We have this concept of untouchability, this idea of ritual purity and pollution that gets really intense. It's not just theoretical. People deemed impure. They were literally pushed to the margins of society, considered untouchable.
And their lives were severely restricted. Absolutely. Like the Chandalas, for example. They were often associated with occupations that dealt with death and were seen as polluting. The Manusmriti, that ancient law book, it lays out all these rules for them, like where they could live, what they could wear, even how they could interact, or rather not interact, with people of higher castes.
It was a very real, very harsh reality for them. And it's not just it's one text. We have accounts from Chinese pilgrims who traveled to India centuries later, guys like Faxian and Xuanzang.
And they saw this firsthand.
They described seeing untouchables, having to announce their presence just so others could avoid them. Talk about segregation.
It's really heartbreaking to think about.
Yeah, we're seeing the human cost of these rigid social structures. But there's another layer to this. We have to remember that these texts, especially the Manusmriti, they're written from a very specific perspective, the Brahmanical perspective.
Right, so it's not the whole picture.
Exactly. And even the textbook mentions that there were other sources, non-Brahmanical sources, that challenged these views. So we're talking about different perspectives, right? And how they can really shake things up.
Yeah, it's like finding those missing puzzle pieces that completely change how you see the whole picture.
And sometimes those pieces come from unexpected places, like, stories. Take the Matanga Jataka, for example.
Ah, the Jatakas, those Buddhist tales about the Buddha's past lives, right? Each one with a little lesson tucked inside.
Exactly. So in this one, we meet Matanga, who, well, he's born a Chandala.
Talk about starting life at a disadvantage.
Right. But he's determined, he goes on this whole spiritual journey and eventually achieves enlightenment.
Okay, so far so good, but then what?
Well, he meets this woman, Diatha Mangalika, and she's not exactly welcoming when she finds out his caste.
Let me guess, she's all about that hierarchy.
Big time. She refuses him even water, says he's not worthy.
Ouch, that's harsh.
It really shows you how deeply ingrained this prejudice was. But here's the thing, Matanga. He doesn't let it stop him. He keeps going on his path.
Good for him. You love a resilient king. What happens next?
Well, he eventually reaches a really high spiritual status, and guess what? He ends up marrying this very same woman who rejected him.
No way. That's such a Jataka tail twist. Karma, right?
Right. But it doesn't end there. They have a son, Mandadya. Years go by, and Matanga, he decides to test his son. So he dresses in rags and goes to Mandavya, who's now a wealthy man, to ask for help.
Oh, I see where this is going. A test of character.
Exactly. And, well, Mandavya, he doesn't recognize his own father. He's too caught up in appearances. and he turns Matanga away.
Wow, talk about irony. The son, so focused on status, he misses the true value right in front of him.
And that's the heart of the Matanga Jataka's message. It's a critique of judging people based on birth or what you see on the outside, saying, hey, true worth, it comes from something deeper.
It's a message that still resonates today, don't you think?
Absolutely. And remember, this story likely came from a non-Brahmanical perspective, right? So we're hearing a different side of the story, a challenge to those dominant views we were talking about.
Right, right. So it's not just about caste, this questioning of social norms. It pops up in other areas, too, like when it comes to gender roles and power dynamics. And there's no juicier example of this than the gambling match in the Mahabharata, remember? Where Yudhishthira, he gets a little carried away and ends up gambling away everything, his kingdom, his brothers, himself.
Even his wife, Draupadi.
Right, Draupadi. And that right there sparked a huge debate, a real philosophical throwdown about dharma, duty, and, well, who owns what and who can be owned.
It makes you think, doesn't it? What are the limits of power? Can someone really own another person, even their own spouse?
Especially when someone gambled themselves away first.
Exactly. So we have some people saying, nope, husband is the head of the family. He has the right to do what he wants with his possessions, even himself and his wife, especially if he's in debt.
And others are like, hold on a minute. If he lost himself in the gamble, he's basically enslaved. How can he stake another person then?
Right. Exactly. It gets complicated. But that's what makes it so fascinating, this debate. It shows us how, even within a rigid system like this, there were cracks. People were pushing back, questioning the rules.
They were like, yeah, this is how it's always been done, but is it right?
And that's a question that never gets old. But let's not forget the legal side of things. We keep coming back to the Manusmriti. And for good reason. It gives us a glimpse into the rules, the laws that shaped these social dynamics. Like when it comes to property, for example.
So how does that work? Can women inherit property?
It's tricky. The Manusmriti, it does say women can inherit in some cases, but there's a catch. Control of that property, it usually ends up in the hands of a man. The husband, the father, even the sons.
So even when women had access to resources, it wasn't real power.
Sadly, that's often the case. And it's a pattern we see throughout history, not just in ancient India. These stories, these debates, they act like a mirror. They reflect the struggles of the past, but also resonate with the present. It's like these issues of power, identity, justice, they're timeless,
Right. We might not be gambling each other away today.
Hopefully not.
But those power dynamics, those questions about equality, they're still so relevant. It really makes you think about how far we've come and how far we still have to go.
Exactly. And that's the beauty of studying these ancient texts and stories. They're not just dusty relics of the past.
They're like, still alive, still sparking these important conversations.
They remind us that these questions about social justice, about equality, they're woven into the fabric of human experience. We've been grappling with them for millennia.
And we're still grappling with them today.
Exactly. And while we've only just scratched the surface of ancient Indian society in this deep dive, we've seen how even within what seems like a really rigid system, there were people who dared to push back, to imagine something different.
We see it with Adimba, right? Choosing love over tradition.
Absolutely. And with the Matanga Jataka, that whole critique of judging people based on appearances or where they come from.
And of course, that debate about Draupadi's fate, that really forces you to confront some uncomfortable truths about power and ownership.
It does. And that's what's so powerful about these stories. They challenge us, make us think critically about the world around us.
So where does that leave us? What are we supposed to take away from all of this?
Well, I think the biggest takeaway is that history is never simple. It's messy, it's complicated, and there are always multiple perspectives to consider.
Right. It's not just dates and names in a textbook. There are real people, real lives, real struggles behind these stories.
Exactly. And by engaging with those stories, by listening to those different voices, we gain a deeper understanding, not just of the past, but of ourselves and the world we live in today.
And maybe, just maybe, it inspires us to create a better, more just world for everyone. Well, folks, that's about all the time we have for today's deep dive. But don't worry, we'll be back soon with more fascinating stories and thought-provoking discussions. Until then, keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep digging deeper into the rich tapestry of human history. Welcome back, everyone. Ready to dive into another fascinating slice of history. Today, we're stepping back in time to ancient India, but not to gawk at palaces and, those kinds of things. We're talking about wealth.
Yeah. It's easy to think about, kings and emperors when we hear ancient India all decked out in jewels.
Right, like something out of a movie. But what about everyone else? What did wealth mean for, well, the rest of society?
That's exactly what we're going to unpack today. We're going beyond those stereotypical images, and luckily we've got a great source, Themes in Indian History. This textbook gives us a peek into the economic realities of ancient India beyond just the Maharajas.
I'm intrigued already. So it wasn't just about overflowing treasuries, huh?
Not at all. It's more like wealth was a part of everything, your social standing, your opportunities, even your beliefs.
Okay, so how did this whole system work? Was there like a rule book they followed?
Well, there was something pretty close. Imagine like a legal constitution, but for wealth. It's called the Manusmriti.
The Manusmriti, okay.
This ancient text, it laid out all the right ways for people to acquire wealth.
Right.
But there's a catch. It wasn't exactly fair.
Let me guess. Men had it easier.
Spot on. The Manusmriti, it gives men 7 ways to acquire wealth, right? But women, only 6.
Wow. Okay, so fewer options. What were they?
Well, for women, inheriting wealth from their family, that was one way. But even then, they had to rely on their fathers, husbands, or even brothers to get it.
So it's like they had limited paths to wealth and men controlled all of them.
Exactly. And this wasn't just theory. This was a society where women, they had very limited economic power.
For our listeners today, it's almost unfathomable, right? But hold on, I have a feeling there's more to this story.
Oh, absolutely. There's this other thing, this concept of Varna. Think of it as like a social hierarchy. But your place in this hierarchy, pretty much set from the moment you were born.
Whoa, okay, so your job, who you could talk to, even your potential to become wealthy, all predetermined. Just like that.
Pretty much. It was like almost like a corporate ladder, but you couldn't climb it. Your rung was assigned to birth. And at the very top, the Brahmanas.
Brahmanas, okay.
The priests, the scholars,
Right.
they held huge influence. And yeah, you guessed it, wealth too.
Makes sense. And right below them?
The Kshatriyas, the warriors, the rulers. Protecting the land, governing everyone. That kind of power. Obviously came with economic power too.
So Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, like the VIPs of ancient India. But what about everyone else? Where did they fit in all this?
Right, so below them, you had the Vaishyas. They were the merchants, the traders, the ones keeping the economy, running.
Ah, the business class.
Exactly. They weren't as powerful as the Brahmanas or
Yeah.
Kshatriyas, but they could still, make a good living, build some wealth.
Okay, but their social status was still fixed, right?
Yeah, for the most part. Social mobility was pretty limited back then.
And then at the bottom of this ladder, you have the Shudras.
Right. The laborers, the service providers, essential to society, of course, but their prospects,
Yeah.
not so great.
Stuck in a system that kept them dependent on the higher Varnas. Sounds pretty unfair.
It was a rigid system, for sure.
Mhm.
But here's the thing. Not everyone just accepted it. Some people challenged these norms.
Rebels. I love it. Who were these people?
Well, there's this fascinating story. It's in the Majjhima Nikaya, an early Buddhist text. It talks about a wealthy Shudra, someone who kind of turns the whole Varna system on its head.
A wealthy Shudra. How does that even happen in this system?
That's the point. The Buddhist texts, they challenge this idea that worth is determined by birth. They believed in merit in actions.
Interesting. So how does this wealthy Shudra challenge the system?
Well, there's this story in the Majjhima Nikaya where a king, very much a believer in the Brahmanical worldview, right? He's talking to a disciple of the Buddha.
Okay, what happens?
The king's going on about the superiority of Brahmanas, how they're born to rule, all that. And the disciple, he stops him and asks, what if a Shudra was wealthy?
Bold move. What does the king say to that?
The disciple argues that this wealthy Shudra could completely disrupt the order. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, they might even find themselves serving this Shudra.
Wow, that's a powerful image. So these Buddhist texts weren't just talking about spiritual stuff. They were engaging with the economic realities of the time, too.
Absolutely. They were critiquing the power structures, pushing for a different way of thinking about wealth and status.
It's amazing how relevant that idea still is today. But our exploration of ancient India doesn't stop there. Let's shift gears and head south to Tamilakam.
Great idea. While the North was all about the Manusmriti and its social hierarchy, Tamilakam was doing things a bit differently. This is the land of Sangam poetry, remember?
Ah, right. So what did these poems say about wealth? Was it all about accumulating riches down south, too?
Not quite. The Puranuru, a collection of Sangam poems, it gives us a glimpse into a society that valued generosity, patronage. Chiefs were expected to be patrons of the arts, using their wealth to support creativity.
So instead of hoarding wealth, These chiefs were using it to help artists and poets.
Exactly. There's this great part in the Puranaru. This bard is praising his patron, a chief. He wasn't super rich, but he always shared what he had with artists.
That's cool.
And the bard, he even encourages other artists saying, hey, go find this guy, he'll support you.
It's such a different perspective, isn't it? Up north, it's all about rigid social structures, but in Tamilakam, generosity seems like a key part of wealth.
It really shows the diversity of ancient India, different regions, different values, different ways of thinking about wealth.
So we've got the Manusmriti up north laying down the law, and then Tamilakam in the south marching to the beat of its own dole, right?
Exactly. And I think that's what's so amazing about studying ancient India. It wasn't this like uniform thing. It was a whole tapestry of different economic systems, different values.
It really is remarkable. We started with the Manusmriti, this very strict hierarchy based on birth, but then we travel south and it's like a breath of fresh air. Generosity, the arts, they had a whole different idea of what it meant to be wealthy.
And, it makes you think, right, what do we consider wealth today? Is it all about how much money you have, or is there something more to it?
Right, like, are we just chasing bigger numbers, or are there other things that matter more? I mean, the people of Tamilakam seem to think so.
They definitely had a different perspective. And it's something worth considering, even today. What are the values we prioritize? How do we measure success? These are questions that have been debated for centuries, clearly.
It's true. And on that note, I think we've reached the end of our deep dive into ancient India. We've seen the rules, the rebels, the generosity, the whole shebang.
From strict hierarchies to the power of art and generosity, it's clear that wealth meant so much more than just gold and jewels.
It was about influence, opportunity, and even responsibility. So as we wrap up, we'll leave you with this. What does wealth really mean to you? Is it about what you have or what you do with it? Something to think about. Until next time, keep exploring. Welcome to a deep dive into ancient Indian history.
Glad to be diving in.
We're looking at, seems like a textbook.
Okay.
Maybe it's even called Themes in Indian History.
Etchy?
We want to see how ancient Indians thought about their own social structures.
Right.
And we're using the Mahabharata to, help us unpack all of that.
It's a great lens to look through.
Yeah. It's easy to assume, I think, that ancient societies were all about rigid hierarchies, Like, that's just how things were.
It's a common assumption.
Yeah. But this textbook, it actually talks about this Buddhist story, almost like a myth.
Okay.
About how the concept of kingship even came about, and it kind of flips that whole idea on its head.
Interesting. How so?
So picture this. Early humans living in harmony, no rulers, everyone just like taking what they need from nature.
Sounds idyllic.
Right.
But like many idyllic situations, I'm guessing it doesn't last.
You got it. Things get messy, jealousy, greed.
The classic human struggles.
Exactly. And so the story explains how all this chaos prompted humans to get together and actually elect a leader.
They chose to have someone in charge.
They did. They willingly gave this leader the power to punish wrongdoers and just, keep everything in order.
Fascinating. So how did they maintain order?
Through taxes. Basically, it was like a contract. The people agreed to give up some of their freedom.
In exchange for?
In exchange for the security and stability provided by having a ruler.
It's like a trade-off. You give a little, you get a little.
Right. It's all about balance.
Makes you think differently about those ancient societies. They debated, questioned things. Their ideas about power, they weren't so simple.
No, not at all. So we see these alternative ideas about social structures already starting to emerge. But now let's shift gears a bit.
Okay.
Let's move to a much larger narrative, the Mahabharata.
All right. So while this myth gives us one angle on social order, the Mahabharata paints a more, shall we say, intricate picture.
This isn't just like an ancient soap opera, right?
Definitely not.
There's so much more to it. It's layered, complex.
Exactly. And we can think of historians almost like detectives, poring over the Mahabharata.
Looking for clues.
Exactly. Looking for clues to understand ancient India.
So where did they even begin with something like that?
Well, our textbook, it points to a few key things.
Okay.
Like language, for example. So the Mahabharata, it's written in Sanskrit.
Right.
But it's a less formal Sanskrit than, say, religious texts, like the Vedas.
So it's a bit more accessible.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's the difference between reading, I don't know, a technical manual
right.
versus like a well-told story.
Makes sense, especially if it was passed down orally at first.
Precisely. And that wider audience, maybe even common people, that had access to these stories,
Yeah.
that tells us something,
Yeah.
right? Then there's the content itself.
Okay.
This mix of exciting narratives like, those epic battles and heroes,
Right.
and then moral guidelines, about dharma and karma.
It's that blend, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And that mix, that weaving together of all those different elements
Mm-hmm.
suggests that the Mahabharata, it wasn't just written all at once. It evolved.
Over time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Over time. So we've got language, we've got content.
What else?
Well, authorship and the time period when these stories were written down, those give us even more to think about.
Okay.
So it's believed that the Mahabharata, it probably began as bardic tales,
Okay.
passed down through generations.
Word of mouth.
Exactly. Word of mouth. And then later on, Brahmanas,
Those are the priests, right?
the priests, yes,
Huh.
they compiled these stories and they wrote them down.
So it's not just the stories being passed down. It's almost like a filtering of those stories through a very specific lens, right?
It really makes you wonder how that impacted the final version we have today,
It does.
especially when you consider the time period these sections were added between the 5th century BCE and 400 CE.
Why is that period significant?
Well, think about it. This is when we see the rise of these really powerful kingdoms in India and the growing importance of Vishnu worship.
Both of which are huge themes in the Mahabharata.
Exactly.
So it's like the Mahabharata is less of a straightforward history book
Yes.
and more of a reflection of what was happening at the time.
Precisely. And that's what makes it so fascinating. It's a window into this society grappling with all this change. And by analyzing it, we can glean insights into the social, cultural, even political landscapes of ancient India.
We've talked about myths and legends. We've talked about this historical significance of the Mahabharata.
Right.
But this deep dive, it doesn't stop there.
Wow.
Our textbook actually hints that there might be physical evidence connected to this world.
Right.
It's like, could this really exist beyond stories and myths?
Well, we have to be careful, jumping from text to like actual archaeological digs.
Totally. But the possibility is exciting. The textbook mentions this archaeologist, B. Bilal, right?
Okay.
And he excavated a site called Hastinapura.
Now, Hastinapura, remember, that was the capital city of the Kuru kingdom, where like a lot of the Mahabharata takes place.
Exactly. And it's not like this site was just found anywhere.
Right.
It's in the upper Ganga Doab. Geographically speaking, that lines up with where the Kuru kingdom was supposed to have been.
Could be a coincidence,
It could.
but it's pretty compelling.
It really is. And get this, the excavations themselves, they showed these different layers of occupation, like spanning centuries. And in those layers, mud brick houses, which, sounds a lot like what's described in the Mahabharata. And it gets even more interesting.
Yeah.
The later layers. They found burnt brick structures, drainage systems, even terracotta ring wells.
So it's like stepping back in time, looking at how things changed.
It really is.
And, those changes, they weren't just about, fancier buildings.
Right.
They reflect advancements in technology, construction. They mirror those societal shifts that we were talking about earlier.
Exactly. So we've gone from these myths, like how did kingship even begin,
Right.
to uncovering actual cities.
Yeah.
And somewhere in the middle, there's the Mahabharata, still captivating us, centuries later. It's amazing how history comes alive when we can connect those different pieces.
It really is. And it makes you think, what else is out there? What other connections haven't we made yet? What if we could, use modern technology to analyze these archaeological findings? Could we learn even more? Could we hear the whispers of these ancient societies? It's incredible to think about.
It really is. And that's what makes studying the ancient world so fascinating. There's always something more to uncover. Thanks for joining us for this deep dive into ancient Indian history. Until next time.
Welcome to a deep dive into, get this, an epic that makes Game of Thrones look tame.
Oh, is that how we're starting today?
We're diving into the Mahabharata.
Okay, all right. Buckle up, everyone.
We're going full-on history detective.
That's right. Questioning what's real and what's legend.
Like, how did people back then view their world? You sent over these excerpts about Hastinapura.
Right. From the Mahabharata.
This magnificent city. I felt like I was right there.
Ah, yeah.
Bustling markets, towering palaces.
Those are good descriptions, for sure.
But then the textbook hits us with this curveball.
Oh.
Can we even trust what we're reading?
That is the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's like finding this juicy historical gossip column.
Right.
Fun to read, but maybe not the most accurate.
So is Hastinapura really as grand as the text describes?
Well, it paints this picture of a grand metropolis.
Yeah.
But was it really like that back then?
Mm.
Or did later storytellers, embellish it a bit?
Maybe they were trying to one-up each other with how amazing they could make this city sound.
It's possible.
So how do we separate fact from fiction?
Well, that's the challenge, right?
Do we have any clues from back in the day?
So here's where it gets really interesting. Archaeologists, they haven't actually found evidence of a city as grand as Hastinapura from that exact time period. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Right.
But it makes you wonder.
It does.
And if you look at what we know about early settlements in that era,
Yeah.
they were likely much simpler
Okay.
than the sprawling urban center in the text.
So the epic might be giving us a glimpse into a later time
Possibly, yeah.
when cities were more developed,
Could be.
even though the story is set much earlier.
Right. It's like,
It's like watching a movie about medieval times.
yeah,
And they're all using iPhones.
precisely. It's this fascinating blend of historical fact with fictional elements.
Right.
But hold on, it gets even juicier.
Juicier.
Oh, yeah. When we dig into the story of Draupadi
Okay.
and her 5 husbands.
5 husbands. Okay, we need to unpack this. For those of us who haven't brushed up on our ancient Indian marital practices lately,
Yeah.
what's the deal with this whole polyandry thing?
Right. So polyandry is, well, where a woman has multiple husbands.
Okay.
And it's a really intriguing aspect of the Mahabharata.
Yeah.
It's not portrayed as totally outlandish, in the story.
Right.
But the text actually gives us 3 different explanations
3.
for why Draupadi ends up married to all 5 Pandava brothers.
3. It's like the writer's room couldn't decide on just one reason, so they threw them all in there. What are the explanations?
Well, one suggests that maybe, just maybe, this type of marriage arrangement wasn't completely unheard of among certain elite circles at the time.
Interesting.
Another links it to destiny.
Destiny.
The Pandavas were believed to be reincarnations of a god and his wife, making their connection preordained.
I see.
And then there's the third explanation. Get this. Draupadi accidentally prays for 5 husbands.
You've got to be kidding me. Someone messed up their Sanskrit that day. Okay, but seriously, why so many explanations? What were they trying to tell us? Accidental prayer aside, this is fascinating. It's almost as if each explanation reflects how societal views on polyandry might have evolved over time. Were they trying to fit a square peg into a round hole as ideas about marriage shifted?
Yeah, it's like they were trying to make sense of this unique situation, within the context of their own time. And remember, the Mahabharata, it wasn't written all at once.
Right.
It was passed down orally.
Oh, right. For generations.
Yeah, exactly. With different storytellers adding their own kind of interpretations and flourishes along the way.
Right, like a big game of telephone.
Yeah, exactly. It's entirely possible that those later editions reflect changing social norms.
Okay.
Think of it like whispering a secret down a line of people, right?
Yeah.
The story might change a bit each time.
Totally. So by the time it was finally written down, the Mahabharata was like, what? A tapestry?
Yes, exactly. A tapestry of different voices.
Wow.
And perspectives all woven together.
Okay, that's really cool. And speaking of different perspectives, there's another layer to this polyandry puzzle that we should talk about.
Okay.
The textbook mentions that back then, polyandry wasn't all that uncommon.
Right.
In certain regions of India.
Yeah.
Particularly in the Himalayas.
Yes. They even have it today.
Oh, wow. Really?
So, while it might seem shocking to some, it wasn't completely unheard of in ancient India. It makes you realize how diverse cultural practices can be.
Right, even within the same country.
Yeah.
It's like we always say, don't judge a historical figure by today's standards.
Exactly.
What might seem strange to us now was just their reality back then. But speaking of different perspectives, the textbook also mentioned a modern Bengali author who reimagines a pretty intense scene from the Mahabharata.
You're talking about Mahashweta Devi.
Yeah. She takes a critical look at the episode where the Pandava brothers escape from the burning house.
Right.
Duryodhana, their jealous cousin, tricks them into staying in this house made of lac
Yes.
and then sets it ablaze.
Okay.
It's crazy.
And the Pandavas managed to escape, though, right?
They do. They escape through this secret tunnel. But
here's the thing.
yeah, what's that?
They weren't the only guests in the house that night.
Oh, man, that's right. There was a whole other family there,
Yes.
and they didn't make it out.
Tragically, no. A Nishada woman and her 5 sons were also staying in the house.
Right.
They were there for a feast,
Wow.
and they all perished in the fire.
The Nishada, weren't they like a group that lived outside the traditional caste system?
Exactly, yeah. They often lived in the forests, hunters and gatherers. They didn't really fit into that,
The rigid social hierarchy.
Exactly, of the time.
And this author, Devi, she focuses on their story.
Precisely. In her short story, she gives a voice to this Nishada woman and her sons,
Wow.
characters who are essentially footnotes in the original epic.
That's powerful.
She wants us to remember that while the Pandavas were escaping for their lives, this woman and her children were caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, it's easy to forget about them.
Exactly.
You get caught up in the drama of the Pandavas' escape and completely forget about the other victims.
Exactly. And that's what makes Devi's retelling so impactful. She forces us to confront the human cost of the Pandavas' actions and question, the very nature of heroism.
Oh, interesting.
Are they really heroes if innocent people die because of their feud?
Yeah.
It's a question that resonates even today, I think.
It's like she's holding up a magnifying glass, to the hidden corners of the story, the parts we might otherwise miss.
Right.
It's not just about good versus evil, but about the real-life consequences,
Absolutely.
of every action. Even for, those who seem invisible.
Precisely. And that's the power of literature, isn't it? It can challenge our assumptions, make us uncomfortable, and force us to see the world through, through different eyes.
Yeah.
Mahashwara Devi takes this ancient epic and breathes new life into it.
Wow.
Showing us that these stories still have something to teach us, right? About ourselves and the world we live in today.
It's like we've been on this incredible journey.
I know, right?
Through time.
Yeah.
We started with these grand descriptions of cities.
Yeah.
Questioning whether they were more fantasy than reality.
Right.
Then we explored polyandry.
Yeah.
Uncovering all these layers of cultural context.
Definitely.
Evolving social norms. It's just, wow.
It's a lot to unpack.
And now we're left grappling with this, the human cost of the Pandavas' actions.
Right.
Thanks to Devi's powerful reimagining.
It really makes you think.
It really does.
And that's the beauty of studying something like the Mahabharata. It's not just some dusty old book on a shelf.
Right.
It's a living, breathing tapestry,
Wow.
of history, culture, human experience.
It's amazing.
It's full of contradictions, moral dilemmas,
Right.
thought-provoking insights that continue to resonate with readers even today.
It makes you realize history isn't just about dates and battles.
No.
It's about people, their choices,
Yeah.
the stories they tell about themselves.
Exactly.
And sometimes those stories, they challenge our understanding of right and wrong, hero and villain.
Absolutely. It's not always so black and white.
Right, exactly.
And perhaps, most importantly, it reminds us that there are always, always multiple sides to every story.
That's a good point.
To really understand the past, we need to be willing to listen to those different voices.
Right.
Even the ones that have been silenced or forgotten.
It's so true. It makes you wonder.
What's that?
What stories from our own time might be retold centuries from now?
Oh, interesting.
And how will those future generations judge our actions and choices? It's a humbling thought.
It certainly is, but it's also a reminder that we have the power to shape our own narratives.
Yeah.
Just like the Mahabharata continues to inspire these new interpretations, we can choose how we want to be remembered,
That's a great point to end on, I think. You've been on quite a journey today. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into the Mahabharata.
It's been my pleasure.
We hope this has sparked your curiosity.
Yes.
To delve deeper into this epic and its many layers.
Absolutely.
And maybe even consider your own life as a story in progress.
Oh, I love that.
What choices will we make? What legacy will we leave behind? Something to think about. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the Mahabharata.
Thanks, everyone.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep those brain cells buzzing. Hey everyone, and welcome back for another deep dive.
It's great to be back.
This time we're traveling back in time to ancient India.
A fascinating place and time.
We're going to be using this university-level text on early Indian history as our guide.
Sounds dense.
It's actually really interesting. We won't be bogged down with the dry stuff, I promise. We're digging for those aha moments.
I like those.
You know, those surprising connections that make ancient India come alive for us today, especially in that period between 500 BCE and 600 CE. Big changes happening then.
Right.
And well, you know how much I love a good timeline?
Oh, yeah.
This text actually gives us two timelines to work with.
Even better.
The first maps out these major textual traditions, so we get to see what was important to the people of that time.
Interesting.
We're talking about Sanskrit grammar, early Buddhist texts, even, and this is pretty cool, even medical treatises. It's like peeking into the library of ancient India.
I like it.
What's something that jumps out at you when you look at this timeline?
Well, I think what's most fascinating to me is how much it challenges the way we often think about history. You know,
Absolutely.
we see Panini's work on Sanskrit grammar around 500 BCE, which tells us they already had the sophisticated understanding of language. They weren't just working with simple oral traditions. They were like dissecting and analyzing the very building blocks of their communication.
Right.
Yeah.
It really speaks to a sophisticated intellectual culture. And then fast forward a few centuries and bam! The Charaka and Sushruta Samhitas, incredibly detailed medical texts.
Wow.
Imagine having that level of knowledge about the human body way back then.
It's incredible. They were performing surgeries, they understood anatomy, they developed herbal remedies.
It's amazing.
It just totally debunks this myth of ancient cultures being primitive, you know?
Yeah.
These were clearly people engaging with really complex ideas across really diverse fields.
It totally changes the way you imagine ancient India. Okay, so we've got this bustling intellectual scene, but what about the stories? What stories did they tell? That leads us to our second timeline, which focuses on the Mahabharata.
Ah, yes.
One of the most important epics in Indian literature. Have you had a chance to really dive into it?
I have.
It's massive.
It's huge.
This timeline highlights just how much effort has gone into really understanding this epic.
It really is more than just a story. It's like a whole cultural phenomenon.
Right.
You know, in the 20th century, scholars undertook this massive project to create what they called a critical edition of the Mahabharata. Imagine trying to piece together centuries of different versions of this story, different oral traditions, regional variations, to try to create the most accurate representation of the epic.
It's like a giant literary puzzle.
It really is.
And speaking of dedication, J.A.B. Van Botenen started the monumental task of translating that critical edition into English back in 1973. Sadly, he passed away before he could complete it, but I mean, it just goes to show the scale and importance of making these texts accessible.
Yeah.
So we've gotten a glimpse of their intellectual pursuits, their epic storytelling.
Yeah.
But what about everyday life?
Right.
How was their society structured?
Okay.
That's where we're headed next, as we delve into the world of kinship, caste, and class.
Let's do it.
Get ready, because this is where things get really, really interesting.
I can't wait.
So we've got these grand epics, these intellectual achievements, but now let's zoom in a bit.
Yeah.
Let's get to the nitty-gritty of ancient Indian society, the rules, the relationships,
Yeah.
the power dynamics.
Stuff that makes it real.
Exactly.
Right.
Our source material really dives right into this, with a series of questions
Okay.
about kinship, caste, and class.
Okay.
We uncover the fabric of, their world.
Yeah, let's do it. It's like trying to put together a puzzle.
Totally.
You get these little fragments of information from these ancient texts, and we're trying to reconstruct a whole society.
Yeah, and one of the first pieces, I think, of this puzzle
Okay.
is understanding how families pass down their wealth
Right.
and power, right? So
Of course, yeah.
our text highlights the importance of patrilineal,
Okay.
which basically means, inheritance flows through the male line, so father to son and so on.
Makes sense.
That wasn't unique to ancient India.
Right.
But why do you think it might have been extra important for, elite families back then?
Well, put yourself in the shoes of, the head of a powerful family, maybe royalty even. What are you most concerned about?
Holding on to that power.
Exactly. It's all about passing down land, wealth, political authority, and it all goes to your direct male heir.
To keep it in the family.
Right. It ensures that your lineage, your family name, stays at the top for generations.
It's dynasty building.
It is. It's legacy, a legacy that outlives you.
And it's not just about the inheritance itself. It plays into their ideas of legitimacy,
Yeah,
right?
totally.
It's like social order.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Think about it. My father was king, his father before him, so naturally I should inherit the throne.
Right, right.
Lineage becomes this really powerful tool to justify their rule, almost like a social currency.
Fascinating. Makes you wonder, though, were there ever exceptions to that?
Good question.
Which brings us perfectly to the next question that our text kind of poses here. Were kings always Kshatriyas? Now, for those who haven't, really gone into the Indian caste system, think of Kshatriyas as like the warrior nobility, the knights, the samurai of those cultures.
That makes sense.
So they were traditionally the rulers, the protectors.
Sure.
But of course,
Right.
as with any social system, there are always complexities. And our text hints at this a little bit. Were there instances where someone outside that Kshatriya caste actually ascended to the throne?
Right. Someone who broke the mold.
Right. Someone who broke the mold, maybe through ambition.
Cunning.
Cunning, yeah. Or even just a twist of fate.
It makes you wonder how rigid those caste lines really were.
Right. Was there any social mobility?
Yeah.
Or were you essentially
Up in your lane.
in your lane, right?
Yeah.
It's a question that still resonates today, right?
For sure.
This tension between social mobility and these deeply ingrained structures.
Absolutely.
But to really kind of grapple with this, I think we need to talk about one of those words that doesn't quite translate easily from ancient Indian thought, dharma.
Yes.
Dharma, often translated as duty or religion.
Right.
But it's so much bigger than that.
It really is. Yeah, it's about ethical conduct.
Right.
The very essence of how you live your life.
Purpose.
Your purpose, how you fit into the cosmic order of everything.
Yeah. Right, like where you fit in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly.
Right, and even then, there could be different interpretations.
Of course.
Right, even conflicts
Right.
within this idea of dharma.
For sure. Our source material highlights 3 figures from the Mahabharata.
Okay.
Drona, Hidimba, and Matanga,
Okay.
whose stories really kind of complicate this concept of dharma.
So before we get lost in the twists and turns of the Mahabharata, remind us who these figures are and what makes them relevant.
Okay, so Drona, for example. He was a revered warrior, a teacher, but he was bound by these complex oaths and obligations.
Right. Yeah.
That led him to make some, let's just say, morally ambiguous choices.
The classic example of duty and personal ethics clashing, right?
Exactly.
Okay. What about Hidimba?
Hidimba was a demoness.
Okay. Already breaking the norms.
Right. Already breaking societal norms.
Right.
And she fell in love with a human prince.
Interesting.
Her story challenges those rigid boundaries between different beings, different social classes even.
It's a good story.
Yeah, okay, Matanga.
Yeah, Tonga was a sage, but from a lower caste.
Okay.
And yet he achieved this incredible level of spiritual enlightenment.
Wow.
Which challenged that whole notion that only the upper echelons of society could reach those heights.
So it's almost like their stories are test cases for how Dharma plays out in different ways.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's fascinating how these characters, these stories, can reveal so much about, like, the nuances of ancient Indian society.
Right. It wasn't just black and white.
Right.
There were shades of gray, complexities, even within their understanding of Dharma.
Which makes it all the more human.
Right.
It wasn't just this, like, utopia of perfect harmony.
Right.
But this idea of a divinely ordained social order.
Yeah.
It's interesting to contrast that with some of the other viewpoints that were floating around at that time.
Absolutely. Our text actually contrasts that Brahmanical view of a fixed hierarchy with the Buddha's concept of society as like a social contract.
Interesting.
It's a totally different perspective. Right. So on the one hand, you have this idea that society's an agreement.
Right.
That people have a say in how it's structured, right?
Exactly.
And on the other hand, you have that Brahmanical view, right, that's beautifully articulated in the Purusha Sukta.
Yes.
Which describes society originating from like this cosmic being.
Right.
Right, with each caste arising from different parts of its body.
Yeah, it's this fixed order, you know.
It's set.
Yeah, very little wiggle room.
So it really frames like how people understand their place, right?
Totally.
If society is this divine creation,
right,
then your position is preordained.
Yeah, like you're meant to be where you are.
But if it's a contract, well then
maybe there's room for a negotiation, for change.
A change.
Yeah.
It's so interesting how that debate.
It's a timeless debate, really.
It is. It continues to this day.
It does.
You know, where do our obligations to each other really stem from?
Yeah. What is the source of true social order, right? Like, fascinating questions.
Big questions. And to bring it back to ancient India,
Yes.
our text gives us this incredible, glimpse into their social dynamics
Okay.
through this really seemingly simple scene from the Mahabharata.
Okay.
You're talking about that scene where Yudhishthira,
Yes.
the eldest Pandava brother, he's greeting a group of people.
Right. Exact.
It sounds mundane,
It sounds simple, but it's anything but.
but it's anything but right.
It's like a masterclass in social observation.
Really.
The order in which he greets these people, it's like a cheat sheet for understanding their whole social hierarchy.
Okay, so break it down for us. Who gets top billing in Yudhishthira's grand greeting? It's like we're talking about a simple greeting, but it's really this whole window into their social structure.
Yeah. And right away, he's addressing the brahmanas,
Okay.
the priestly class,
Right.
and the chief priest of the opposing house.
Interesting.
So showing respect for, spiritual authority, knowledge, right off the bat.
It's like before we even get to who's got the most money, who's got the army, we've got to show respect to knowledge.
Exactly, those core values.
That's fascinating.
And then notice he specifically greets his teacher, Drona, and his preceptor, Kripa. So age, especially paired with wisdom, mentorship,
Of course.
clearly commanded a lot of respect in this society.
The ancient Indian equivalent of elders first. But it goes beyond age, right?
It does. It speaks to this whole web of relationships and obligations, right, that were woven through their society.
That's how they understood their place in the world.
Exactly. Yeah. Kinship ties, essential. So he greets the Kuru elders, Bhishma, the patriarch,
Right.
and Dhritarashtra, the current king, before moving on to Duryodhana and his brothers.
So even within the ruling class,
Yeah.
seniority, family connections,
Yeah.
it's not just about who holds the titles.
Exactly. And here's where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
He then greets Vidura.
Vidura.
Yes.
Remind us again
Okay.
who he was and why he's so important.
So Vidura was born to a slave woman, but he was revered for his wisdom and his counsel, and the fact that Yudhishthira greets him before even some of the royal women is really telling.
It's like those rigid caste lines that we talked about. Maybe they weren't always so rigid.
Right. It's these exceptions,
Right.
like Vidura, that force us to look for these complexities, these nuances.
Of contradictions, right.
Yeah, exactly.
It wouldn't be a deep dive if there weren't any contradictions.
That's right.
But we can't talk about ancient Indian society without also talking about gender.
Of course not.
So where do women fit into all of this?
Yeah.
What does this greeting tell us?
So after the brahmanas and the elders, he greets the elderly women as mothers,
Okay.
then his own wives, and even the daughters-in-law, before mentioning his own daughters.
So even within the family structure, it's still about
Yeah.
your age and then your relationship
Your relationship to the men
to the men.
in the family.
Right.
It highlights the patriarchal nature, for sure.
Sure.
But I think it's important to remember that doesn't mean women were powerless
Of course.
or without influence.
We see that in the Mahabharata.
Absolutely.
Draupadi, Kunti, these are
Strong women.
strong, powerful women. But let's not shy away from the other side of it.
Right.
This wasn't like a utopia.
Right. Not everyone had it so good.
Not everyone was at the top of this hierarchy, right?
Right. The courtesans, the slaves, they're mentioned almost as an afterthought at the very end of this whole greeting.
A stark reminder.
It is. It really lays bare, I think, the complexities and
Yeah.
sometimes the really harsh realities.
Of ancient Indian society.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, how did people living back then view their own world?
Right? Right. Did they ever question it?
Did they question this? Were they okay with it?
It's fascinating, isn't it?
It really is. It makes you think. And speaking of trying to understand different perspectives,
Yeah.
let's shift gears for a moment and think about the Mahabharata as a whole.
Okay.
Is it just this entertaining story?
Yeah.
This captivating epic?
Right.
Or is it something more?
Scholars have debated that for centuries. Our text quotes Maurice Winternitz,
Okay.
who said the Mahabharata offers a profound insight into the Indian soul. What do you think about that?
It's a powerful image, right?
It is.
On the one hand, it's exploring these universal human themes.
Yeah.
Duty, family, conflict, fate,
Mm-hmm.
things that resonate across cultures and time periods.
Absolutely.
But then there's this question of, is there something uniquely Indian about it?
Right, like a specific cultural and philosophical lens
Right, exactly.
that shapes how these themes are explored.
It's both a reflection of, universal human experiences, but also this product of a very specific time and
Exactly.
place.
Makes it all the more fascinating to study.
Oh, for sure. It's like peeling back layers of an onion.
Right. Right.
There's always more to discover.
Always something deeper.
And speaking of discoveries, I love how our source material gets into this question of authorship.
Okay.
Could something like the Mahabharata, this massive, sprawling epic, really be the work of just one person?
It seems unlikely, right? Most scholars believe that it evolved over centuries.
Right.
Passed down through these oral traditions, added to, refined, reshaped over time.
So it's almost like this collective cultural achievement, right?
Yeah, like this tapestry woven from all these different threads.
It really makes you appreciate the Mahabharata in a whole new light.
For sure.
But before we get, too carried away with the epic scope of all of this,
Okay.
let's bring it back to something we talked about earlier about gender in ancient Indian society.
Okay.
We talked about patriarchy, the ways in which women's roles were often defined in relation to men.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, were there hints of, like, greater agency or complexity when it came to the lives of women?
It's always tough to generalize about the past, especially with limited sources.
Of course.
But if you look closely at the Mahabharata,
Yeah.
we see female characters who challenge expectations.
Mm-hmm.
They exert influence, demonstrate incredible strength.
Draupadi, who's not going to be silenced.
Exactly.
In the face of injustice, and Kunti, who's
Right.
navigating these, like, really complex
Oh, incredibly complex.
political and familial relationships.
Yes, with strength, intelligence.
They weren't just passive figures.
Not at all. They remind us that even within these seemingly rigid structures,
Right.
there's always room for individual agency,
For pushing back.
for defiance, for the unexpected.
And that's why we keep digging deeper, right? History's not this fixed,
It's not set in stone.
boring narrative.
It's messy. It's contradictory.
It's full of surprises.
Exactly. It's all about questioning our assumptions,
Right.
looking for those counter narratives.
The things that challenge what we think we know.
Yes.
Which brings us to our final point of intrigue.
Okay.
Those Brahmanical rules, right?
Yeah.
About kinship, marriage, all that.
Yeah.
Were they always followed
Right.
to the letter?
To a T, our source material suggests that we shouldn't assume anything.
Interesting.
There might be evidence. Lurking in other literature, inscriptions, maybe even archaeological finds
Wow.
that point to variations in practice, what people actually did
Right.
versus what the rules said.
The difference between what you're supposed to do and then what you actually do.
Right. Like that old saying, rules are made to be broken.
Maybe not in this context, but,
Right.
it makes you wonder about the gap between, like, that ideal social order
Right.
and how people actually lived.
The messiness of real life.
The messiness of real life.
That's where the most interesting stuff is.
That's where all the good stuff is, always in the gaps.
Always.
That's a great note to end on.
It was so fun.
We covered so much ground today,
We did.
from these grand timelines to, like, the nitty-gritty of social structures
In those stories.
and the power of those stories.
Unbelievable.
And it all started with a single academic text.
Who knew?
It just goes to show you never know what you're going to find.
Ex-
When you take a deep dive, a huge thank you to our expert for guiding us through this fascinating world.
My pleasure.
And to you, our listeners, keep those minds curious. Until next time, welcome to the Deep Dive, where today we're going to be heading to ancient India.
A fascinating place and time.
It really is, and we're going to be focusing on specifically the Sanchi Stupa.
Yeah, the Sanchi Stupa. And you couldn't really ask for a better, I guess you could call it like a travel companion.
Right.
When you're thinking about this period, because it really is like a time capsule, you know?
Right.
It's just packed with stories and ideas.
Yeah, it's not every day we get to unpack a monument
Right.
with a monument at the heart of it, which is exactly what we're going to try to do today.
Yeah.
Our source material for this deep dive is a chapter appropriately titled Thinkers, Beliefs, and Buildings. It focuses on cultural developments in India between 600 BCE and 600 CE.
Okay.
So we're talking about a really significant chunk of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a period that, on the surface might sound very far removed from us, 2024.
Right.
But the echoes of some of these debates that were happening then are still, I think, shaping our world in some really surprising ways.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I completely agree. So let's...
Okay.
The text mentioned that in the 19th century, Europeans were practically tripping over themselves to get their hands on the Sanchi Stupa.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost comical when you think about it, but there was a point where people were seriously considering dismantling it, shipping
Wow.
it off to a museum in France.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Like the logistics of it, just pop this on a boat, no problem.
Just another Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, it just seems almost unfathomable now, right? To
Yeah.
think that this, this magnificent structure, symbol of centuries of history, belief, like reduced to an exotic curiosity for a European museum.
Right.
And it was actually the Begum of Bhopal who kind of stepped in and said, no, this is something special. This needs to stay here. So her intervention, I think, really saved the stupa
Yeah.
from being shipped off in pieces.
It's amazing how close it came to being lost, potentially forever.
Oh, right.
Okay, so let's
Yeah.
rewind the clock a bit here. Back to ancient India, around, we're talking like 600 BCE to 600 CE.
Right.
What was this like intellectual scene like? Paint me a picture.
Yeah, so well, picture this. All across the globe. Okay, so you've got like the bustling forums of Greece.
Yeah.
You've got the kind of serene gardens of China.
Yeah.
All these different places, and they've all got these great minds, and they're all kind of wrestling with the big questions.
Right.
Life, death, the universe, you name it, they're debating it.
Like a global philosophical summit, kind of.
Exactly. Yeah, like a big philosophical summit.
Yeah.
And in India, this intellectual ferment is really kind of reaching a fever pitch.
Okay.
You've got figures like Zarathustra, you've got Mahavira, and of course you've got the Buddha,
Yeah.
all emerging around kind of roughly the same time. So it's just this period of intense questioning.
Okay, but they weren't just starting from scratch, though, right? This was during the Vedic period
It's true.
with all of its established traditions, rituals, and all of that, right?
Yeah, so the Vedic tradition is very much the dominant force, and
Yeah.
their emphasis is on ritual sacrifices, the authority of the Vedas themselves.
Right. So were these new thinkers, were they like just riffing on those existing ideas, or were they kind of like striking out on a bolder path?
It's definitely more radical than just riffing, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's not that they completely dismiss the Vedic tradition, but they start to question its authority.
Oh,
And especially they start to question the role of the Brahmanas,
okay.
the priestly class who were kind of controlling the rituals.
So instead of just accepting the status quo, they're saying, hold on, maybe there's another way.
Hold on, maybe there's another way. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these thinkers, they start challenging things like the caste system.
Okay.
They start challenging the necessity of these elaborate rituals, even the idea that only a select few could achieve, liberation or enlightenment.
Right. They're proposing these radical new ideas about individual enlightenment, accessible to all, regardless of your birth or your social standing.
Now, that's what I call shaking things up.
Yeah, it's big.
Like, it's fascinating to imagine, like, this unfolding, not just in some, like, isolated scholarly circles,
Right.
but, like, out in the streets and like, captivating the imaginations of everyday people.
Absolutely. And that's where the story, I think, gets really interesting, because these aren't just like abstract philosophical debates.
Yeah.
These have real world implications, right?
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to social structures, power dynamics.
Yeah.
Things are about to get interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got this backdrop of radical new ideas challenging the old order.
Right.
How did those ideas actually play out in society? Was it all like, peaceful discourse, or were there clashes?
Well, imagine this. You're a farmer. You've always been told that your place in life is kind of preordained by birth. right?
That your only hope for like a better next life is through these elaborate rituals performed by priests.
Mm.
Then along comes this new teaching saying, no, 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 you have the power within yourself to achieve liberation, regardless of your caste, your social standing.
Right. Like, how incredibly empowering would that be, especially for those who kind of felt trapped by the existing system?
Absolutely. And that's, I think, precisely why Buddhism in particular resonated so strongly with people from all walks of life, right?
Yeah.
Here was a path to enlightenment that bypassed the brahmanas, right?
Yeah.
The traditional gatekeepers and their complex rituals.
It's like offering a shortcut,
Yeah.
a more direct route
Yeah.
to spiritual fulfillment.
Exactly.
No wonder it caught on.
Right.
Yeah.
And you see this shift reflected, I think, in the art and architecture of the time.
Okay.
Take the Sanchi Stupa, for example. I mean, this wasn't just like plopped down randomly.
Right.
Its very existence, its location, its design, everything about it speaks to these evolving ideas.
Right, because this is a 3rd century BCE monument, we should say, right?
Yeah.
built during this time of intense philosophical and social change. So what can you tell us about that?
So unlike the grand temples of the Vedic tradition,
What the-
often associated with, sacrifices and rituals, the Sanchi Stupa offered a different kind of sacred space.
Okay.
It was a place for contemplation, for circumambulation, for connecting with the Buddha's teachings through visual storytelling.
So it's not just like the structure itself, but what it represents.
Totally.
The ideas it embodies.
Precisely. For example, remember that excerpt from the Upanishads we talked about the wind being the true sacrifice?
The one about how the wind carries offerings to all beings.
Exactly, symbolizing this more universal form of sacrifice.
Yeah.
So now consider the Sanchi Stupa's kind of dome-shaped structure.
Okay.
It's believed to represent the mound of earth that covered the Buddha after his death. Right? So it's a symbol of his, physical presence transformed into a spiritual one.
Okay, are you saying there's a connection then between that idea of the wind carrying offerings and the stupa's kind of dome-like shape?
It's definitely something to consider, right?
Yeah.
That dome, open to the elements, could be seen as a conduit.
Right.
A way for, offerings of devotion and contemplation to be carried by the wind, reaching beyond the physical realm.
That's a fascinating interpretation.
Yeah.
It adds a whole other layer of meaning to the structure.
Totally.
And it's not just the dome, right?
Yeah.
You've got the intricate carvings
Exactly.
that adorn the stupa's gateways.
They depict scenes from the Buddha's life, his previous lives, stories that illustrate his teachings.
Mm-hmm.
And these narratives served as really powerful tools for propagating Buddhist ideas to a wider audience, many of whom may not have been literate.
So it's like they're encoding their beliefs into the very architecture.
Absolutely.
Talk about a powerful statement.
It's a powerful statement. And they're doing it in a way that's accessible to everyone, regardless of their social standing, literacy, anything like that, right? It's a far cry from, the exclusive nature of Vedic rituals.
Right. And it makes you wonder, what would a monument built today, right?
Yeah.
Representing our time and our beliefs, what would that look like?
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
What stories would we choose to tell?
Mm-hmm. It's mind-blowing. It's really mind-blowing to think that, we're still grappling with some of these same questions today.
I know, right?
Like the nature of sacrifice, individual empowerment, how to live a meaningful life. It's it shows how kind of deeply these ideas resonate, with just the human experience.
Absolutely, yeah. And the Sanchi Stupa, I think, stands as this kind of testament to the enduring power of those ideas.
Right.
It's a reminder that, change is always possible, that even these really ancient traditions can be challenged and reshaped.
And it's not just a passive reminder either, right? It feels like the Sanchi Stupa is kind of actively prompting us to think about our own values, our own beliefs.
Totally.
So if we were building a monument today, what would it say about us?
Oh, that's such a good question.
Right.
What would we want future generations to understand about our time?
Yeah.
I mean, would it be a monument to technological innovation?
Right.
Would it be a celebration of diversity?
Yeah.
Would it be a stark warning about the challenges that we faced?
Right.
Right.
Maybe it would be all of those things and more just a reflection of our complexities, our aspirations, our fears.
Yeah, I think the Sanchi Stupa doesn't necessarily offer easy answers, right?
Right.
But it gives us kind of a framework for asking, I think, the right questions.
Yeah, it's like that old saying, right?
Yeah.
The journey is the destination.
Right.
The Sanchi Stupa invites us on this journey of discovery, not just about ancient India, but about ourselves.
Absolutely, yeah. And just like those ancient pilgrims, who would circumambulate the stupa, each step we take brings us closer to kind of a deeper understanding.
Well, on that thought-provoking note, we've reached the end of our deep dive into the world of the Sanchi Stupa. But as we've discovered, the exploration doesn't end here.
No, this is just the beginning, right?
Right.
As you delve deeper into, Buddhist philosophy, explore the symbolism of the stupa's carvings.
Mm-hmm.
You'll continue to kind of uncover new layers of meaning and, I think, relevance to our own lives.
So keep questioning, keep exploring, and who knows what we might discover.
Exactly.
This has been The Deep Dive.
It has been.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome to your deep dive. Buckle up. Because we're traveling back in time to ancient India.
Oh yeah, way back.
You've shared some fascinating excerpts about early Buddhism and Jainism.
Right. Ancient texts.
Yeah, we've got philosophical debates, even a queen trying to convince her husband to ditch the palace for a life of enlightenment.
It's really remarkable how much we can learn about these periods.
I know.
Even though few original sources remain, what we do have paints a vivid picture.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's like trying to piece together the teachings of someone who lived over 2,500 years ago.
Yeah.
That's what historians face with the Buddha.
It is.
Like a giant jigsaw puzzle where some pieces are missing.
For sure.
Our sources tell us everything was passed down orally at first.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Like a giant game of telephone.
Right.
But eventually, these teachings were written down in what we know today as the Tipitaka, divided into 3 baskets of knowledge.
The Tipitaka, the 3 baskets.
Yeah.
So what's in the baskets?
Well, you have the Vinaya Pitaka, which lays out the rules for monks and nuns.
Okay.
Then there's the Sutta Pitaka, considered the heart of it all, because it contains the actual teachings and sermons of the Buddha. And finally, there's the Abhidhamma Pitaka.
That's the one that always sounds a little intimidating to me.
It dives into the deep end of Buddhist philosophy analyses and interpretations of the Buddha's teachings.
Right. But still, the fact that any of these texts survived is incredible.
It is.
One of our sources mentions some even made it all the way to China, carried by dedicated pilgrims.
Talk about commitment.
Yeah.
And the discussions they sparked were just as fascinating.
Oh, I bet.
For example, you've included a section from the Sutta Pitaka, a dialogue between the Buddha and King Ajatasattu.
Okay.
Now, this king, he's wrestling with some big questions.
I imagine.
He brings up a teacher, Makali Gosala, who believed that fate controlled everything. Pleasure, pain, even enlightenment.
So everything is predetermined.
It's like a script we're all just acting out.
So if everything is already decided, why bother doing anything?
Right.
Why try to be a good person or meditate? Or even strive for enlightenment?
That's exactly the point the Buddha challenges.
Okay.
He argues that we have free will, that our actions have consequences, and that we have the power to choose our path.
It's a debate that's still going strong today.
I know it.
Are we masters of our own destiny, or is it all just a cosmic roll of the dice?
And the king doesn't stop there.
He doesn't.
No. He also brings up another philosopher, Ajita Kesakamalan, who has a much more materialistic view.
Okay.
He says there's no soul, no karma, no next life.
Wow.
When we die, we just decompose back into the elements.
Oh, that's it.
Poof, that's it.
Talk about different ways of looking at the world. It's
Right.
like they're having a philosophical rap battle.
And this wasn't just a war of words.
Okay.
These debates had real consequences, influencing how people understood the universe and their place in it. This particular conversation with the king is so interesting because it shows us how these ideas played out in a real-life setting.
It does.
Here you have a powerful ruler grappling with these fundamental questions of fate, free will, and the nature of existence.
It really highlights the fact that ancient India wasn't some kind of monolith of ancient wisdom, but a dynamic place where different schools of thought challenged and learned from each other.
Exactly. It was a vibrant marketplace of ideas with thinkers and teachers constantly pushing the boundaries of knowledge and spirituality.
Marketplace of ideas. I love that.
And speaking of different perspectives, let's move on to another fascinating tradition that emerged during this time, Jainism.
Okay, Jainism. So Jainism, fascinating stuff. One thing that really struck me was this idea that everything has life.
Oh, yeah.
Even rocks and water.
Everything.
Like, it really makes you think about the world in a different way.
It does. It's a core principle of Jainism.
It is.
And it really makes you re-examine your relationship with the world around you. The emphasis on ahimsa, nonviolence in thought and action, stems from this belief.
Because how can you do anything if everything's alive?
Exactly.
Like taking do no harm to a whole new level.
Okay.
Makes me wonder, how did they navigate daily life?
Right.
And speaking of navigating life choices, we also have this great story of Queen Kamalavati,
Oh, yeah.
who's basically had it with palace life
She's over it.
and is trying to convince her husband to join her in a more spiritual path.
It's a powerful example of the allure of monastic life for those seeking a different kind of freedom.
Right, because imagine having every material comfort imaginable, but still feeling this sense of spiritual emptiness.
Yeah, that's what Kamalavati is dealing with.
It is.
She argues that true happiness and liberation can't be found in worldly possessions, but in a deeper understanding of the self.
It's like, honey, the palace is nice and all, but I'm craving something more.
Exactly. It's a classic example of the tension between the material and the spiritual that we see throughout history,
Yeah.
even in our own lives today.
Oh, totally. And Kamalavati's story also highlights the diversity of voices within these ancient traditions.
It does.
Because it's not like everyone just heard these ideas and immediately went, sign me up.
Right. It wasn't a one-size-fits-all kind of deal.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
These belief systems weren't static or monolithic.
No, they were constantly being interpreted and reinterpreted by people from all walks of life.
Like we saw with the king's philosophical wrestling match.
Yes.
And now with the queen's yearning for something beyond palace walls.
And it shows that these ideas resonated with people on a personal level, regardless of their social standing.
It does.
Yeah.
And speaking of shaping lives, both Buddhism and Jainism left their mark not just on people, but on art and architecture as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's true. Think about those intricate sculptures.
Oh, yeah.
The manuscripts so carefully preserved.
Absolutely.
These weren't just decoration.
No, they were expressions of faith.
Right. They were meant to inspire.
Oh, for sure.
And to instruct.
To teach.
Yeah, and the craftsmanship.
It's incredible.
It really tells you how deeply these beliefs were held.
Oh, yeah. You can just feel it.
Like every brushstroke, every chisel mark, it's like they're whispering across the centuries. This mattered to us.
And it's thanks to that dedication that we get to learn from them even now.
And that's true. Though we do have to be careful about perspective.
Right. Right. We are working with fragments of a much larger picture.
We
You
are.
have to acknowledge that what survived might not be the whole story.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
But even with those caveats, the material you shared, it offers such a rich glimpse into a time and place so different from our own.
It really does.
It's like opening a window into the intellectual and spiritual energy of ancient India.
Exactly. We see new ways of thinking emerging.
Right.
Challenging those old norms, offering different paths towards enlightenment.
It's all about the human search for meaning and purpose.
Right.
And that is definitely timeless.
It is a timeless question.
It is. And what's so fascinating is how these different approaches, the Buddha's emphasis on free will and action,
Yeah.
the Jain's focus on the interconnectedness of all life. It gives us so much to think about even today.
It really does. It makes you wonder, what will future historians make of our own beliefs or values centuries from now?
Oh, wow.
What will be the enduring legacies of our time?
That's a great question to think about as we're thinking about these ancient traditions.
Right.
And what they say to us today. So as you continue to explore these topics, think about what resonates most with you.
Yeah.
What speaks to your own search for meaning
Absolutely.
and purpose?
Yeah.
What can we learn from these ancient traditions, not just as historical artifacts,
Right.
but as living philosophies
Yeah.
that still have something to offer us in the 21st century?
Thanks for taking this deep dive with us. All right, ready to dive in. Today, we're taking a deep dive into early Buddhism.
Sounds good.
We'll be exploring the life and teachings of the Buddha.
Yeah, and how it all started.
Our source for this deep dive is Themes in Indian History.
Chapters 90 through 93, right?
That's right. So let's jump in. So
Right.
we're talking about early Buddhism. Where do we even begin?
Well, it all starts with a guy named Siddhartha Gautama.
Siddhartha Gautama.
Yeah, and trust me, his story is pretty wild.
Okay, so our textbook says Siddhartha was a prince.
A prince who had it all, lived in total luxury, shielded from, any hardship.
Okay, wow. I can't even imagine a life completely free from suffering. Can you?
No, not at all.
Ah.
And that's what makes his first encounters with suffering so powerful.
Yeah, the book talks about how he was completely shaken.
Totally. He sees an old man, then a sick man, and finally a corpse.
Wow. Talk about a reality check.
Right. It's like the fragility of life just hit him all at once.
I can only imagine. To go from a life of luxury to that kind of realization.
It's a complete worldview shift. And this is what sparked his quest.
So what did he do?
He had to understand suffering, why it existed.
Yeah, and how to escape it, right.
Exactly. So he left his comfortable life and went on this journey.
He just left.
Yeah, he dove headfirst into exploring different philosophies, practices, you name it.
Wow. So we're talking about a prince who gives up everything to understand suffering.
Exactly. And he wasn't afraid to push his limits either. We're talking extreme asceticism, meditation. The man was dedicated.
Intense. So after all that, what happened?
That's where things get really interesting.
So we left off with Siddhartha really pushing himself to the limit. What was it that finally led him to become, well, the Buddha?
It wasn't about finding some kind of external answer.
Okay.
According to the text, the big shift came when he turned inward.
He stopped searching for answers out in the world.
Exactly. He realized he needed to understand his own mind.
And that's where meditation comes in.
Exactly.
I can see how after all that extreme living, sitting quietly might sound pretty good.
Right, but this was deep, insightful meditation.
Hmm.
And through that, he reached a state of enlightenment.
Enlightenment. So that's the turning point, when Siddhartha becomes the Buddha.
It's when he became the awakened one.
Okay, so no divine intervention or anything, just a guy meditating under a tree.
He achieved a profound understanding of reality and the nature of suffering.
So what does that mean in practical terms? Did enlightenment come with a set of rules, like the 10 Commandments of Buddhism or something?
Not quite.
Hmm.
The textbook really emphasizes that early Buddhism, it wasn't about blindly following rules
Okay.
or worshiping a god even.
Interesting. So what was it about then?
It was about understanding these fundamental truths about existence, truths that Siddhartha experienced firsthand.
Okay, so then what were those truths? Give us the heart of Buddhist philosophy.
Well, the book really focuses on 3 core principles:
Okay, let's hear them.
impermanence, soullessness, and suffering.
All right, break it down for me. Impermanence. That one makes sense to me. Things change, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nothing stays the same. It's called anicca in Pali.
Anicca.
And it basically means that everything is in constant flux.
Okay, I'm with you. So what about soullessness? Does that mean Buddhists believe we don't have souls?
It's a little more nuanced than that.
Oh,
The term in Pali is anatta,
Anatta.
and it challenges this idea that there's this fixed, unchanging self.
Hmm.
Like we're not just these static beings.
Okay.
We're constantly evolving.
Interesting. So instead of clinging to a fixed idea of ourselves, Buddhism encourages us to embrace change, to go with the flow.
Exactly. And that kind of leads us to the 3rd principle, which is dukkha,
Dukkha.
suffering.
Ah.
And this is a big one.
Okay.
The book doesn't sugarcoat it. Suffering is just a part of life.
Yeah, that's fair.
But here's the thing. Buddhism suggests that a lot of our suffering is self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted.
We cling to things that are temporary.
Hmm.
Possessions, relationships, ideas about ourselves.
Yeah.
And when those things inevitably change, we suffer.
Right. Makes sense. Like when you get the latest phone, you're convinced it's going to make you happy, but then a week later, it's just a phone.
Exactly. And our source points out something really interesting.
Yeah.
Early Buddhism wasn't so concerned with proving or disproving the existence of God.
Yeah.
It was about understanding these universal truths and then finding ways to navigate life.
With wisdom and compassion.
Yeah,
That's a pretty different approach from a lot of religions.
it is.
But how do these big ideas actually play out in everyday life? Because let's be real, everything is impermanent, doesn't pay the bills.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
You need more than just concepts, right?
Right.
Luckily, the Buddha didn't just leave us hanging with these big abstract ideas.
Oh, good.
He gave some pretty practical advice. In fact, there's this really fascinating section in the Sutta Pitaka.
The Sutta Pitaka, that's like the Buddhist scriptures, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And in it, the Buddha is talking to this wealthy homeowner named Sagala.
Okay, a homeowner getting advice from the Buddha. What'd he have to say?
It's surprisingly down to earth. He talks about, like, treating your servants fairly, paying them on time, giving them sick leave.
Hold on, this is ancient wisdom. This sounds like a modern-day HR manual.
I know, right? And it goes beyond just being a good boss. He talks about caring for the elderly, being generous to those in need, and respecting those who have renounced worldly possessions.
Wow. It's like these really basic but profound principles of compassion woven into everyday life.
Right. It makes you wonder if the Buddha was just like centuries ahead of his time.
Right. It's not just moral guidelines. It's like the foundation for a just and compassionate society.
Absolutely. And it all comes back to those core principles of impermanence, not clinging to a fixed self, and understanding the nature of suffering. It all ties together.
Okay, mind officially blown. But we can't forget about the community aspect of Buddhism, the Sangha.
Yeah.
And our source mentions something about women in early Buddhism, right? So women in early Buddhism, it seems like a pretty radical concept for the time.
Yeah, totally. Back then, women's roles were pretty limited.
So how did this whole thing even get started?
Well, our textbook highlights the role of Ananda,
Ananda.
one of the Buddha's closest disciples.
Okay.
It sounds like he was the one who brought it up. Like, hey, what about the women?
He was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
So what happened? How did the Buddha respond?
He listened, and that's the remarkable part.
Wow, so this one conversation really opened the door for women in Buddhism.
It was a turning point. The book says that this is what allowed women to join the Sangha,
The Sangha.
the community of monks,
Uh-huh.
and eventually nuns too.
Okay, so They could join the Sangha, but did they have actual roles within the community?
Oh yeah, this wasn't just about letting them in. The text explains that bhikkhunis, these female monastics, they became vital in spreading the Dharma.
The Dharma, the Buddha's teachings, right?
That's right. They weren't just followers. Some even became theorists,
Theories.
respected elders.
Yeah.
Women known for their wisdom and insight. Think about it. Women guiding others toward enlightenment. Back in ancient India, that's pretty groundbreaking.
No kidding. So it's one thing to read about this in a textbook, but do we have any first-hand accounts from these women? What was it actually like to be a bhikkhuni?
Actually, we do. Our source introduces us to the Therigatha.
The Therigatha, what's that?
It's a collection of verses written by these incredible women.
Wow, so we're hearing their stories in their own words.
Exactly. They talk about their struggles, their insights. It's like a window into their lives.
I love that. Are there any stories that really stand out?
There's one about a woman named Puna. She was once a slave, but then became a bhikkhuni.
A slave turned bhikkhuni. Okay, I'm intrigued.
So the book includes this dialogue between Puna and a Brahmin. They meet by a river, and he's performing all these rituals to purify himself.
Okay, so classic Brahmin. And how does Puna react to this?
She basically calls him out on it.
She does.
Oh, yeah. The text quotes her, asking him, "Who told you that simply washing yourself in this water will free you from evil? Did the frogs and turtles in this river achieve enlightenment just by being in it?"
Okay, first of all, ouch. Second of all, that's a pretty insightful question. It's like she's saying, don't just go through the motions, understand the meaning behind the ritual.
Exactly. That's the heart of Buddhism, right? It's about seeking genuine understanding. Don't just blindly follow.
It's amazing how these stories from centuries ago can still feel so relevant. So today we covered a lot. We started with Siddhartha, a prince who gave it all up to understand suffering.
His journey led him to become the Buddha, the awakened one.
We talked about the core principles of Buddhism, impermanence, not clinging to a fixed self, and the nature of suffering.
We even dove into those principles in action, from ethical leadership to building a more compassionate world.
And let's not forget the incredible women like Puna who defied expectations and helped shape Buddhism into what it is today.
It's quite a story.
It really is. But before we go, our source leaves us with one final thought. If, as the Buddha taught, social structures are created by humans, shouldn't we strive to shape them in a way that minimizes suffering? It's something to think about. Until next time. Ever feel like the world is moving a mile a minute and you just want to hit pause?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, today we're taking a deep dive into early Buddhism,
Wow.
a time and place where people found a different pace, seeking peace and enlightenment amidst the chaos.
I like it.
And you know me, I'm always up for a journey of discovery,
Right, yeah.
especially when it comes to understanding how people lived their lives centuries ago.
Fascinating stuff.
Our main guide for this journey is a collection of texts called the Vinaya Pitaka,
Okay.
basically a rule book for Buddhist monks and nuns,
Hmm?
also known as bhikkhus and bhikkhunis.
I've heard that, yeah.
And trust me, some of these rules are wild,
Oh.
but they reveal so much about the core values of early Buddhism.
Like what? Give me an example.
Well, how about this? A newly made blanket
Okay.
had to be kept for at least 6 years.
6 years?
At least 6 years before a monk or nun could use it.
What? Why?
I know, right?
That's crazy.
6 years. I can barely wait 6 minutes to snuggle up in a brand new blanket.
Totally. Who would want to wait that long for a new blanket?
So there's got to be a deeper meaning here.
Yeah, there's got to be.
Right.
Definitely.
Right. What's the deeper meaning?
It wasn't about being deprived
Okay.
or, arbitrary deprivation,
Right.
but about fostering non-attachment.
Okay.
You see, clinging to possessions,
Mm-hmm.
even something as simple as a cozy blanket,
Right.
can lead to suffering according to Buddhist teachings.
Interesting.
So this rule encouraged them to let go of that desire for comfort,
Okay.
let go of that desire and focus on their spiritual practice.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about simplifying your life,
Exactly.
detaching from material things.
Simplifying, detachment.
Should make space for spiritual growth.
Exactly.
And speaking of simplicity,
Okay.
what about that rule about monks and nuns
Yeah.
only accepting a couple bowls of food?
A couple bowls of food.
Yeah, like even if offered more.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they could only accept like 2 or 3 bowls.
Even if they were offered more.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
That's interesting.
I can only imagine how awkward that conversation might been.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Like, oh, no, thank you. I'm full.
I can't possibly eat another bite.
I've already had my 2 bowls.
Right. I've reached my limit.
So why limit it? What was the point of that?
Well, it wasn't about being rude,
Yeah.
obviously,
Right.
but about practicing moderation
Okay.
and avoiding dependence on, material comforts.
Avoiding dependence on others.
Yeah. So it ensured that the monks and nuns weren't placing a burden on those providing for them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So by limiting their possessions
Mm-hmm.
and even their food intake, they were
Right.
embodying these principles of detachment and moderation.
Exactly.
It wasn't about the blanket or the food itself,
It was about the bigger picture.
but about what those things represented.
Exactly.
Wow, it really makes you wonder what it would have been like to live in a society
I know, right?
where those were the driving values.
Yeah. Fascinating, isn't it?
Especially because our sources point out that during this period, ancient India was grappling with rapid change.
Oh, yeah.
And dissatisfaction with the existing social and religious structures.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the time of big changes. It really makes you think about how different things were back then.
Yeah, like what
Mhm.
drew people to this new way of thinking?
Well, Buddhism offered a very different perspective.
Okay.
How so? It wasn't about your birthright or
Yeah.
your social standing.
Yeah.
It was about your actions.
So what you did mattered more than who you were.
Yes, and your intentions
Okay.
and your compassion for others.
So in a world of rigid hierarchies, Buddhism comes along and says,
In a way, yes.
hey, everyone has the potential for enlightenment.
Exactly. That message resonated deeply with people,
I can see why.
especially the emphasis on metta and karuna,
Metta and Karuna.
loving kindness and compassion.
Okay, now those are some words that could use a little unpacking.
Sure.
What exactly do those mean?
Well, metta, or loving kindness, is about cultivating a genuine sense of goodwill
Okay.
and warmth towards all beings.
Toward everyone.
Yes, starting with yourself.
Oh, interesting. So it starts with you.
It does. It's about wishing happiness and well-being for others
Okay.
without expecting anything in return.
Like that.
And karuna
Yeah, Karuna.
is compassion in action.
So it's not just about feeling it, but doing something about it.
Exactly. It's about recognizing the suffering of others
Right.
and feeling moved to do something about it.
To actually take action.
Yes, to alleviate their pain in whatever way you can.
So it's about putting those feelings of compassion into practice.
Precisely. And that message resonated with people from all walks of life.
It makes sense.
Our sources even mentioned a woman named Puna,
Puna.
a dasi,
A dasi. What's that?
essentially a servant,
Oh, wow.
who decided to join the Sangha,
And the Sangha is?
the Buddhist monastic order.
So she left her life as a servant to dedicate herself to these teachings.
She did. It was a huge life change.
That's pretty incredible when you think about it.
It is. It highlights how this message of equality and compassion
Yeah.
offered people a different path,
A way out.
a sense of hope and possibility.
And this idea of finding peace and enlightenment amidst the chaos,
Yes.
that wasn't just reflected in their way of life, right?
No, you're right. It was also in the structures they built.
You're talking about stupas.
Yes, stupa.
Those things are fascinating.
They are quite something.
I have to admit, I always thought of them as just big mounds.
Just big bounds.
Yeah, but our sources reveal there's so much more than that.
There's so much more than meets the eye.
So tell me, what are they all about?
Well, these impressive structures actually evolved from simpler structures.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they started as simple burial mounds called andas,
Andadas. Interesting.
and they evolved into these elaborate symbols of Buddhist beliefs.
It's like they took something familiar
Right.
and infused it with a whole new layer of meaning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they are full of symbolism,
Speaking of layers, can we talk about the different parts of a stupa?
of course. What would you like to know?
Well, our source mentions terms like harmika,
Yes, the harmika.
lyashti,
The yashti.
chatri.
Ah, yes, the chatri.
And I have to say, I'm not really sure what those are.
Well, let's see if I can explain.
Please.
Imagine approaching a stupa.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
You first encounter the harmika.
And where's that?
It's a square railing at the very top,
Okay, at the very top.
symbolizing the abode of the gods.
Okay, so it's like a sacred space.
Yes, and representing enlightenment.
Enlightenment. Okay.
Then, rising from the center,
Okay.
you'd see the yashti,
Yeah.
a central pillar representing the cosmic axis.
The cosmic axis, that sounds important.
It is. It connects heaven and earth.
Wow, so it's like a link between the earthly and the divine.
Exactly. And finally, at the very top of the yashti,
Okay.
often you'd find the chatri,
The chatri.
an umbrella-like structure.
Like an umbrella.
Yes, symbolizing royalty and protection.
Royalty and protection. Interesting.
All of these elements were carefully chosen.
So they all had meaning.
They did.
No.
Every detail, every curve, every symbol
Wow.
was meant to represent core Buddhist concepts.
You create a truly sacred space.
Yes, a space where people could connect with their spirituality.
I can see why they're so revered.
And you can't talk about stupas without mentioning Emperor Ashoka.
Emperor Ashoka, wasn't he a big supporter of Buddhism?
He was. He played a key role in spreading Buddhism.
How did he do that?
Well, he linked stupas to the Buddha himself.
To the Buddha himself, how?
Because these weren't just monuments to an idea.
Right.
They often housed relics of the Buddha himself.
Relics? Like what kind of relics?
Things he used, even bodily remains.
Wow, that's incredible.
It was a way to connect people to something larger than themselves.
To bring them closer to the Buddha.
Exactly.
Huh.
By enshrining these relics within these elaborate stupas,
Yeah.
Ashoka made the Buddha's teachings tangible,
He made them real.
accessible to everyone.
That's amazing. It's like building a monument to an idea,
It is.
but using physical objects to make it real.
Exactly.
To give people a place to focus their devotion
A tangible connection to their faith.
and connect with those teachings on a personal level.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm.
And the architecture itself enhanced that experience.
Oh, yeah. How so?
Well, let's take a virtual trip to the Great Stupa at Sanchi,
Okay.
one of the most well-preserved stupas.
I've seen pictures. It's amazing.
Picture yourself approaching from the east,
Okay.
passing through a grand gateway,
Mm-hmm.
adorned with intricate carvings,
Wow.
depicting scenes from the Buddha's life.
What an entrance.
Then you begin circumambulating the stupa,
Circumambulating.
walking clockwise around it,
Oh.
keeping it to your right,
Right.
as if on a spiritual journey.
Like a walking meditation.
Exactly.
Wow, I can see how powerful that would be.
It's a journey inward and outward at the same time.
Reflecting on the teachings embedded in the very stones beneath your feet. What always gets me is that these grand structures,
Yep,
they weren't just built by kings and wealthy patrons.
that's right.
Our source mentions inscriptions found on stupas
Yeah.
that tell a different story.
They do tell a different story.
What kind of story?
A story of community and shared devotion.
What do you mean?
Well, you find inscriptions from guilds, merchants,
Mm-hmm.
every day, men and women,
Wow, really?
even monks and nuns themselves.
So everyone contributed.
They did here. Each donation a testament to their faith
That's amazing.
and their desire to be a part of something greater than themselves.
It truly was a community effort,
It was.
showing that Buddhism wasn't just for the elite,
Not at all.
but for everyone seeking a path to enlightenment.
Exactly. Everyone was welcome.
And that's what I find so powerful about these structures.
Me too.
They weren't just built by emperors or powerful elite.
No, they were built by the people,
It was everyday people contributing what they could.
giving what they could to create something extraordinary.
Making these monuments a testament to their shared faith.
Exactly. These stupas weren't just piles of brick and stone.
There was so much more.
They were tangible expressions of a community,
A physical manifestation of their beliefs.
united by a common belief in the Buddha's teachings.
It's like each inscription, each carving, each brick
Each piece tells a story,
represents a piece of that collective aspiration towards enlightenment.
and that's why they still resonate with us today.
They do. They really do.
Even centuries later,
They still have so much to teach us.
they remind us of the power of shared beliefs
Of coming together to create something bigger than ourselves.
and the enduring human need for connection and meaning,
We started this deep dive with the strict rules of monastic life,
the foundation of their practice,
explored the radical compassion at the heart of Buddhism,
the driving force behind their actions,
and ended up amidst these awe-inspiring monuments.
a testament to their shared faith and aspirations.
It's incredible how interconnected it all is.
It all ties together beautifully.
It really goes to show that these ancient practices
Ancient, but still relevant.
weren't just about individual enlightenment.
It was about something bigger,
They were about building a community
a community of support and shared understanding.
where everyone had the potential to find peace and awakening.
Exactly. A place where everyone could thrive.
And that's a really beautiful thought to leave us with.
It is a beautiful thought.
We've explored how these structures reflected Buddhist beliefs.
Their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations.
But here's a question for you to ponder.
I like a good question.
What do our modern-day structures say about our values?
That's a great question.
It's something to think about.
One that I'm sure will spark some interesting reflections.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into early Buddhism.
It's been my pleasure.
It's been an enlightening journey through time.
A journey of discovery and wonder.
From simple rules to sacred structures.
From the mundane to the magnificent.
And the fascinating connections between them.
The interconnectedness of it all.
We'll see you in the next deep dive.
Until then, keep exploring. All right, so today we're going to do some time traveling. We're going way back to talk about ancient history and incredible art. And we'll also get into a bit of a detective story about two places that really reveal a lot about how we understand the past.
Sounds intriguing.
Have you ever heard of Amaravati and Sanchi?
I can't say that I
Yeah,
haven't.
most people haven't. They're these magnificent Buddhist stupas in India, built centuries ago. But here's the thing. One of them is practically gone looted for parts.
Oh, wow.
And the other one, still standing covered in these stories that are carved in stone. So how is it that, like, the same century gave us these two totally different fates for these incredible sites?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
Well, that's what we're going to look into today in our deep dive, and we'll be using this history textbook called Themes in Indian History to help us unpack it all. And don't worry, it's way more interesting than it sounds.
I'm sure it is. It's always fascinating to see how these physical places become almost like characters themselves in the story of how we study history.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the choices that people made back then, whether they were right or wrong, they still have an impact even now.
Absolutely.
So to really set the stage, let's picture India in 1796.
Yeah.
There's this local Raja, and he stumbles upon Amaravati. But here's the thing. He's not thinking like, oh, wow, what an ancient wonder. He's thinking more along the lines of sweet, free building materials.
Oh.
Right. Our textbook says that he basically used the ruins to build a new temple.
I mean, you have to remember the historical context at that time. This Raja might not have even realized or recognized these ruins as something that was religiously or culturally significant.
That's true. Times were different back then.
Exactly.
But it still makes you wonder what else was lost just because people didn't realize the significance of what they had right in front of them.
Right. It's easy to judge with our modern perspective, but
Totally. So fast forward a bit to the 1800s, and this is when Westerners enter the picture. And this one guy, Colin Mackenzie, he was a British official, and he did these amazing sketches of the sculptures at Amaravati. He was clearly really intrigued by it, but did he ever publish his findings?
I'm sensing a no.
Nope. Total missed opportunity.
It's like a recurring theme in history, isn't it?
Yeah.
Important knowledge not quite making it to the wider world when it could have made a difference.
It really is. And this is where things get even more complicated.
Oh, how so?
So in 1854, another British official named Walter Elliot comes along, and he is completely captivated by Amaravati's art, but instead of studying it there, he decides to ship it off to Madras.
He took it away from the site.
Yeah? And these pieces became known as the Elliot marbles.
Elliot marbles. That sounds familiar.
It's giving major Elgin marbles vibes, right? That whole debate about cultural ownership is who has the right to these treasures.
It's a complicated issue with no easy answers. And what's particularly interesting is how Elliot's actions, while he might have thought he was protecting the sculptures, actually ended up fueling this trend of removing artifacts from their original context.
Yeah, like he thought he was helping, but he was actually contributing to the problem.
Exactly. And it raises all sorts of questions about how we interpret and understand history through these objects when they're no longer in the place where they were created and held significance for centuries.
It's like finding a diary in an attic,
Uh-huh.
and instead of carefully reading it there, you rip out the pages you like and just scatter them to the wind. You lose so much of the story that way.
Such a good analogy.
And thankfully, not everyone was on board with this approach to ancient artifacts.
Mm.
Right in the middle of all this, we have H.H. Cole coming onto the scene.
Yeah.
And Cole was different. He was an archaeologist who saw what was happening at Amaravati and basically said, hey, hold on a minute, this isn't right.
Cole was so ahead of his time. He really was. He was totally against this whole thing of removing artifacts and called it out for what it was, straight up looting. And he believed that these sites should be preserved where they were using casts for museums so that people could still appreciate the art, but in a way that respects the original context.
Imagine if everyone back then had that mindset.
Right.
What a different world we would live in. Sadly, for Amaravati, it was already well on its way to becoming a cautionary tale.
Yeah.
But now this is where our other site, Sanchi, comes in. It was discovered a bit earlier in 1818, and the good news is it was in much better shape. When they found it, those iconic gateways were still standing.
And yet, even with Sanchi in much better condition, there were still people even back then who suggested they should dismantle those gateways and ship them off to Europe.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's like Oh, that pyramid's looking a little lonely in the British Museum. Let's just grab the Sphinx, too, while we're at it.
It's unbelievable to think about now.
I know. Thankfully, though, it seems like cooler heads prevailed in this case. Our textbook talks about a few factors that might have saved Sanchi archaeology. As the field was becoming more established, attitudes towards preservation were shifting. It really makes you think, though, why Sanchi? Why not Amaravati? What could have possibly changed in those few decades between the two discoveries?
Well, this is where it helps to try to understand the bigger picture. I think in the early 1800s, the West was still trying to wrap their heads around the sheer scale and sophistication of Eastern art and architecture. There was still this sense of, oh, we can just add this to our collection. It was a very possessive kind of view.
It's like these ancient cultures were just kind of sitting there waiting to be discovered by Europe, which is a really tough way to look at it.
Yeah, it's a difficult part of history to reconcile. But with Sanchi, I think we see a bit of a shift happening, maybe a growing awareness that these sites weren't just random collections of cool objects, but that they were living testaments to cultures that were just as rich and complex as their own.
It's a step in the right direction.
Right. But even as we acknowledge that shift, we have to remember that colonialism still had a huge impact, and we're still grappling with the effects of that today.
That's for sure. But thankfully, Sanchi isn't just standing there being silent and preserved. It's covered in stories.
It really is. It's like those carvings are trying to tell us something.
Yeah. It's like if you can imagine ancient storytellers, and instead of having books or scrolls, they had these massive, intricate stone carvings to share their stories with the world.
That's a great way to put it. And these weren't just any stories. Many of them were directly connected to Buddhist teachings, like the Jataka tales. Have you heard of those?
I'm not sure that I have.
Well, they're basically these stories about the Buddha's previous lives, and each story is supposed to illustrate a certain moral lesson.
Oh, wow. So you're walking around Sanchi and you're literally surrounded by ancient wisdom and parables that are carved into every surface. That's incredible.
It's pretty amazing. And here's where it gets even more interesting. Those sculptures weren't meant to be taken literally. They're full of symbolism.
Like what?
We'll take the empty seat, for example. That's a recurring motif that you see throughout Sanchi.
Okay.
Now, it might seem like just an empty seat at first glance, but it's not just that. It actually represents the presence of the Buddha through meditation.
I see. So for them, an empty seat wasn't just an empty seat. It was this powerful symbol.
Exactly. And think about the stupa itself, that massive dome shape. That's not just an architectural choice. That shape actually represents the Buddha's passing into nirvana, his enlightenment.
Oh, wow. I never would have thought about it like that. So even the seemingly simple things have these deeper layers of meaning.
Precisely. Even a wheel, which you might see and not think twice about, represents something much bigger. It symbolizes the Buddha's first sermon, the moment that he set his teachings in motion.
It's like walking into a giant open-air art history class. But instead of being stuck in a stuffy lecture hall, you're bathed in sunshine, surrounded by these incredible carvings.
There's nothing quite like it is there. And what's even more fascinating is that it wasn't just about formal Buddhist doctrine. Sanchi also gives us this incredible glimpse into how different belief systems could intertwine and exist together. Kind of like how today you might have people who blend different spiritual practices.
Give me an example. What kind of blending are we talking about?
Well, there's this one really striking sculpture of a woman swinging from a tree.
Okay. I'm not sure I've seen that one.
You might look at it and wonder, what on earth does that have to do with Buddhism? Well, scholars believe that she could represent a Shalabanjika, which is a figure from folklore who is believed to have this special power to make trees bloom.
So they're weaving these local beliefs and traditions right into this larger Buddhist framework. That's really cool.
It really is. It shows us that Buddhism, as it spread throughout the world, didn't just erase or replace existing beliefs. It adapted, it absorbed, and it coexisted with these different traditions.
And we can't forget about the animals.
The animals, yeah.
There are elephants, horses, monkeys. It's like somebody said, this place needs more animals up in here. What's the story with all the creatures?
Wow, right?
It's like a whole zoo up in there. So what's the deal with all the animals?
Well, some of them are probably illustrations of those Jataka tales we were talking about.
Ah, right, because those stories often use animals as characters.
Exactly. But just like with that tree goddess sculpture, there's probably more to it than just the stories themselves. Remember, these stupas were designed to inspire a sense of awe and wonder to draw people in.
So it's not just about the deeper meaning, but also about the visual impact. Hey, this looks amazing. Come and see.
Exactly. Art can serve multiple purposes, you know.
Absolutely. And it's kind of humbling, isn't it? We started off talking about how one stupa was practically destroyed, looted for parts, and the other one, Sanchi, is this masterpiece that has survived for centuries.
It really makes you realize how much we've lost over time and how important it is to protect these incredible places.
It really does. And even more than just protecting them, Sanchi, with all its carvings and sculptures, makes these ancient stories feel so alive and relevant.
They really do come to life, don't they?
It's like we've been on this incredible journey through time, deciphering symbols, meeting tree goddesses, and we owe it all to these excerpts from this history textbook.
It just goes to show that you never know where you're going to find inspiration.
That's for sure. And I think that's what I love so much about these deep dives. It's not about memorizing dates and names, but about encountering these mysteries and letting them kind of like, I don't know, change our perspective on things.
It's about asking those big questions, the ones that don't have easy answers. Like, how do we balance appreciating and experiencing ancient art while also ensuring that it survives for future generations?
Right. It's a tough one.
It really is. What role should museums play in that? And what about private collectors?
Yeah, those are really important things to consider.
They are. And I think that's something for all of us to keep in mind.
I agree. Well, on that note, I think we've done our fair share of time traveling for one day.
It's been a journey.
It really has. But before we go, I want to leave our listeners with something to think about. The next time you see a piece of ancient art, whether it's in a museum or even just a picture online, think about Amaravati and Sanchi. Remember the stories those places tell, the lessons they hold? And hey, maybe even look up some images of Sanchi's sculptures after you listen to this. Picture those artisans all those centuries ago, carefully carving those intricate details into the stone. Imagine the stories they wanted to share, the beliefs they held dear. Let yourself time travel a little. Let those stones spark your imagination. Who knows what you might discover?
All right, so get this. We're diving into ancient India. But here's the twist. We're using art to decode it all.
Cool.
Yeah, you shared some incredible excerpts about this time period around the 1st century CE.
Right.
And it's fascinating how art can give us these glimpses, these like whispers of what life was like back then.
Absolutely. It's like finding a time capsule, but instead of objects, it's filled with colors and shapes and stories.
It's true, especially when written records from that time are, well, a bit scarce.
Yeah, definitely. Art becomes this incredible primary source. Like
Yeah.
we're looking directly at the beliefs and practices of people who lived centuries ago.
Exactly. It's like they're communicating with us through the art.
hmm
And speaking of communicating, one of the things I found really cool in what you shared were those Ajanta cave paintings.
Oh, yeah. The John.
These things are crazy old, but the colors, the details, they're still so vivid.
I know. It's amazing how they've survived for so long.
Right. It's like paint fades, things decay, especially after centuries.
It's true. You don't often find paintings from that long ago that are still so well preserved.
Exactly. So to have these Ajanta caves, it's like a miracle. And they didn't just like slap some paint on a wall. They were using some seriously advanced techniques, like shading.
Right, to create this sense of depth and realism.
Yeah. It's incredible. Like you can almost feel like you could step right into the scenes.
You're totally right. The skill it took to create those paintings is just mind-blowing.
I know. It really makes you appreciate the artistry of people, back then.
Totally.
And one figure that really jumped out at me, it was in the text, was this Gajalakshmi.
Ah, yes, Gajalakshmi.
So for people who don't know, we're talking about this goddess surrounded by lotus flowers.
Right.
And there are these elephants, like showering her with water.
It's a powerful image, very evocative.
It is. It just screams opulence and abundance.
Absolutely, and that plays right into her identity as a goddess of prosperity and good fortune.
Exactly. But, and here's where things get really interesting.
Yeah.
There's some debate about whether this figure is actually Gajalakshmi.
Right. There's this whole other theory.
Right.
That the figure might actually be Maya, the mother of the Buddha.
Oh, really? Okay, so we've got these two very important figures, right?
Exactly. And the possibility that they were visually blended is fascinating.
It is, because you have to wonder, like, was it just a case of, oh, they got the goddess wrong? Or, oops, wrong symbol?
Right.
Or was there something more intentional going on?
Right. Like, why blend those two figures? What would that have meant to the people who created and viewed the art?
Exactly. Like, was it a political statement or did it reflect a genuine merging of beliefs at the time? It makes you think.
It really does.
Right.
And it's not so different from today. Symbols can hold multiple meanings, even contradictory ones.
Oh, absolutely. It's like, think about how a single image online can spark a million different interpretations.
Exactly. People bring their own baggage, their own experiences to how they see and understand art.
That's so true.
And that makes it so exciting because it means there's always more to uncover, more to discuss and debate.
It's true, the conversation never really ends. Which brings us to another site, Sanchi, which is also full of incredible art.
Oh, Sanchi's amazing. It's like stepping into another world.
Yeah. And one detail from the text that stood out to me was this recurring serpent motif.
Right, the serpents. They're everywhere at Sanchi.
Yeah, and twined around pillars, carved into the stone. What's
Well-
the deal with that?
Well, the text mentions that they represent like these popular beliefs, the kind that weren't always written down in official texts, but were very much a part of how people understood the world.
Okay, so like folklore, mythology, stuff like that.
Exactly.
It reminds me of how even today we have all these stories and superstitions that we pass down through generations, even if they're not like officially recognized.
It's true. There's something very human about that.
There is. And speaking of humans and their interpretations, there is this great anecdote in the text about James Ferguson. He was this early art historian who studied Sanchi.
Oh, yeah, I remember reading about him. What did he get up to?
Well, Ferguson sees these snakes everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he sees some tree imagery as well. And he puts two and two together and he's like, boom, Sanchi, this must have been a center for tree and serpent worship.
And he was wrong.
Well,
Yeah.
not entirely, but he was missing a big piece of the puzzle. He didn't have access to the Buddhist text that would have given him the full context.
Oh, interesting. So the snakes weren't what he thought they were.
Not quite. Well, they were snakes.
Right.
But their meaning, their significance within the larger Buddhist context completely went over his head.
Wow. That's a good reminder that our understanding of the past is always evolving.
Totally. It's
Yeah.
like we can be looking at the same evidence, but with new discoveries, new perspectives, our interpretations can completely shift.
Absolutely. And that's what makes studying history so fascinating. It's not just about memorizing dates and names. It's about grappling with these mysteries.
It's true. And speaking of mysteries and shifting perspectives, while we've got these amazing visual stories at Ajanta and Sanchi, Buddhism itself was going through some major changes around this time.
You're right. This period was a time of great transformation for Buddhism.
Yeah, and the text really dives into this idea of Mahayana Buddhism, which sounds like it was a pretty big deal.
It was huge.
Yeah.
Mahayana Buddhism represents a significant shift in thinking from earlier forms of Buddhism. Remember, we were talking about individual effort, that kind of thing.
Right, like each person is on their own path to enlightenment.
Exactly. But Mahayana Buddhism comes along and introduces this whole new concept, the idea of a savior figure.
Okay, so instead of just focusing on your own spiritual journey, you're looking to someone else for guidance.
In a way, yes. It's about seeking help and compassion on the path to enlightenment.
That's really interesting. So it's like Buddhism went from self-help to seeking help from a higher power.
That's a great way to put it.
And I remember the text mentioning these bodhisattvas. What role do they play in all of this?
Okay, so bodhisattvas, they're kind of like these super compassionate beings. They've reached enlightenment.
Wow. So they've like made it. They're done.
Right. They've attained that ultimate goal.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Instead of just enjoying their enlightened state, they choose to stick around.
Really? Why would they do that? If they've already achieved enlightenment, why not just like peace out?
Because they're driven by this incredible compassion for all beings. They see the suffering in the world, and they dedicate themselves to helping others achieve the same liberation they've found.
Wow, that's some next level empathy right there.
Right, to reach that level of understanding and then choose to stay present, to keep working toward the enlightenment of others.
That's pretty remarkable when you think about it. And this shift in thinking from individual effort to like seeking guidance and support, did it have a big impact on how people practiced Buddhism?
Oh, absolutely. It changed everything. We see it reflected in the art, in the rituals, in the entire way people connected with the divine.
Okay, so how did it manifest? How did this shift towards a savior figure actually show up in practice?
Well, one of the most significant changes is the rise of worshiping Buddha and Bodhisattva images.
Interesting. So before, it wasn't as common to have these images as a central part of worship.
Not in the same way. But with Mahayana Buddhism, these figures become incredibly important, both visually and spiritually.
So it's like they become these tangible representations of this new way of thinking about enlightenment.
Exactly. It's not just about meditating alone anymore. It's about seeking guidance and support from these enlightened beings. And having those images present becomes a powerful way to do that.
Okay, that makes sense. Like instead of just imagining it, you have this visual reminder right there in front of you.
Right. And it's not just about the Buddha himself, but also all these different bodhisattvas, each embodying specific virtues and offering different forms of aid and guidance.
So it's like a whole team of spiritual superheroes here to help you on your journey.
That's a great analogy. And it resonated with people, this idea of having these compassionate beings, these bodhisattvas, who are actively invested in your spiritual well-being. It was a game changer.
It's true. It makes the whole idea of enlightenment feel a little less daunting. Like you're not alone in this.
Exactly. And the term Mahayana itself speaks to that. It means the great vehicle.
The great vehicle. Okay, I like the sound of that.
Right. It's suggesting that this form of Buddhism is a path for a greater number of people. It's about inclusivity, about recognizing that everyone has the potential for enlightenment and that there's help available along the way.
The great vehicle. So while Buddhism is going through all these fascinating changes, what's going on in the world of Hinduism? Is it just like staying put, or is there a similar evolution happening there too?
Oh, Hinduism is never just staying put. It's constantly evolving, adapting, embracing new ideas.
That's what I love about exploring different religions and cultures. It's never static. It's like this constant flow of ideas and practices shaping and reshaping themselves over time.
Exactly. And this period in India is a prime example of that. We see these dynamic shifts happening in both Buddhism and Hinduism.
Okay, so what's going on in the world of Hinduism around the 1st century CE?
Well, the text highlights two prominent branches of Hinduism that were really gaining traction during this time: Vaishnavism and Shaivism.
Okay, so break it down for me. What are those?
So Vaishnavism centers around the deity Vishnu,
Okay,
while Shaivism focuses on Shiva.
gotcha. Vishnu and Shiva, two major players in the Hindu pantheon.
Exactly. And both Vaishnavism and Shaivism emphasize this powerful concept of bhakti.
Bhakti. That word feels really potent. What exactly does it mean in this context?
It's all about devotion. It's a deeply personal connection between the worshiper and their chosen deity.
Okay, so it's not just about like going through the motions of rituals.
Not at all. Bhakti is about cultivating a deep, heartfelt relationship with the divine. It's about love, surrender, and a yearning for direct experience.
That's beautiful. And I can imagine that kind of devotion would be incredibly powerful, both personally and within a community.
Absolutely. It becomes the driving force behind your spiritual practice, your actions, your entire outlook on life.
It's like your connection to the divine becomes the lens through which you experience everything else.
Exactly. And within Vaishnavism, this idea of a personal God, this intimate connection, it takes on a fascinating dimension with the concept of Vishnu's 10 avatars.
The avatars, right. The text mentions something about that. So for those who are just joining us, what are we talking about when we say avatars?
Okay, so in Hindu mythology, an avatar is like an incarnation of a deity, a descent into the earthly realm.
Got it. So it's like a god taking on a physical form to interact with the world.
Precisely. And Vishnu, with his 10 avatars, is like the master of disguise. Each avatar represents a different aspect of his divine nature and serves a specific purpose in the cosmic play.
Okay, so it's not just 10 different versions of the same guy. It's like each avatar has a specific role to play.
Exactly. It's like Vishnu is this cosmic chameleon, adapting to the needs of each era. He might appear as a fish to save humanity from a great flood, or as a boar to rescue the earth goddess from the depths of the cosmic ocean.
Oh yeah, I remember reading about the boar rescuing the earth goddess. That's a pretty vivid image.
Right. And each avatar comes with its own epic story, its own set of challenges and triumphs. It's like Vishnu is this master storyteller, weaving these incredible tales that capture the imagination and convey profound truths about the nature of reality, good and evil, and the human condition.
So it's like each avatar is like a different chapter in this ongoing cosmic story.
Exactly. And by embodying these different forms, Vishnu becomes this incredibly relatable and accessible deity. He's not some distant, unknowable force. He's present throughout time, taking on the challenges we face, fighting for justice, restoring balance to the world.
It's kind of brilliant when you think about it. It's like by having these different avatars, Vishnu can connect with people on so many different levels.
Absolutely. And it also speaks to the diversity of beliefs within Hinduism itself. You might have different regions or communities who resonate more strongly with one avatar over another.
Oh, that makes sense. Like different regions might have their own local myths and legends that connect to a particular avatar.
Exactly. And that's part of what makes Hinduism so fascinating. It's not this monolithic, rigid belief system. It's incredibly diverse and adaptable, allowing for a multitude of interpretations and practices.
It's true. It's like there's not just one right way to connect with the divine. It's about finding what resonates with you, what speaks to your heart and your experience.
Precisely. And that's something that's often reflected in the art of the period. You'll see different regions developing their own unique styles and iconographies, reflecting their local beliefs and interpretations.
It's like even within Hinduism, you have all these little subcultures, each with their own unique flavor.
Exactly. It's like a vibrant tapestry woven together from all these different threads of belief and practice.
I love that analogy. But how do we even begin to decipher all the stories behind the art? It's like you walk into one of these temples or you see these paintings, and it's this explosion of imagery and symbolism. Where do you even begin?
That's where understanding the symbolism becomes key. Each element, from the colors used to the objects held by a deity, carries specific meanings. It's like learning a new language, one that speaks through symbols and metaphors.
Okay, so give me an example. Like, what's something we might see in Hindu art that has a deeper meaning than meets the eye?
Well, take Shiva's linga, for instance. Many people might just see an abstract form, but it's so much more than that.
Okay, so what is it? What does it represent?
The linga, often depicted as a cylindrical form set within a base, is a powerful representation of creation, of cosmic energy.
So it's not just a random shape.
Not at all. It symbolizes the source from which all things emerge, and to which they ultimately return. It's a reminder of the cyclical nature of existence, of the constant dance of creation and destruction that governs the universe.
Wow. Okay, so you've got this seemingly simple form, but it's actually representing this incredibly profound concept.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of symbolism. It allows us to convey complex ideas in a way that transcends language.
It's true, and it makes you realize that there's so much more to these ancient cultures than what we might see on the surface. It's like they were grappling with some pretty profound questions about life, the universe, and everything.
Absolutely. And they were using art as a way to explore those questions, to express their understanding of the cosmos, and to connect with something larger than themselves.
I love that. Okay, so we've got Shiva's linga. What's another example of a symbol we might encounter in Hindu art?
Well, we were talking about Vishnu's avatars earlier.
Right, the cosmic chameleon.
Exactly. One of his most iconic avatars is Varaha, the boar.
The boar. Okay. What's his claim to fame?
Well, picture this. The earth goddess, submerged in the depths, representing chaos and disorder.
Okay, so things are not looking good.
Not at all. But then Varaha bursts forth, this powerful boar, lifting the earth goddess from the depths, restoring order and balance to the cosmos.
So he's like the divine rescuer.
Exactly. And it's a visual reminder of Vishnu's role as the preserver, the restorer of cosmic harmony.
Okay, I can see how that image would have resonated with people. It's like, no matter how bad things get, there's this force of good working to set things right.
Precisely. And it's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and renewal are always possible.
They absolutely can, and it's a testament to the power of art to transcend time and culture.
It's true. Okay, so these stories, these symbols, how do they become so widespread? We talked about the Ajanta cave paintings, the sculptures at Sanchi, but these are just two sites. How did these beliefs, these interpretations of the divine, spread throughout India? It's not like they had Instagram back then.
You're right. They had something arguably even more powerful.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What's more potent than Instagram? Stories.
Stories.
Stories passed down from generation to generation, shared and reshaped through countless voices.
Ah, okay, I see what you mean. Like word of mouth, but on a grand scale.
Exactly. And it wasn't just casual conversation. The text mentions these incredibly important texts called the Puranas.
The Puranas, right. What are those exactly?
Think of them as epic tales of gods and goddesses, heroes and demons, all woven together to explore profound philosophical and spiritual ideas.
Okay, so they're like the original superhero comics, but with a much deeper meaning.
That's a great way to put it. They were designed to capture the imagination while conveying deeper truths about the nature of reality, dharma, and the human condition.
Okay, so they're not just entertaining stories, they're actually trying to teach you something.
Exactly. And unlike the Vedas, which were largely restricted to certain priestly classes, the Puranas were meant to be accessible to everyone.
So they were like the blockbuster movies of their time, drawing in huge audiences.
More like the best-selling epics of their time. Stories traveling far and wide, captivating hearts and minds, shaping beliefs along the way.
That's incredible. It reminds me of how quickly ideas spread today through social networks, but instead of going viral online, these stories were shared person to person, passed down through generations.
Precisely. And the text specifically highlights the deity Vasudeva Krishna as a prime example of this phenomenon.
Vasudeva Krishna. Okay, so who is this guy and how did he become such a big deal?
Well, initially his worship was concentrated mainly in the Mathura region.
Okay, so he was like a local celebrity, but then he hit the big time.
Exactly. His popularity exploded, spreading throughout India, and the Puranas played a huge role in that.
Okay, so how did these texts help to make him so famous?
Well, the Puranas are full of incredible stories about Krishna.
Like what kind of stories? Give me the highlights.
Well, there are tales of his mischievous childhood, his divine powers, his romantic escapades, his role as a wise teacher and a courageous warrior.
Okay, so he's got it all. Charm, adventure, wisdom. No wonder people loved him.
Exactly. He's this incredibly multifaceted figure who embodies both the human and the divine. And his stories resonated with people from all walks of life.
They were probably really inspiring, like hearing about this god who faced all these challenges and always triumphed in the end.
Absolutely. And the way these stories were shared amplified their impact. They weren't just read silently. They were often recited aloud, even set to music, and performed dramatically.
Wow, so it was like a whole theatrical experience.
Exactly. It was a multi-sensory experience designed to draw people in, to make these stories come alive, embedding them in the very fabric of their lives.
That's amazing. No wonder these beliefs took root and flourished. They weren't just words on a page. They were living, breathing narratives passed down from generation to generation. And all of this, the evolution of religious thought, the explosion of artistic expression, it makes me wonder, was there a connection between these cultural shifts and the way people were physically connecting with the divine? Like, were there any architectural innovations happening around this time?
You're absolutely right to make that connection. This period also saw the rise of a very significant architectural innovation in India, the first temples.
Oh, wow, the temple. So we're talking about like the very beginnings of temple architecture as we know it.
Exactly. And these weren't just buildings. They were considered to be sacred spaces, symbolic representations of the cosmos.
Okay, so they were designed to be more than just a place of worship. They were meant to transport you, to elevate your consciousness.
Precisely. And at the heart of the temple was the Garbhagriha, the inner sanctum where the deity resided.
The Garbhagriha. It sounds like a place of incredible power and sanctity.
It was. It was considered to be the most sacred space in the temple, a symbolic representation of the womb of creation.
Wow, the womb of creation. That's powerful imagery.
It is. And it speaks to the profound significance of the temple as a place of both physical and spiritual rebirth.
That's incredible. So it's not just a building, it's this whole symbolic universe designed to transport you from the mundane to the divine.
Exactly. And the construction of these temples wasn't random. It was intrinsically linked to the spread of these new religious ideas we've been discussing.
So it's like the architecture itself is reflecting these evolving beliefs.
Absolutely. The growing popularity of the Puranas, the rise of bhakti, the desire for more tangible ways to connect with the divine, all of these factors contributed to the emergence of temple architecture.
It's like, as these beliefs were spreading, people were also looking for new ways to express their devotion, to create spaces where they could gather and connect with the divine in a more physical, tangible way.
Precisely. And these temples became those spaces, centers of religious and social life.
It's amazing how it all ties together, Like, we started with these individual works of art, but then we zoomed out and we saw how they're all part of this larger tapestry of cultural and religious change.
That's the beauty of studying history, isn't it? You start to see the connections, the patterns, the way ideas and practices influence each other over time.
It's true. And it makes you realize that even though we're talking about ancient India, these themes of cultural change, of evolving beliefs, of the power of art and storytelling to shape our understanding of the world, they're still so relevant today.
Absolutely. And that's what makes these discussions so fascinating. It's not just about the past. It's about understanding ourselves and the world we live in today.
It's true. It's like by looking back, we can also see more clearly where we are now and where we might be headed, which makes me wonder, when future historians look back at our time, what will they see? What stories will they tell about us? What will they decode from our art, our music, our literature?
That's the big question, isn't it?
Wow.
What will be the artifacts that define our era? What will be the stories that endure?
It's fascinating to think about. But that's conversation for another time.
Definitely. We could spend hours speculating about that.
Oh, absolutely. But for now, we're going to have to leave it there.
Right.
But thank you so much for taking us on this journey through ancient India. It's been eye-opening.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to dive into these topics.
It really is. And for all of you listening, we hope you'll join us next time for another deep dive into history's most fascinating mysteries.
Until then, keep exploring and keep asking questions. They're driven by this incredible compassion. They see the suffering, and they want to help others reach that same, like, liberation, you know?
It's like they hit the spiritual jackpot, but they're like, nah, I'm going to stick around and help everyone else win too.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. It's like ultimate selflessness.
Totally. So this whole idea of like a savior figure, how did it change, Buddhism in practice?
Well, one of the biggest changes,
Yeah.
the way people worship. Suddenly, everyone's worshiping Buddha and Bodhisattva images. It explodes in popularity.
Oh, interesting. So before it was more about like meditation and personal practice.
Yeah, there wasn't that same emphasis on images. But with Mahayana Buddhism, these figures, they become like central, visually and spiritually.
Huh. I guess it makes sense, right? It's like having, I don't know, like a physical reminder of what you're striving for.
Exactly. They become these tangible representations of this new path to enlightenment.
And you said Mahayana means the great vehicle.
Right. And it kind of fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, like it's this vehicle to enlightenment for everyone.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that, everyone has the potential and that there's help along the way.
The great vehicle. I like it. Okay, so we've got Buddhism going through these wild changes, but what about Hinduism? Is it just chilling, watching Buddhism evolve?
Oh, Hinduism's never just chilling. It's always, shifting, changing, adapting.
I like that. Always evolving.
Right. And around this time, two branches really start to come to the forefront. Vaishnavism and Shaivism.
Okay, so Vaishnavism is all about Vishnu, right? And Shaivism is?
Shiva. And a key concept in both, bhakti.
Bhakti, yeah. It's one of those words that just sounds like super significant.
It is. It's about this deep, intense devotion to the divine.
So more than just like rituals and stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's about love, surrender, this yearning for like a real connection.
Wow, that's intense in a good way.
Right. And Vaishnavism takes this idea of a personal God even further with this whole concept of Vishnu's 10 avatars.
10 avatars, like 10 different versions of Vishnu.
Kind of. Each avatar is an incarnation, like Vishnu taking on a specific form in the world.
Oh, right. I remember that from the text. He's like a fish, a boar, all these different forms.
Exactly. Each one represents a different aspect of his divine nature, and they each have their own like role to play in the universe.
It's like he's got a costume for every occasion.
Right. It's kind of cool when you think about it. Like Vishnu's this master of disguise, always adapting, always working behind the scenes.
So each avatar comes with like its own epic story.
Totally. Like there's this one where Vishnu's a boar, right?
The boar, yeah, I remember that one.
And he has to rescue the earth goddess from like the bottom of the cosmic ocean. It's wild.
Okay, so he's saving the day as a boar. That's a new one for me.
It's pretty epic. And each avatar, each story is like a way for people to connect with Vishnu on a different level,
Yeah, it's like everyone can find an avatar that resonates with them.
Exactly. And it speaks to how diverse Hinduism is, right? It's not just this like one-size-fits-all religion.
It's like a choose-your-own-adventure, but for spirituality.
Haha, yeah. And you see this reflected in the art, too. Different regions develop their own styles, their own interpretations of these stories and figures.
Right, right. Okay, but how do we even make sense of it all? Like, the art's beautiful, but it's also, like, incredibly complex.
That's where understanding the symbolism is so important. Everything means something.
Okay, so, like, a crash course in Hindu art symbolism. Hit me.
Well, take Shiva's linga, for example.
Okay, the linga, that's the one.
It's usually depicted as, like, a cylinder on a base.
Right, right. I've seen that before.
And you might just see a shape, right? But it's actually a really profound symbol.
Of what?
Creation, cosmic energy, like the source of everything.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot deeper than I thought.
Right. It's like this reminder that everything's connected, that there's this constant cycle of like creation and destruction.
Just like the linga is this tiny little representation of the entire universe.
Exactly.
Oh.
Pretty amazing when you think about it.
It is. Okay, so we've got Shiva's linga. What else? What other symbols are we going to see?
Well, remember Vishnu's Varaha avatar, the boar?
Oh, yeah, the earth-saving boar.
So imagine this. The earth goddess is drowning, like literally submerged in chaos. Things are bad.
Sounds dramatic.
It is. And then Varaha bursts forth, lifts her up out of the water, and like restores balance to the cosmos.
So he's like the ultimate hero.
Totally. It's this really powerful image of Vishnu as the preserver, the restorer of harmony.
Okay, I'm getting how important these symbols are, for understanding the art. But how did these stories, these symbols, how did they spread? Like, they didn't have, like, printing presses and stuff back then.
True, but they had something even more powerful.
Okay, you've got to tell me, what's more powerful than the printing press?
Word of mouth. Stories.
Stories. Like, that's how these ideas spread.
Think about it. A good story, it sticks with you. You tell your friends, your family.
And they tell their friends and so on.
Exactly. And these weren't just any stories. These were the Puranas.
Right, the Puranas, those were those, like, epic tales, right?
Yes. Gods, goddesses, demons, heroes, all wrapped up in these really engaging stories.
I remember that from the text. They sound kind of like, I don't know, like ancient mythology, but with, like, a deeper meaning.
Exactly. They're entertaining, but they're also teaching you about, like, Dharma and the universe and stuff.
So it's like sneaking in some wisdom while you're enjoying the story.
Exactly. And unlike the Vedas, which were super exclusive, the Puranas were for everyone.
So they were like the blockbuster movies of their time.
More like the best-selling novels,
Yeah.
passed around, shared, everyone's talking about them.
Yeah, like, have you heard the latest story about Krishna?
Exactly. And speaking of Krishna, the text actually uses him as an example of how these stories helped spread beliefs.
Oh, right. They said he was huge in the Mathura region, but then
Then, boom, his worship just explodes, spreads all over India.
like a spiritual wildfire. And the Puranas were the wind helping it spread.
Exactly. They gave people these incredible narratives, these, like, intimate glimpses into the lives of the gods. It made them relatable,
Right, like you feel like you know them. So all of this, the art, the bhakti, the Puranas spreading these stories, did it impact how people, I don't know, like, physically connected with their beliefs?
It's interesting you ask that because this period also sees the rise of the first temples in India.
Oh, wow. The temples, like the actual buildings.
Yep. And these weren't just like random structures. They were designed as sacred spaces, like reflections of the cosmos.
Okay, so they had like a deeper meaning.
Oh, absolutely. And at the heart of it all was the Garbhagriha.
The Watagriha.
Garbhagriha. It's the inner sanctum of the temple where, like, the deity resides.
Okay, so it's like the most sacred spot.
Exactly. It's like the heart of the temple. And the whole design, the architecture, it was all meant to, like, lead you there to that connection with the divine.
It's like those Ajanta paintings, but instead of colors and lines, it's like walls and space creating that feeling of awe.
Exactly. And the construction of these temples, it's no coincidence it happened alongside everything else we've talked about.
Right, like the evolving beliefs, the bhakti, the Puranas.
All of it. It all kind of comes together to create this need for, like, a physical manifestation of these beliefs.
So it's like the temples became these centers where people could gather, share stories, worship, all of it.
Exactly. And it really changed the landscape, both literally and figuratively.
It's amazing how it all connects, Like, we started with just these snippets of art, but we ended up, like, uncovering this whole dynamic period of change and innovation.
That's what I love about digging into this stuff. You never know where it's going to lead.
It's true. It's like ancient India wasn't just stuck in the past. They were, like, figuring things out, experimenting, just like we are now.
Absolutely. And that's a good reminder, right, that cultures are always evolving, beliefs are always shifting, and that's okay.
It's more than okay. It's like what keeps things interesting. It makes you wonder what people will say about our art and beliefs 1,000 years from now,
Yeah.
What will they decode?
That's a great question. And I think that's a good place to leave it for our listeners to ponder.
It is. So thank you so much for taking us on this journey. It's been fascinating.
My pleasure. Always happy to geek out about ancient India.
And for everyone listening, we hope you enjoyed this deep dive as much as we did. We'll see you next time. Welcome to another deep dive. Let's journey to ancient India. We're talking magnificent temples carved from solid rock, intricate sculptures, it's incredible, and whispers of stories echoing across millennia.
There's a tangible connection there, don't you think?
Absolutely. It's more than just looking at ruins.
Yeah.
These structures offer us a glimpse into the lives, the beliefs, the artistry, really, of people from a time so far removed from our own.
It is. It's humbling.
And today we're diving into, well, it sounds a little dry when I say it, but a chapter from Thinkers, Beliefs, and Buildings.
Well, hopefully it's a little livelier than it sounds.
It is. I promise you it's anything but dry. But what I find fascinating is we're not just looking at what we can, physically see in these ancient wonders, right?
Right.
But we're also grappling with how interpretations of the past can differ
Yeah.
and what might be missing from the historical record entirely.
Yes.
It's like piecing together this giant puzzle with, some pieces missing and others that might fit in unexpected ways.
Absolutely. It's a puzzle that we may never fully solve.
Exactly. But that makes it even more intriguing. So let's begin our journey with some of the earliest examples of temple architecture in India. The cave temples of Barabar, commissioned by Emperor Ashoka way back in the 3rd century BCE.
Emperor Ashoka. Now, there's a name that resonates through history. This was a ruler who, after witnessing the devastation of war, underwent a profound transformation and embraced Buddhism. His patronage played a crucial role in spreading Buddhist teachings and led to the creation of some remarkable monuments,
Yeah.
including these very cave temples.
And when we say cave temples, I'm not talking about natural formations, right?
Yeah.
These are spaces meticulously carved,
Yeah.
directly out of solid rock. Can you imagine the effort, the skill involved?
The sheer scale of the undertaking is mind-boggling,
Yeah.
especially for that time. These caves, they were, in essence, acts of devotion, expressions of faith carved into the very earth. And they were commissioned for the Ajivika sect,
Okay.
a group of ascetics who believed in rigorous self-discipline and a life of renunciation.
So how did their beliefs influence the architecture of these caves?
Well, the Ajivikas, they emphasized detachment from worldly possessions and a very, very strict adherence to their principles. So they sought refuge from, well, the distractions, really, of the material world. These caves, carved deep within the earth, they provided them with a sanctuary for meditation, spiritual practice. I think the very act of carving these temples from solid rock, it speaks to their commitment to a life defined by simplicity and spiritual pursuit.
Yeah, it's fascinating to consider how, not just their beliefs shaped their way of life, but also the physical spaces that they inhabited. But let's fast forward a few centuries. Okay, we're going from the relative simplicity of the Barabar caves to the awe-inspiring complexity of the Kailashnath temple at Ellora. And this is a masterpiece from the 8th century CE.
The Kailashnath temple. Now that is in a league of its own. You have to picture this. An entire temple, every inch adorned with intricate carvings, breathtaking detail. And it's all sculpted from a single colossal piece of rock.
I can't even fathom the logistics. The sheer manpower, the artistry required for that kind of feat, it's mind-boggling.
It truly is. In fact, the textbook actually quotes the chief sculptor, who upon completing this monumental task exclaimed, "Oh, how did I make it?"
You can almost hear the echo of hammers and chisels in those words, feel the weight of history. He must have been utterly exhausted, yet filled with this sense of accomplishment that's hard to comprehend.
It's hard to wrap your head around.
But I think what's even more intriguing is that despite the grandeur of these structures, understanding their intended meaning isn't always straightforward.
That's where the real journey begins, I think. It's one thing to marvel at the physical structure itself, right? But it's quite another to penetrate the veil of time, to grasp the beliefs, the intentions woven into their very fabric.
It really is like, standing in front of this vast ancient library filled with these books written in a language we're only just starting to decipher.
That's a great analogy.
We might recognize the letters, right?
Yeah.
But the deeper meaning, the nuances, those take time and careful study to unravel.
Absolutely. And we have to be so careful not to impose our own perspectives and assumptions. It's so easy to just project our modern day understanding onto the past,
Right.
But that can distort the very stories that these structures are trying to tell.
Yeah, it's like assuming everyone saw the world as we do now. And our textbook actually highlights this problem, that how this very thing kind of tripped up some early European scholars when they first encountered Indian sculpture, back in the 19th century.
Because they were coming at it with a very specific lens, weren't they?
Yeah.
Heavily influenced by classical Greek art.
Right.
So when they saw sculptures with multiple arms or animal heads, it just didn't compute. They struggled to reconcile them with their existing framework.
Right.
Some even deemed them, inferior or even grotesque.
It just makes you realize how much our background, our cultural upbringing shapes our understanding of art.
Our whole worldview.
Yeah.
The lens through which we see everything.
And speaking of lenses, the textbook talks about how these same scholars were particularly drawn to the bodhisattvas of Gandhara, these statues of the Buddha with these distinctively Greek-inspired features.
Because that resonated with their preconceived notions of great art.
Yeah.
But there's also, there's a historical reason for this stylistic influence, too. The Gandhara region was ruled by Indo-Greek kingdoms for centuries.
Oh, okay.
leading to this fascinating fusion of artistic traditions.
So it's not just cultural bias we're contending with here, right?
Right.
But our textbook also kind of suggests that even when we have textual sources to try to guide us, interpreting ancient art can still feel like, I don't know, navigating a labyrinth.
Oh, absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, you'd think having a written record, right, it would provide clarity,
Yeah.
but in a lot of ways, it just adds layers of complexity.
It's like having a map of the labyrinth, but it's, full of hidden passages and false turns.
Yes. And the textbook offers a really captivating case in point, the magnificent rock-cut sculpture at Mahabalipuram.
Okay, so for our listeners, picture this. A colossal rock panel practically bursting at the seams with these intricately carved figures. It's a scene that's just brimming with energy, movement. You've got gods, goddesses, mythical creatures, humans, all interwoven in this dynamic tableau.
It's a visual feast. There's no doubt about it. But when it comes to deciphering the precise narrative being depicted, well, that's where the real debate begins.
There's no one agreed upon interpretation.
Not quite.
Huh.
Some scholars, drawing upon these ancient Hindu scriptures known as the Puranas, they believe that it represents the descent of the sacred river Ganga from the heavens to earth.
And there's a natural cleft in the rock face there that some have, interpreted as symbolizing the river.
Exactly, and it lends itself well to that interpretation. But there's another compelling argument, linking the sculpture to the epic Mahabharata.
Okay.
This interpretation focuses on the central figure, an ascetic, possibly the hero Arjuna, performing intense penance in order to obtain divine weapons.
So the same artwork. Two completely different yet totally plausible interpretations, each drawing upon its own set of textual and visual cues.
Right. It really makes you realize how much of history is about interpretation.
Yeah.
How our understanding can shift, depending on the evidence that we prioritize.
Exactly. And that's what makes studying the past so endlessly fascinating. We're always piecing together these fragments of evidence, juggling multiple perspectives. And I think ultimately acknowledging that definitive answers can be really elusive.
It's true. But it's humbling, isn't it, to think we might never fully unravel all the mysteries of the past.
It really is. But as you said, it's that very pursuit, that constant exploration and reevaluation that makes it so captivating. But there's another layer to consider here, isn't there? I mean, what about the stories that weren't etched in stone? The beliefs and practices that might not have left any physical trace at all. We've been talking about these grand temples, these intricate sculptures, but makes you wonder, about the everyday religious experiences of people who maybe didn't have access to these monumental expressions of faith.
It's an important thing to consider.
Yeah.
Because we're always working with an incomplete picture, aren't we, when it comes to history?
Always.
It's like we're catching a glimpse of a vibrant tapestry.
Yeah.
But we're only seeing a few, tantalizing threads.
Right.
We can marvel at their beauty, we can try to decipher their patterns, but the full scope of the design remains elusive.
And who knows what stories those unseen threads might tell.
Exactly. This chapter, From Thinkers, Beliefs, and Buildings, it actually poses a very thought-provoking question to the reader.
Okay.
It says, think about a religious activity you've witnessed.
Okay.
Is there any permanent record of it?
It makes you think, doesn't it? Because so much of human experience, even the deeply meaningful aspects, ultimately, exists only in memory.
We tend to gravitate toward the tangible, right?
Right.
The things that we can hold in our hands or excavate from the earth.
Right.
But there's this vast realm of human experience that's just as real.
Yeah.
Even if it leaves no physical trace.
Right.
And that's both humbling and, I think, a little bit awe-inspiring when you really think about it.
It is. It puts our efforts to understand the past into perspective. It
Yeah.
really does. So as we kind of emerge from this deep dive into ancient India, I think the most resonant takeaway might be the sheer vastness of what we don't know.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
It's not about having all the answers.
Mm-hmm.
It's about embracing the mystery, the ambiguity,
Absolutely.
the understanding that our interpretations, they're always evolving
Right.
as we uncover new evidence and re-examine old assumptions.
It's a process of constant discovery and rediscovery.
Exactly.
It's been quite a journey. From those early cave temples carved with such devotion and purpose to the awe-inspiring grandeur of Kailashnatha and the enigmatic stories whispered by the sculptures of Mahabalipuram.
It really highlights the incredible diversity of expression in ancient India.
It does. And it reminds us that we're only scratching the surface.
As you continue to explore ancient India, or any historical periods for that matter, remember that the visible remnants, they're really just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, just the beginning.
Always question, always dig deeper, and you might just find yourself face to face with some of the most profound mysteries of the past.
Those are wise words to conclude our journey. A huge thank you to you for guiding us through this fascinating exploration of ancient India.
It's been my pleasure.
And to our listeners, until next time, keep those questions coming and keep diving deeper into the stories that shape our understanding of the world. Welcome to a deep dive into early Indian history. We've got a really interesting collection of sources to unpack timelines, inscriptions, even some images of this amazing ancient art.
Yeah, it's like having all these different puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
And the fun part is putting it all together to see the bigger picture.
Exactly. And this isn't just any picture. It's like we're trying to understand the essence of a civilization, the religions, the art, the archaeology, all those things that make India so unique.
Right. And a good place to start is with the religions themselves, because they really lay the groundwork for everything that came after.
So true. Our timeline takes us way back to around 1500 to 1000 BCE. This is when the Vedic traditions were really taking shape. It's kind of like setting the stage for Indian thought.
Think about concepts like karma and reincarnation. Those ideas have their roots right here in this period.
Wow, so we're talking about some pretty fundamental stuff here.
Absolutely. Imagine a time when rituals and hymns were central to life. People trying to understand the cosmos and their place in it through the power of these ancient practices.
It's almost like you can hear the chanting of the priests by the fire altars invoking gods like Indra and Agni.
Exactly. And what's fascinating is how those beliefs evolved over time. We fast forward to around the 6th century BCE, and it's like this huge shift happens.
Oh, yeah. This is when Jainism and Buddhism emerge, right? Challenging the status quo, shaking things up.
They each brought something totally new to the table. Jainism, with its emphasis on ahimsa or nonviolence, was a radical departure from the Vedic tradition of animal sacrifice.
And then you have Buddhism with its focus on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, this whole idea of finding liberation from suffering through self-awareness and ethical conduct.
It makes sense that these new philosophies resonated with so many people. It was a time of great change and upheaval, and these teachings offered a different way of looking at the world.
Totally. And it wasn't just Jainism and Buddhism either. Around the 2nd century BCE, we see the development of Mahayana Buddhism, which was a more accessible form of the faith.
And of course, we can't forget about Vaishnavism and Shaivism, which focused on devotion to the gods, Vishnu and Shiva.
It's incredible how much change happened within just a few centuries. And to think while all of this was going on, something else was happening too. The creation of these monumental structures that would last for millennia.
We're talking about the stupas, right? These incredible structures that would become central to Buddhist practice and art.
Yeah, but it's like for centuries they were lost to time. Just these mysterious mounds dotting the landscape until a spark of curiosity reignited our fascination with them.
And that spark came in 1814 with the founding of the Indian Museum in Calcutta. Suddenly, there's this renewed interest in India's past and these tangible links to ancient civilizations.
It's like finding a treasure chest in the attic. And one of the first people to really dive into that treasure chest was Alexander Cunningham. He was fascinated by stupas, and in the 1830s he set out to explore these ancient structures.
You can almost picture him uncovering these mounds, unearthing clues to a forgotten past. And in 1854 he publishes Bilsatopes, which really put these structures on the map for scholars and enthusiasts alike.
But it wasn't just about finding these sites right, it was about understanding them. That's where John Marshall comes in.
Ah, yes, John Marshall. His work in the early 20th century was crucial. He meticulously documented the monuments of Sanchi in 1914, and his conservation manual, published in 1923, set the standard for preserving these incredible sites.
It's thanks to people like Cunningham and Marshall that we can still appreciate the splendor of these places today.
Absolutely. Their dedication laid the foundation for generations of scholars and enthusiasts to continue unraveling the mysteries of India's past.
And speaking of unraveling mysteries, that brings us to our next stop on this journey, an inscription from the Kushana period. It's like a window into the life of a Buddhist nun named Dhanavati. Okay, so we've got this inscription, and it's not just like some boring old document, right?
Oh, no, not at all. It's more like a personal message from the past, a glimpse into the life of this Buddhist nun named Dhanavati.
And she even gives us a specific date, the year 33 of King Huvishka's reign. Talk about attention to detail.
And it goes even further than that. She includes the season, which tells us something really interesting about the inscription itself.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What does the season have to do with it?
Well, back then, inscribing something on stone, it was a big deal. It was a public declaration meant to last for generations.
So she wasn't messing around. This was clearly something important to her. But what was it exactly?
The inscription tells us that Dhanavati, who was a bhikkhuni, that's a fully ordained Buddhist nun, installed an image of a bodhisattva at a place called Motuvanaka.
Bodhisattva.
Okay.
For those of us who need a little refresher, what exactly is that again?
Sure thing. In Buddhism, a bodhisattva is someone who's on the path to enlightenment, but they make the conscious choice to delay their own liberation in order to help others achieve theirs.
So they're like incredibly compassionate beings.
Exactly. Driven by this boundless love and wisdom to guide others on their spiritual journeys.
Wow. So by installing this bodhisattva image, Dhanavati was making a powerful statement about her own beliefs.
Absolutely. And remember, in Buddhism, actions have consequences, not just in this life, but in future lifetimes as well.
Right. Karma and reincarnation and all that. So this act of installing the image, it was also a way for her to earn merit.
Precisely. And it's likely she wanted to share that merit with her family as well. The inscription actually mentions several of her relatives who were also deeply involved in Buddhist scholarship.
It's like this whole family was dedicated to the Dharma. Her aunt Mudamita was a bhikkhuni too, and apparently a master of the Tipitaka.
Yeah, the Tipitaka, that's a big deal. It's the collection of Buddhist scriptures, a vast and complex body of work. For someone to have mastered it, especially a woman in that era, speaks volumes about her intellect and dedication.
It really does. And Dhanavati herself was a student of Bala, another bhikkhu or male monk, who was also known for his knowledge of the Tipitaka.
It paints a fascinating picture of the world of Buddhist scholarship at the time, and it challenges this misconception that it was a male-dominated space.
Right. Here we have Dhanavati learning from esteemed teachers, leading a spiritual life, and even commissioning this lasting tribute to the Bodhisattva.
Exactly. Her story reminds us that the past is full of surprises, full of individuals who challenged norms and left their mark on history.
It makes me think about those images you shared of Sanchi. Speaking of leaving a mark on history, those carvings are incredible. It's like stepping back in time. It really is. In one image, we see this massive stupa, just covered in these intricate carvings. And it's not just Buddhas or anything. There are people, animals, plants. It's like a whole snapshot of daily life from centuries ago.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Those carvings aren't just decorative. They're actually telling stories, often from the Buddha's life or illustrating important Buddhist teachings.
Oh, wow. So even the architecture has meaning. That's amazing.
Absolutely. Like take the stupa shape, for instance.
Yeah.
That dome-like structure represents the cosmos, while the path that encircles it symbolizes the journey towards enlightenment.
It's like every single element was designed to convey something deeper.
Exactly. And it gets even more interesting when we look at the different scenes depicted at Sanchi, because they're not all the same.
Right. In another image you shared, we see this bustling city scene, chariots, grand buildings. It's a totally different vibe.
And that contrast is intentional. Scholars believe that the scenes at Sanchi were designed to reflect both rural and urban life. The images showing nature's simpler structures, those likely represent the peacefulness of a life dedicated to meditation and study.
Well, the city scenes, those are more about the temptations and distractions of the material world, right?
Exactly. It's like they're using these scenes to visually represent the choices we face in life. The path of simplicity versus the allure of worldly possessions.
It's fascinating how art can convey such complex ideas.
It really is. And here's where it gets even cooler. Remember how we're talking about the importance of Buddhist literature like the Tipitaka?
Yeah, it's all coming together.
Well, knowing those stories, it actually helps us decipher the scenes carved at Sanchi. For example, some carvings depict scenes from the Jataka tales. Those are stories about the Buddha's previous lives.
Oh, wow. So it's like having the Cliff's Notes to understanding ancient art. I love it.
It really is amazing how it all connects. We started with these different threads, religious timelines, archaeological discoveries, even a glimpse into the life of one woman through an inscription. And now it all feels so interconnected.
Exactly. It just goes to show you that history is never just about dates and names. It's about understanding the beliefs, the values, the experiences of people who lived centuries ago.
And how those things continue to shape our world today, even if we don't always realize it.
So true. Well, this has been an incredible journey, from ancient Vedic traditions to the rise of Buddhism and the rediscovery of these breathtaking stupas at Sanchi.
And we've only just scratched the surface. There's so much more to explore in the world of early Indian history and art.
That's right. But for now, we'll have to leave it here. Thanks to everyone for joining us on this deep dive into early India. We'll see you next time when we'll unravel another fascinating corner of history.